streaming issues on Channel 15, but that's not our two-way, right? Does it matter for our purposes? Oh, okay. But I mean, is our policy adopted already so that it needs to be, they need to be told about it? How do you manage that, how you see it?
I'll talk to Javon.
It's not a legal issue, right? Because it's not a two-way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. May we have a confirmation of a quorum? Assistant City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum.
Okay, so we're going to start this meeting with our study session. And today it's, well, City Manager, do you have an announcement to make before we start?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I was just informed that one of the 7 ways that we have for residents to access this meeting is down. So Channel 15 is currently not broadcasting. We do believe that it is a problem with equipment in the building, and so we have staff working on that. I will let the mayor know if that is resolved, when it is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. So we have for our study session, the initial presentation of the report to council regarding the comprehensive review and proposed update of the city charter by the Charter Review Committee, commonly known as the Charter Project, including the Charter Review Committee's recommendation. City Attorney, kick us off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight, representing the Charter Review Committee in their Charter Project enterprise, and serving really throughout the project as the lead staff liaison, to that committee in order to guide them through the process. Today's objective is really the beginning of the end, if you will, where there's been so much work that's gotten us to where we are today, but we recognize that this is with the council standing on the sideline, right, as you do when charter committees are convened and do work. This is your first exposure to this work, and so today's objective is substantial, but trying to be modest. This is the initial presentation of the charter project's origins, process and the results. You'll hear more at subsequent meetings. Today, after hearing the presentation, we want you to obviously receive it and respond to, time permitting, city council, or I will receive and respond to, time permitting, city council questions and initial feedback to this presentation. And of course, with more to come, this really is intended to lay the groundwork for the next scheduled charter project meeting on this subject, a dedicated special meeting on June 15th, because you don't have enough meetings going on right now with all the business that's come before you. The outline of the presentation steps back, I think appropriately initially, to talk about how we got here. The charter project origins and objectives, I think, are very important because I think the
What is that clicking sound? Am I the only one hearing that? What is that? Okay, there's a clicking weird, is it you, Glenn?
I don't think I'm making it, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's just
No, not at
bothering me.
all.
Thank you.
If I'm. Oh, is it the bumping?
It
of
is
the
you,
mic?
Glenn.
Oh, it was me,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. You got me.
You are it.
You like to get me.
It is you. Yeah. Stay away from that microphone. Okay.
So, step away from the microphone. How we got here is important with the charter project's origins and objectives. You guys started this project, as you'll recall, and we'll talk about that. And really, the origins and the objectives were kept in mind throughout the process. And then, talking about the process for project implementation was important. A lot of thought went into it, and we want to share that information with you. Of course, we want to talk about the results. There's a number of elements to the recommendation of the CRC. There is a very substantial charter reorganization that takes provisions and moves them from one place to another, we think in a better manner. But it does look dramatic when you look at the underlying strikeout versions of the document. There are also some charter-wide conventions that were applied, across the document that we'll talk about. And then, of course, the article by article, section by section review and proposed changes really throughout. Ultimately, the CRC is recommending that the City Council consider placement on the November ballot, one or more ballot measures, ideally at least one comprehensive measure that includes as much of the recommendation. I think I'm good now. Mary, you seen me. I'm nowhere near this mic. Magnetic personality. The ultimate recommendation, of course, for council to take action to put one or more measures, ideally at least a substantial comprehensive measure on the ballot in November 2026. I want to start, though, with some introductions and some thanks. There really have been a lot of people working on this project. City staff and stakeholders have been integral to the review of the charter, to the suggestions on what changes might be considered in order to have the charter be modernized and lend itself to better city operations. It really is, given the nature of it, a staff-driven process, and we've gotten input from across the organization, all the different individuals who are involved in implementing the provisions in the charter that describe city operations. The stars, maybe, of it, although everyone's a star, were the city clerk's office. A lot of the provisions apply to them and really got extraordinary input and assistance for both the appointed and the elected staff. Appreciate that. The finance department, with so many of the provisions implicating the finance aspects of city operations, did a lot of work. And as you'll see with the proposal to really do a a complete overhaul of the Public Works procurement, provisions. Public Works particularly, but also SVP provided a lot of input from the professional staff standpoint. City manager and all the named department heads in the charter itself were also engaged and provided a lot of input on the various sections that affect them. And then, really meaningfully, I think, the chartered boards and commissions that are listed whose input was solicited, and their staff liaisons really did a yeoman's job of allowing me mostly and others to present to them about this project, meeting in some cases multiple times to think about how they were described in the charter and what their appropriate role should be, and then ultimately providing feedback in a number of instances, directly to the Group 4 ad hoc subcommittee assigned to their sections. Of course, though, really at the center of this is the Charter Review, Commission itself. You'll recall there were 13 members appointed to this group, 7 appointed by your nominations and 6 appointed by lottery. They met 10 times in public as the full CRC, with most also meeting between 10 and 15 additional times over the last 8 months with their assigned ad hoc subcommittees. Really grateful to be able to present the final report, to you tonight. You've got a copy of the written report that's hot off the presses, in addition to a copy of the PowerPoint. But the folks, because they're gluttons for punishment, those ad hoc subcommittees weren't enough. The group here that I'd like to introduce you tonight formed an additional ad hoc subcommittee to help work on and review the final written report, and to assist as needed tonight or in future meetings, either in presenting or, at least for tonight, answering questions that the council might have of them regarding the process and the output. So I'd like to introduce the group that's here. I know we've got at least 4 of the 5 here. I think one of the assigned people, and a bonus CRC member, Mr. Kelly is here, that I'd like to introduce to you. First of all, Susan Peters, a very active member of the group, is here, and she was on ad hoc subcommittees groups 2 and 5, and she's from District 6. Joe Szynski was going to be here tonight and was active in reviewing the reports and providing input to this presentation, but something came up from him. He was the vice chair of the group, and so thanks to Joe for the additional work he did. He also was on ad hoc subcommittee groups 1 and 4. Holly Roberts is also here. Holly, a proud resident of District 1, and is that right? Yes. Good. Sometimes I get all of your designations wrong. Who recently had a birthday that we celebrated at a meeting and was very active in participating on ad hoc subcommittee groups 2 and 5. Lauren Diamond is also here, a District 5 representative, and was very active on ad hoc subcommittee groups 3 and 4. And then last but not least, certainly he doesn't think so, Eric Crutchlow, I'm representative of District 3, but really all of them representing the entire city and very active on groups 2 and 6. So thanks to the CRC, thanks to those members for being here in support, and the work that you've done really couldn't have been done without you. So how we got here. You're familiar with the charter project origins. As a number of you will recall, because it started with the Governance and Ethics Committee, this was initiated in early 2025 as part of the Governance and Ethics Committee work plan. The point was made, and the Governance Committee agreed, that the form of the charter originally adopted in 1951 had become pretty significantly outdated and out of alignment with state law and current city and best practices. And there were some ambiguities in the charter too, at least from the city attorney's office standpoint, that made it difficult to interpret and apply. It had been some time since there was a significant update of the charter. The last comprehensive update really occurred back in 2000, and that really wasn't that comprehensive if you look at it, if you look at the underlined strikeout version of it. So the idea in light of that was to engage in a comprehensive review and update of the city charter, to make corrections, to clarify terms, to update the language, and its policies to align with current law and city best practices. The Governance Committee, in light of that, recommended the project to the City Council in the summer of 2025, and the Council, also deciding this was a worthy endeavor, directed staff to formulate a Charter Review Committee to implement the project. As a result of the recruitment and the selection process, as I've said, a combination of 6 lottery picks and 7 council nominations, the CRC was approved by the council on September 16, 2025, along with the CRC project bylaws, and the charter project was officially launched. I think it's important to talk about the stated charter project purpose and the charter work plan because it was kept very much top of mind by the group. And these are actual provisions from the bylaws that I'll read quickly. The purpose of the CRC is to work with city staff with input from the community, facilitate the implementation of the charter project, a comprehensive review process, I'm skipping ahead now, of the charter for its update. At the end of the process, the objective of the charter project is to produce a draft comprehensive charter amendment for presentation to the City Council, and if the City Council so directs, possibly voters at the November 2026 election. Charter work plan similarly mirrors these concepts and I think importantly makes this point. The project is not intended to implement any major restructuring of city operations or to change the city's election process. In the end, it will be up to the Charter Review Committee to recommend and the City Council to decide how to proceed. So, limited and substantial in scope, but also limited and focused in scope. I think that was important and was kept in mind by the group. The process that we'll talk about in a little bit more detail included a lot of different parts. Initially, with the CRC group, there was some training on the structure and workings of city government, understanding what a charter was, how it worked. We also, of course, because it was a Brown Act body, had to train them on Brown Act rules and other open government and transparency rules. There was the next really significant step was the creation of the ad hoc subcommittees for 6 identified subject matters. We'll talk about that more. Stakeholder input was identified for each of these committees and planned for. And these committees, the working groups of the charter, had monthly report outs to the full CRC at their public meetings in order to solicit input from the full CRC and make sure that progress was being presented and input opportunities were provided along the way. There was a lot of information gathered and presented for benchmarking with similarly situated charter cities, with these charters uploaded and available on the Charter Project's website and available for all to review. And then, and we'll talk about this a little bit, a development of levels to characterize the proposed changes, with levels 1 and 2 really being non-substantive changes and alignment with best practices, and level 3 potentially being substantive changes or changes proposed in sensitive areas that people wanted to be aware of and might warrant consideration for either exclusion because it's too much in the time period allowed, or for presentation if deemed valuable as a separate standalone measure on the ballot. The ad hoc subcommittees I talked about are really important. They're contemplated by the charter project bylaws themselves in section 6.5. And they really did end up being the working group engines for project implementation. There were 6 subcommittees created to cover 6 identified subject areas with stakeholders identified for each. Here they are here, groups 1 through 6, with these different subject matters assigned to them as logically as we could. There ended up being some overlap and shifting of things, but we thought this was logical, and I think it worked out. These set subcommittees were rostered based on expressed interest of the folks, which subject matters they were interested in, and each member ultimately ended up being assigned to 2. So a lot of work, a lot of front-level engagement on this. As Brown Act exempt bodies, remember you guys are familiar with this, temporary ad hoc subcommittees, we were able with these groups to have flexible schedules to accommodate the members' calendars and stakeholder calendars, including professional staff. And it really allowed for an informal setting for those meetings with candid, free-flowing discussions on any and all issues, because any and all issues came up. Here in all their glory are those ad hoc subcommittees that were created. The color coding actually is meaningful, not only because I found it amusing that they were all color-coded and I ultimately remembered all the color coding, but as you will see, if any of you have dug into the charter yet, the groups that were assigned to the different sections are also reflected on your table of contents and in the sections themselves. And so you can see and track back to the groups that were assigned these different sections. It was helpful for us in working through it so people knew what they were supposed to be focusing on and what was another group's responsibility, and hopefully it'll be helpful in the review as well. Other important things about the ad hoc subcommittee, the early meetings involved training, really, and issue identification. You all know, as you originated this project, that we already had some issues in mind that were kind of the impetus for the project that we thought, should be addressed. Those were talked about with each group, and each group added their own, thoughts, and staff and stakeholders provided their own thoughts on the things that should be addressed. In early 2026, after those early meetings, staff began preparing actual proposed language changes for the subcommittees to discuss and provide input on. Stakeholder input was frequently presented directly to these subcommittees, with the city attorney's office serving as the stakeholder liaison when the actual stakeholder couldn't be there and available. And then again, we talked about that, the really important aspect of monthly report outs to the full CRC in order to keep everyone apprised what everyone was doing and with an opportunity for public input. There was a very robust meeting schedule. In all, 28 total subcommittee meetings were held. I staffed most of them. My staff helped, with that, and appreciative to everyone who was involved. The final report outs of these subcommittees with group recommendations occurred at the CRC's May 20th meeting, which it was actually held in Central Library, and in the May 27th full CRC meeting here in City Council chambers. I already talked about stakeholder input. I'll spin through this. Senior officials were involved for all groups. The chartered boards and commissions, were involved and provided input primarily for Group 4. Also, city labor groups were involved. There are a couple provisions in the charter that were taken up, like every section, was taken up, that related to the rules for the Civil Service Commission and the civil service rules that determined how, amongst other things, classified and unclassified employees were determined, and the different process for hiring and moving from in and out of those, services and among those services. And so there was an early effort to actually have those sections reviewed and analyzed first so that those proposed changes could be presented to the labor groups. Very important stakeholder, and we'll talk about that later. The public, of course, as always, is an important community stakeholder. There were 10 public meetings. There was not much public input. I think it might not be the kind of project that would attract that kind of interest, like sometimes our budgets don't, right? We've got a $1.7 billion budget, and there's really not a lot of public input on that. But there were 4 to 8 individuals monitoring those meetings remotely, and there were some folks who spoke. Most of the public input related to a desire for more ethics provisions and ethics awareness, to be introduced, into the charter. Benchmarking, we talked about this briefly. I'll spin through it quickly. We looked at comparable cities and created a library of what we thought were relevant charters. The criteria that was used based on the CRC's input included, as you might imagine, cities of similar population, neighbor cities, in the same area, cities with municipal utilities, and stadiums. We also included Chula Vista, based on my recent experience, there, a city meaningfully larger than this city, but with a lot of the same kind of issues and with a similar early 1950s style charter. And I, as some of you are aware or may recall, had just gone through a comprehensive charter update, process with Chula Vista. And so that was also added to the list and provided as a meaningful benchmark point. We also looked into and talked about the process that cities of Sunnyvale and Mountain View were going through. Sunnyvale actually went through a pretty significant process over a long period of time that was called a comprehensive review. They didn't end up with that many issues, that they're commenting on, but the analysis that they did, I thought, with that was really exemplary, and the report, was really good. And I think those possible changes are being looked at now by the Sunnyvale City Council. Mountain View also is not as far along, but embarked, maybe when they heard we were doing it, with a comprehensive review process, and actually even has asked, area cities, including us, hey, let's look at your charter, for an evaluation of best practices. Our response was, wait till it's done, and then it will have best practices. Right now, it might not have too many of those. We also thought it was important to talk about Santa Clara's own history and context. There, of course, is, for no matter how much benchmarking you do, there's no place like Santa Clara, unique in so many good respects. In order to place us in that larger context, it's really helpful to have the city clerk's compendium of all the proposed charter changes that had been made from 1952 to the present, and the outcome of those votes. That was informative and interesting as part of the analysis. And we had the underlying strikeout version from the last comprehensive update, probably not from 2020, but from the year 2000. Our current charter, I think, as I mentioned, was adopted in 1951 based upon a model charter that was used by many other cities. Our charter, like many of those other charters, hasn't changed, that much, since the beginning. Our charter is of a similar size to a lot of other cities, about 30, 35 pages or so. Some charters are significantly shorter. The newer charters, and particularly for smaller cities, often just have single page or a few pages statements of the fact that they are charter cities and they command all forms of local authority over municipal affairs. In contrast, other cities, initially and over time, have added to their charters almost like a city code, and I think City of San Francisco's it maybe takes the cake and is over 500 pages long. So Santa Clara fits in right in that way, and that was an important thing to understand. The levels we talked about, I'm going to skip this slide. There's different levels of change, with really the bottom line takeaway being the CRC very much wants the council to consider and recommend, at a minimum, should you decide to proceed, the level 1 and level 2 changes, right? Things that really are updating and organizing and modernizing and aligning, and as many level 3 changes as you are comfortable with. Level 3 changes aren't necessarily bad. They're just significant and in sensitive areas, and a lot of them are, in the view of the CRC and professional staff, needed. So the results. In the end, the CRC, working very much with my office and the other professional offices that provided input, with really us doing the drafting, right? It's a professional drafting exercise, but we got good comments and recommendations from the group, is proposing a comprehensive charter update. It's got elements that substantially reorganize the charter. It consolidates 18 articles into 9 and now aggregates the section more logically with a new numbering system. There's also charter-wide conventions that have been implemented, some of which haven't been fully implemented yet. I have to tell you, we're still scrubbing, the charter and all the changes that we've made to make sure that the references are right and the definitions, are right and the formatting is right, and that will take some time. But there are more modern article and section numbering system now that we've updated article and section titles with added subsection titles in order for there to be better explanations of what's actually contained, in sections, and to allow easier navigation of the document. He, she references, which were considered modern back in 2000 when they did them, are now converted to actually using the position pronoun, not a he, she, or anything pronoun, with they used as necessary. There was a lot of clutter in the charter. There were sections that were had been repealed, but the sections, were still there. Each individual section had a reference to the history of that individual section. Those are now deleted to kind of eliminate the clutter of that. And instead, although this work hasn't been done yet, the proposal is for a matrix to be included. First of all, a list of definitions that's also still under construction, but a matrix to be attached to the charter that will include in it all of the sections identified, their old section reference numbers and the history of any amendments that they made, and really importantly, and I think helpfully, a reference to city municipal code sections that implement those terms of the charter. So there's going to be connectivity to the past, there's going to be connectivity to the old section references, and also looking into the charter, to the city code itself, because a lot of the charter provisions are just basic, and they're implemented by detailed provisions, in the city code. Of course, the most substantial thing that we're going to get into right now is the article by article and section by section modifications that modernize language, eliminate ambiguities, add explanations in a couple instances, so it's more user-friendly for government structure and process, fills in gaps that were there of things that just were left to the imagination in some respects. Those gaps have now been filled in, and the charter aligned now with current state law and city current best practices. So I want to give you a roadmap for the detailed review. I know a few of you have already dug in to the source documents, right, the proposed revised charter itself. And you will know, and the rest of you, I'm sure will be diving in soon if you haven't, that there's three documents that were presented to you as part of the packet. Obviously, the current charter, right, for an appropriate reference in a clean form. The underlying strikeout version of the proposed charter update, and the clean version, in other words, with all those changes accepted. You've got all three of those documents. This part's really important because I'm not going to be as detailed as I need to be, and may not even get through a lot of the presentation tonight. I'll try to speed it up. Both versions of these proposed updated charters are annotated with comments in the margins. The annotations include, not always, but in different instances, references to source materials and applicable laws that were looked at in evaluating that provision and its alignment with the law and possible changes. Summaries of the proposed changes that were made in order to get you oriented, because there's so much. Those of you who looked at the underlying strikeout, it's a mess. But clean version is nice, and the annotations explain how we got from one place to the other. For the more substantive changes that are proposed, these annotations also include the thought process. What was this? What interests was the CRC balancing? What stakeholder input did they get? How did they evaluate whether or not something belongs in the charter or belongs maybe in the city code? How did they evaluate whether something was beyond the scope of the charter project, right? And was either a level 3 or maybe even a level 4 proposal that was just too much to analyze and recommend at all. The annotations really give you a roadmap, for that. I encourage you, if you're going to dive into the source document, don't miss those because I think they're really helpful. And as I mentioned earlier, the proposed changes presented are also color-coded to the groups that worked on them. I'm going to use that same format tonight when we dive into this. It results in a little bit of jumping around in the charter because there were things that were moved, and so it's not perfectly numerical from beginning to end of the charter, but it's not too bad, and I think it's a good way for you to digest it. So, the first set of changes. For Group 1, powers and structure of city government, rules, process for action. One thing that was done, that wasn't a legal requirement, but since the project was so significant, it was thought to be good and useful, was the addition of a preamble. And I think it's a good statement of really what a charter is intended to be and gives the people who are voting for it some ownership of it. We, the people of the city of Santa Clara, pursuant to our authority and to the laws of the state of California, hereby adopt this charter to be the rules for the governance and operations of our city in an open, fair, and effective manner. Good statement. It's supposed to be that. People can argue about what's open, what's fair, what's effective, but that definitely is the intent and a good stated intent for the project. There's a number of foundational terms in that group. One was assigned in early sections of the charter, and there were really a series of articles that had a number of things and concepts that were very outdated from the original charter. And so those have been replaced, the formal language has been replaced with familiar language. A number of old articles and sections, old Article 3 was replaced really by just a single sentence that captures about 5 paragraphs, worth of content in one of the sections, again, with the idea being eliminate, clutter that doesn't add, value whenever you can. And importantly for me, and I think for you, and one of the themes of this is, charter cities became charter cities in order to command as much local authority as they can, if they could have. Cities want to be able to make rules, as many as they can, for themselves. As you all know, and are painfully aware, the state has encroached on this in a variety of different areas, including in areas of traditional municipal affairs. But there are still things that charter cities can do, and the way to do that is to make sure your charter has that emphatic statement of your authority with respect to municipal affairs, and has clear statements of how you interact with state laws. And these sections do both those things. Another foundational term was a decision to aggregate in one place different limitations on charter authority that were approved by the voters. And so these are now contained in one section. They include the disposal of public utilities section with clarifying modifications to allow internal transfers and disposition of property no longer needed for utility purposes. Otherwise, if the city were to propose to dispose of the utility, it would require a 2/3 vote of the electorate. No one wants to do that. But things like the sale of the Loyalton property, right, or some other things, or potentially a restructuring for risk management, purposes of the utility into a separate legal entity, weren't intended to be prohibited by this, and these clarifying, provisions allow for that. The council manager form of governance has been explained, and a number of other sections that I won't bore you with, although they're important, particularly to lawyers. The one I will point out is the definitions of capitalized terms, section. There's a lot of terms and phrases throughout the charter that aren't defined, that are small case. You've got to look up their definitions. Whenever a definition is important enough to be used multiple times and has meaning, it's a defined term, right, and used in capitalized form. Very helpful, useful provision. This next article regarding elected officials, we added a new section 200 to clearly state in one place what the elected positions were, including a distinct definition for a district council member, and cross-referenced Article 3 for the provisions regarding elections and interim appointments. That's another thing that this charter does, is it refers within itself to other things that govern, so you're able to navigate it clearly. Language is added to clarify regarding the ability to hold one office and run for another. The mayor can run for council, a council member can run for mayor, but in effect, a district council member, while they're holding a district seat, can't run for another district council seat. That was probably more meaningful back when those seats were at large. Becomes even more difficult now, but that provision was kept in order to make sure that was clear. Article 3 adds some language to improve the terminology regarding elections in the section identified here. There's another section regarding, that was assigned to this group regarding city council meetings and how actions were taken. In all of these, we identify the old section, right, and the title of it, and the new section. With respect to the adoption of ordinances, there was a good, I think, added language to explain the two-step ordinance adoption process that makes that much more clear now. It retains the general rule for the adoption of ordinances at a regular meeting, but it allows for adoption of an ordinance, the second action that's taken with respect to an ordinance, at a special meeting if there's an urgency by 5 affirmative votes. Sometimes that necessity might arise, and we want a charter, that allows that if the appropriate finding is made. A lot of language is simplified and made more modern here. Another meaningful provision was the posting and publication of ordinances in advance of their final adoption was changed so that that is now a formal newspaper publication after it's been adopted. There's already a lot of notices, including typically public hearings, in advance, for the hearings. The kind of a newspaper publication is an arcane kind of mechanism, for that. It is necessary to have the broadest possible notice for people to be able to challenge things after their approval and by initiative or referendum, and so those provisions have been revised. Employee performance bond provisions were retained but explained better, and then miscellaneous legal provisions, important especially to lawyers, but important generally, were also reviewed and updated in a meaningful way. A few of the ones here that are listed I'm not going to go into, but one important one that I know you'll engage on is the provision regarding violations and enforcement. The proposed updates allows for the prosecution of charter violations, but both as misdemeanors and as infractions, depending upon their severity. Previously, the charter really only contemplated misdemeanor prosecution. There's a reference to state law for what the applicable range of punishments might be, and a clear statement that elected officials would forfeit their positions in the event they were successfully prosecuted for a misdemeanor. So those sections have been clarified and approved. Importantly also, the existing charter identifies the city attorney as the prosecuting authority for violations of the charter. That's highly problematic. The people that potentially might violate the charter and be prosecuted for charter violations are the people I provide legal advice to. It's an obvious conflict, and to the extent the charter contemplates that, and it wouldn't be something that could really happen, the charter project says, get rid of that, and explain it. And so the DA, which could enforce the charter in any event, is designated as the primary prosecutor with an alternative to that in the event that the DA is not available or declines to take a case. A number of other good provisions are included in these miscellaneous sections. One to highlight is the publication of legal notices section has been enhanced to require the city to adopt a policy and provide notices using the latest modern technology so that while newspaper notices will still be required, the city's taking the extra step to make sure that when legal notices are necessary, they're being provided in the most modern way to those that might be impacted or who have requested notice. That's the group two. That's group one. Group two's sections are now presented. Group 2 is the group that was assigned city council, elections, powers, and conduct of meeting provisions. I'm going to try to speed up here because there's so much. I want to try to get through it. There's provisions for voter approval for disposal or change of use of city parkland. This is one of those level 3, possible changes because of how this measure R, was so popular and adopted not that long ago. Was it 2016 or 18? I forget. 2016, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
With, I think, approaching 90% of the vote, right? There was a significant concern about parkland being transferred, and converted to something other than parkland. But the language of that isn't the best, and certainly my staff thought, warranted some clarification. Beyond that, there have been a number of proposals recently for what are considered secondary uses of parkland. Most obvious one is for telecom, facilities that in theory could be installed on parkland, would not compromise the use of that parkland, and potentially generate revenue, for the city along the way. These proposed changes would allow transfers like that in ways that I think are good and thoughtful. It requires a supermajority vote from the council and findings. All the money has to be used for park purposes. But this is a very sensitive issue. And it's clearly level 3, right? And it might not be well received by the public or frankly, any of you. And so it wasn't shied away from. The proposed changes make sense. They were actually supported and even proposed in one case by the Planning Commission and Parks and Rec Commission. So it wasn't viewed as a controversial matter, but it's a sensitive area. And so the group recognized that and puts it in level 3. The next couple are doozies too. Qualification requirements for the elected chief of police. There is a proposal to add a requirement for a post-management certificate to be qualified to be the chief of police. Right now, the qualifications are very, very low and would allow potentially a patrol officer with 5 or more years' experience, to run for that position. In the last 30 years, everybody who's held that position has had this standing. And so with the idea that this is a professional position, it ought to be treated as one, there's support for this addition, including by the current chief of police, who himself qualifies for that standard and recognizes that a management experience is a meaningful addition. Level 3, sensitive area, right? The chief of police, the elected chief of police. CRC understood, but didn't want to shy away from things that made sense as part of this update. Other provisions here where there's a vague provision for the city to judge qualifications of elected officials and judge the outcome of elections really were recipes for kind of politicization of that determination. And that's been revised to clarify what the city council's role is in both those instances. When you had your last election certification, and there actually was a qualifications issue brewing, I actually presented a pretty significant legal analysis in your report. You may remember from that back in 2024. This riffs off that, right? This project is designed to take experiences we actually have, right, in interpreting the charter and trying to apply the charter and turn it into an update that makes sense, hopefully for everybody. Madam Mayor, your powers and duties have been gathered now in one place. They were scattered a little bit, but without substantive changes. I obviously want you to look at that point and everyone to look at that to make sure that that's an accurate statement. The intent was to organize it and not to undermine any of the existing powers and authorities rightfully held by the mayor. It also, in fact, eliminates a provision requiring the mayor to identify funding sources or cuts in support of any recommendation regarding the budget. That's kind of an odd, condition. The mayor's not going to know exactly where money is, before she can make a recommendation, or none of you might. You just make your recommendations, and it's staff's job to figure out, where the money goes. So this provision that requires that has been eliminated, and the ability to make recommendations has been added to the city council powers and duties section, which is presented here. There was not a statement of city council powers and duties in the charter. There's statements for all the senior officials, there's statements for the mayor, but nothing about city council powers and duties. It's a gap, I think, that warranted filling. And so this charter update adds language about the city council generally, and also importantly, adds language about individual council people. The duties that were added for individual council members, in addition to the general city council authority, emphasizes consideration of public input, ethics, with an expectation of professional and courteous conduct towards all. It was a consensus of the CRC, both in the group that looked at this and at large, particularly in light of the preamble, that things like this ought to be included in the charter, and versions of it we think that were responsibly done are now there. Councilmanic interference, while that term is no longer there, is still prohibited with any formal action deemed that is the product of councilmanic interference deemed void. But the language for automatic removal from office has been eliminated and instead has been moved and addressed as part of the general violations of the charter section that I talked about earlier. And we can talk about that more and why that makes sense. Term limits weren't changed, but they were clarified to make it clear that they are lifetime term limits, but that service in one office doesn't count as service in another office. In other words, if you have lifetime, limit on your city council, status, that wouldn't count against your ability to run for mayor, or vice versa, or frankly, any of the other elected offices. It also states clearly that no term limits apply to the offices of the chief of police and the city clerk. There are no term limits on that position. Per the charter, bylaws, there was no discussions about changing that, but it was stated, so it was clear, in case anybody's looking, is there a term limit on this, it's now clearly stated that there's no term limits. The compensation section was also updated, but not in a way to change, how elected officials were compensated. As you know, there's a salary setting commission that was created. They've got their own standards for how they determine what the salary is for elected officials, both full-time and part-time. But since there's a salary setting commission mentioned, the salary setting commission section has now been created in the boards and commissions section because it's a charter, in effect, created board and commission. So all of their provisions were moved over there. Per current practices, there is a better definition now of total compensation. Council people are entitled to both a salary and benefits. Those benefits are now identified, as the Salary Setting Commission has been identifying them, as a retirement benefit that council people can opt into, or a health benefit, which hasn't been provided yet, but has been analyzed, with a clear statement that to avoid that being turned into salary or other compensation, that any health benefit wouldn't be convertible to cash. It's supposed to be a health benefit. So that's how the Salary Setting Commission has been evaluating that. It's the charter language isn't clear. It now is about how that works. Vacancies, another gap in the charter that was identified. There's provisions about, in the event of a vacancy, how you might appoint or hold an election to replace an elected official, but nothing actually says what a vacancy is. The charter now says that in good detail, in a fairly standard way. It includes a conviction of a felony or a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude or misconduct in office, moral turpitude as defined under state law. And it also makes it a little more clear what the process would be in the event of a vacancy. There's a declaration first, and then an appointment needs to occur within a certain number of days. The previous number of days was 30. The view of the CRC and professional staff that's had experience with that is that's not a lot of time, right? If you have a vacancy, to solicit interest, to schedule meetings and potentially multiple interviews, and then sort through a usually challenging process amongst you to actually make an appointment. By increasing it for 30 to 45 days, it gives a better chance that an appointment might be made. With respect to when an election might be held, if in fact there's a failure to make a vacancy, make an appointment. The existing language said that an election shall be held forthwith. We all thought that that was pretty funny. We were trying to get rid of formal language like that, but we also don't know what it means, and it hasn't been interpreted consistently in the past. And so, with a clear sense that an election was supposed to occur right away, but not necessarily a special election, which might be very expensive, particularly if it was a citywide election. The consensus was to delete the word forthwith, but to say that the election would be held at the next scheduled statewide election. In other words, one that could be consolidated, that would have reasonable costs, but that would be soon, right? The next available statewide election. City elections generally, there was a lot of good clarifying language about what the interrelationship was between the city clerk's office and the ROV. As you know, ROV, we consolidate, they run the elections. There are certain rules that and arrangements that need to be worked out amongst them, and that's now clearly addressed. Administration and determination of election outcomes has also been cleaned up. Again, the provision for the city council to judge elections is replaced with now the traditional role under state law to certify the election. There's better language in the city council members elected by districts section. I did miss a provision that needs to be updated there to have the baseline of what those maps are, not be the judicial determination back in 2018, but the subsequent redistricting that was done in 2022. Sorry, your current charter doesn't reflect that. With great eyes and assistance from the elected city clerk, he caught that issue, and we'll address that, in a subsequent revised version. Redistricting, which apparently you guys had a lot of experience with in the mid 2000s and up or in the mid aughts, the tens and beyond, is not really very clearly provided for us how that will work in the charter. Most charters where districts have been implemented have something about that. The thought of this group, since that was a complicated subject, but that it needed to be addressed, was to at least add a reference to a redistricting process, including provision for a redistricting commission, best practice, but not to try to decide how that commission gets chosen and what the level of their independence is, and ultimately making that determination. And so there's a provision for it, but it's left to city council policy to decide. There's a lot of provisions here regarding city council meetings and actions that have been improved, mostly with clarifying language. The added language clarifies the quorum requirements per existing rules and practices, right? A quorum is defined as a majority of the number of seats that are there, not the number of seats that are filled, so that even if you had a vacancy, it would still be 4, right, for a quorum. It also makes much clearer the distinction between a quorum and the vote, right? A quorum is the minimum that you need in order to transact business. The vote is different, right? It needs to be 4 affirmative votes or more, depending upon what state law or the charter requires. All of that is made much more clear as a result of this language. There's a provision that requires in any lease or disposition of city property valued at more than $500 that the city publish a notice of that and actually give people an opportunity to, when the sale is going to be consummated, offer competing bids, and the city can accept bids of 5% or greater than that. That's not a realistic kind of real-world modern provision, particularly for a city like ours. That section was looked at, and it was talked about as, can it be modified, can that dollar limit be increased? But ultimately the thought was that it really wasn't salvageable, and it's proposed for deletion. Is that a level 3 matter? Are people heavily invested in that publication right and disposition of real property? Worth discussing, amongst you, but the thought was it was very out of date, and there's a lot of legal notice requirements and decisions that you make in public before property is sold. Mayor, I've got a lot more still to talk about, and we're coming up on 6:30. I'm debating keeping going and getting, maybe another one of the groups kind of in and in front of you, and then maybe cutting, to the chase at the end. But happy to keep going and get and finish as much as I can.
I wanted to stop at 6:45 so we can change over to the council meeting, but I also need to go to the public. And I know we're having a special meeting next Monday to deal with this directly, and I know you can finish. So if you want to give start into the next section, but give me at least 7, 8 minutes or so for the public. Do we have any hands up at this point, Nora? No? Okay, maybe 5 minutes at
Very
the
good, Mayor.
end, and maybe the council can hold their comments until Monday.
Yeah, and
Because
of
if you're,
course,
I see you're only halfway through your PowerPoint.
yeah, Mayor, I thought I was being pretty brisk too after we.
Well, you told me 45 minutes today, but you spent the first 40 preluding everything, so just FYI.
A righteous
in case you didn't
prelude,
know.
however, Madam Mayor.
Yes, your
in order
prelude
to-
power is unbelievable, so if you'd like to just continue, and I'll stop you at some point so I can go to the public.
Very good.
Okay,
Appreciate that,
go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor. Let's get into group 3, and then I'll maybe cut to the end for a nice segue for public input.
Well, you've got about 8 minutes, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Group 3, senior officials had a meaningful task in evaluating these positions. Again, most intriguingly, I think for a lot of people, the chief of police powers and duties. The recommendation in front of you includes language to make it clear that the chief of police is the head of the police department. This isn't in the charter. It is currently in the city's ordinances, but those can be changed, right? And I think the CRC thought it important that this position, as a charter elected position, be treated as a professional position and not as a ceremonial one. And so part of that is the elected chief of police being the head of their department. And so that language was added and is supported both by the city manager and the chief of police as a meaningful addition. There was also an added obligation, because this wasn't in there either, in the chief of police professional discretion to advise the city council and the city manager on matters relating to public safety and law enforcement. So chief of police now clearly is the head of the police department and clearly has a responsibility as the lead law enforcement, official for the city to provide this, advice to you. They can't be isolated, and not provide that information. That provision is also supported by the existing chief of police and city manager. City manager and chief of police did try to work through and develop some language and resolution of the question around who between them has appointing authority and discipline authority with respect to members of the police department. Right now, they're getting along very well with that. It's really done, jointly in consultation, with one another. But the charter doesn't speak to it in any way other than to designate the city manager as the appointing authority for all, officials within the city and all employees within the city. And so there was a noble attempt, including a good spirited discussion in front of Group 3 in order to resolve that. But ultimately, it wasn't resolved. So we know that the group and staff knows that these changes that are proposed make sense and reinforce the professional nature of this position. But of course, this is a sensitive area, and even this modest proposal could be challenging, for the city council to support. But good for you to discuss, and wanted to present it to you. City clerk's powers and duties was also discussed, and we were very fortunate to have in the elected city clerk position and in the appointed assistant city clerk position, two very thoughtful people who worked well together and who were able to really provide very meaningful input, both to the Group 3 that they appeared in front of and on the actual language drafting to come up with a current, clear statement of the current allocation of duties that everyone thinks makes sense. So the charter current allocation of duties between the city clerk and the assistant city clerk are now reflected by these proposed changes. The city clerk's, elected city clerk's primary duty is to serve as the city's election official. He's got some other meaningful responsibilities regarding certification of documents, but this is really the big one, most significant of his responsibilities. in order to administer elections and the related duties under state and local law. It adds a duty for the city clerk in that role to consult with the professional assistant city clerk, who's actually has a specific training kind of in that area and has administered many elections. And it also allows the assistant city clerk to perform city clerk day-to-day duties to support city council meetings and to maintain city records, as she does already, with a provision that allows her to act in the event of the extended absence of the city clerk in his place as necessary for continuity of city operations or compliance with laws. So, really good language. I encourage you to look at it. Very thoughtful discussions amongst the people currently holding that position. Sweeps away some ambiguity and lack of clarity, at least at the charter level, on how that's supposed to work. Mayor, I think I'm going to skip ahead and leave the more substantive presentation. That was not good.
Slide are you trying to go to?
I was trying to get to the couple of ending slides, and I'll get there. It's not going backwards. I think this is what I need to do. There we go. In the end,
Slide 42.
Madam Mayor, yes, and Council, slide 42. When we get through all the rest of those sections, I just wanted to leave you with where, you know, the committee ended up, and we'll obviously fill in the substance at your next meeting. It is the CRC's recommendation that the council proceed with a comprehensive update for consideration by voters at the November election. The request is that when you get comfortable with this, and we know it'll take some more discussions and presentations to do that, you include all level 1 and level 2 changes, and such level 3 changes that you feel comfortable will be supported by the community in one comprehensive recommendation. Level 3 changes under consideration are these that are identified here. There's a few we haven't talked about, so I'll just let you look at those for now. At least one of those, and we'll talk about it in great substance, the proposal for the overhaul of the public work procurement section, is thought to be worthy both by the CRC and professional staff as something that you might consider putting on as a separate measure. It makes sense as part of the overall comprehensive update because it aligns, with the overall charter purpose. But that one may be worth, considering in that way. There are things you need to think about that we'll talk about more in detail. Of course, election costs, what actually goes on the ballot, a need for public education, and the group's got some thoughts about that, and additional work that will be required if the measure passes. But I want to turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor, to go to the public and maybe council to start, if we have time, with any questions they might have, and we can take this up again at the June 15th meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. And I'm actually going to go to the public first to see if there's any public comments, because definitely I have to get that in first. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on what's been presented so far? And it's not the whole request for changes. We're going to continue that on Monday.
That's right.
At a dedicated, it's the only item on the agenda, right?
It is. I think we had to put in a closed session on that beforehand, Madam Mayor, but it's the only.
What time is the meeting on Monday?
I think is closed session 5:30 and the meeting starting at 6?
Yeah, for the meeting for the public.
Yeah,
Is
I
it
think it's 6 o'clock, Madam Mayor. And,
6 p.m.? All right, so we're going to continue this in further discussion because we didn't hear the whole item, 6 p.m. on Monday. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone online? No. Okay, so we'll go for the next 5 minutes to our council members. Councilmember Jane, followed by Hardy.
Thank you for this. I know that this has been kind of all-consuming for you, and it's a lot of work. Thank you for the committee members for putting in your time. Unlike us, you were not paid for this. So what I wanted to know is, what is the schedule? What is the last day that we can put something on the ballot. And aside from the procurement, which I think is really not controversial because it's modern procurement policies like design build and PDB and progressive design build and things that, other agencies routinely do. What other items that you might want to separate out as ballot measures, was that considered? And it wasn't clear to me on the chief of police duties. The chief of police is an elected official. It's essentially a political position. And if that person has the ability to promote and fire people, that could be made political. So I kind of like the current policy, which is the city manager's office, which is appointed by the full council, then has control over discipline and promotions. Those are my questions.
All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was thinking about how many people in the city have actually read the charter, and I think the majority of those people who have read the entire charter are in this room at this point. And that's probably one reason we don't have anyone online. I know I've read it several times, but I thought about it, I've never read it with the idea of what needs to be changed. So that was an interesting dive into that. So I had the same question about the deadline for the November 3rd election. I had made that, and I believe it is a simple majority to pass something. And also, I was going to tease you in the report, you had put you explained BOLT for Board of Library Trustees, but you used CAO, and it took me a while to go, oh, that's got to be the city attorney's office.
Yeah, how could that not be universally known and understood?
We should know that.
It just took me, I had to look at it in context, so I really like the idea of having the definitions also that will be part of that, and I understand why it's not done yet. But I also want to say thank you to our committee for all your time, effort, energy, headaches, long meetings, and I was really happy with what I saw.
Councilmember Cox.
I think not to fragment what we're doing today with what's going to happen on Monday, I'll save my questions for then, but I would like a little bit more understanding about the deferral of ordinance language that's going to be put on future councils or future charter. It looks like there's 18, I think, total deferrals that will need to have language implemented or decisions made at a different date. So I think one of the things that would be important to understand is what are the risks of doing that? And if there's anything that we can correct prior to election to make sure that we're not offsetting or leaving holes in a charter that could become problematic for subsequent councils.
Thank you. And I wanted to stop the meeting now. I don't know, City Attorney, if there's any quick ones you can answer on
I can
this.
hit some quick ones, Madam
Why don't you
Mayor?
answer some quick ones because we need to turn this over for the council meeting.
Agreed. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll hit some quick ones. And the report goes into this in greater detail. Any action by the city council to place a matter on the November ballot needs to be to the registrar of voters in complete and final form by August 7th. Based on your calendar and your recess schedule, you would need to take final action by July 14th in order to make that happen. And so the idea is to get you informed enough and comfortable enough so that the full package can be put together and potentially you could act at that time. Member Hardy asked the same question, and Member Cox, to your question, I appreciate you looking at that, and that's a very good question. There are a number of things, and in your detailed report, you'll see that we outline at least a few of those that the charter contemplates that need to be done, right, to bring the proposed updates, to life. we added a provision, knowing that that might take some time, that if the charter update was adopted, contemplating these, provisions, it's in one of the miscellaneous sections at the end. The law that's currently in place at the time, including applicable general laws, would govern. And so there's not a gap. That was something that we did think about. But you're right, as a matter of a work effort, this charter does give future work, right? And contemplates kind of policies and things to bring some of its provisions to life. And that's talked about in your report, and we can talk about it more on the 15th. I think that's good, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just stop. Councilmember Park, do you have a quick question? Otherwise, put it in writing. We need to turn this meeting
Yes, and if
over.
I might say, I would welcome all of
all
your,
the stuff
any
in
questions
writing.
that you have in writing to prepare us in advance for the 15th would be very, very welcome. You now have the full report, the benefit of this, at least partial report, and of course, the underlying strikeout and final documents that are annotated with it, and they really do provide a lot of explanation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And thank you to the Charter Review Committee members that are here today.
So I did have a quick question, so I'm going to
If you
ask
have
that.
a quick question, go ahead quickly.
So I wasn't even here that long, and I heard when you commenting about some of the proposed changes that they could be somewhat controversial. But if I look back at the 2005, the May 1st meeting of the Governance and Ethics Committee, we had level 1, level 2, level 3 clearly defined, and we were looking at level 1 and level 2. And level 1 was clarification, not changing functioning of the city. We really want to clean up language, and we want to clean up language to pass. And level 2 was changing a little non-controversial. And to hear, again, this, and this is one of the reasons why I voted against this when it came in front of council. I voted against the committee because when we talked about it in governance and ethics, we talked about it in one way, and when it was brought to council, it was brought to council much larger than we had discussed in governance and ethics. And when I went back to the governance and ethics
Okay,
to hear
I need
that,
a question.
but I want to know, why are we looking at anything that's controversial? Like at some point, if it is controversial, why wouldn't we drop it and stick with the level 1, level 2, the spirit of level 1, level 2 changes?
And we will be discussing that on Monday.
Yeah, that's absolutely an
Monday.
option, and we talked about that before you
I
came.
agree with a lot of that, but
We
we
can
will
talk about
talk
it more.
about that on Monday. Thank you very much, and we will be back here at 7 p.m. Thank you for the report, City Attorney. Could everyone take their seats, please? Could everyone take their seats, please? We have a lot on the agenda tonight, so we gotta keep moving. Thank you, everyone. If I could ask my council to come take their seats, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
No.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Cox.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that it's the presiding officer, the mayor, and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last four digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So now we'll move on to the council agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane has his hand up.
I'll get to those hands in a minute. Continuances, exceptions, reconsideration. Continuances, exceptions, we had no closed session, reconsiderations. All right, are these hands for that?
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
So I sent a message to the clerk as I would like item 11 to be moved after the public presentations.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. All right, and let's, for the record, item 11, let me read that, is action on council request, Council Policy 0030 for a resolution in support of Mwekama Ohlone Tribe being recognized. We'll move that after public presentations. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. I had sent in a number of questions on item 3F, and I didn't quite get all my answers. So I spoke with the city manager, and I'd like to continue item 3F. That's the agreement with Blair Church and Flynn on EV charger stations. And I think the city manager has something to say.
Is that 3F? Did you say F and G or just F?
F.
City manager?
My request would be we pull it for questions and comments, and then after staff comments, you can make the decision on whether you'd like to continue it to another meeting.
Okay, so we'll take that up on consent calendar, 3F. Okay, seeing none, we have 3 special orders of business this evening. And our first special order of business, we have Jason Baker, the Caltrain Director of Government Relations and Community Affairs, who will provide an overview of Caltrain's structural deficit, and the significant service impacts associated with a no external funding scenario that may directly affect residents and commuters throughout the region, including within the city of Santa Clara. And I dropped my son off this morning at Caltrain to go back to San Francisco, so I'm anxious to hear about that. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Gilmore, council members. I am not Jason Baker.
I see that.
My name is Michelle Bouchard. I'm the executive director here for Caltrain. I am here to introduce Jason, but prior to doing that, I did just want to, first of all, thank you all, not only to hear this presentation this evening, but as constituents of Caltrain. We consider all of the communities in which we operate so important to the success of our system. And one of the things, I'm not going to steal too much from Jason's presentation, but part of the reason why I wanted to speak with you is we have a really important discussion to have. It's somewhat of an inflection point in Caltrain's history. Post-electrification, which has been transformative. We're a year and a half into the service, and we're experiencing growth that is nation-leading in terms of ridership growth. And so Caltrain very much has managed to leverage the electrification program to better serve its communities. We do see ourselves in a very, very positive direction, and that's because all of the support that we've gotten for this transformative investment. On the flip side of that, Jason's also going to talk about our long-term financial outlook, which is somewhat bleak. We've been able to balance our budget in FY27 on one-time funds. That's a loan from the state of California, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. The one thing I want to emphasize is that over the course of time, Caltrain, which is very much a commuter railroad or has identified itself as that, very much has transitioned itself to the Bay Area's regional railroad. We are supporting all sorts of kinds of trips. We're not just focused on the commute, and in fact, where we see the largest growth, it is non-commute trips. That's from a percentage perspective. I really appreciated attending the event with council members Jane and Park. I am wearing my Caltrain jersey, looking forward to the next 6 weeks, because we see special events as one of the ways that Caltrain is really going to make itself very well known to folks who aren't currently riding, and hopefully we'll get some permanent riders out of that. But without further ado, I do want to introduce Jason Baker for the rest of the presentation. And again, thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Michelle. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you. Thank you for entrusting us to your kid. I used to drop my kids off in Santa Clara for their grandparents to have them taken care of for all during their school years. Went to Santa Clara Law and got married in the Mission, so it feels like I'm back home again, and it's great to be home. So the paper here says I'm Jason Baker, Director of Government Affairs and Community Relations. I know you have a full agenda, so I'm going to go pretty quickly, and then if you want to ask questions, that'll be available at the end. So I know you all know the Caltrain corridor pretty well, but just as a high-level reminder, Caltrain has been around for 160 years, and we're so happy that we've gone from steam power to diesel and now electric in this new iteration of Caltrain's life. Last year, we took a poll, talked to voters, and you pick up you call a voter, and 82% of them had a favorable rating of Caltrain. And it is 91% favorability with our regular riders. So people really do love the new system, the new schedules, and all the amenities that brings. Trains are really cool to talk about, and they are really fun. If you haven't been on one, I would encourage you to. But the system really doesn't mean anything unless you talk about the people that use the system. Every day, there are thousands of riders getting onto Caltrain, over 1 million people a month, and they're taking it to work, to school, to healthcare, to job opportunities, and so much more. And not only do we have a daily impact on people's lives, but you zoom out and see what Caltrain does for the region, it's really impactful. Today, Caltrain carries the equivalent of 3 freeway lanes of traffic. We're touching 3 counties and over 37% of the entire Bay Area region. Caltrain moves people, but we also support local economies. That's your cities, the communities up and down the corridor. Access to good, frequent transit can mean higher property values and increased business activity and increased tax bases. There are a lot of things going on. There's a lot on the slide. I won't touch on them all, but we've got TOD at both ends of the corridors we're working on. We've got a battery electric train coming in 2028 or so, and we're using AI solutions along with dumb solutions like bollards to make our crossings safer. So when we talk about our electrification program, the system is more fast and more frequent. It's a better experience overall for riders. We've got free Wi-Fi, outlets at every seat, and really terrific on-time performance. You can really count on Caltrain to be there when you need it. And not only do we have to tell you, we don't need to just talk about it, the numbers are actually proving it out. Last year, APTA, the National Public Transit Organization, said Caltrain was the fastest growing system in the United States. We're seeing over 50% growth year over year, I think it's 55, and our weekend ridership is the highest it's ever been in our history. We've certainly seen huge increases in the sporting events, and our ridership is diverse. Nearly 50% of our riders are low-income, youth, seniors, or people with disabilities. Here you see the ridership stats here. You can see Santa Clara there, over 100% increase since electrification, 104.7. That's one of our best ridership increases on the network. So as we're thinking about the future and what we need to do, we want to include a slide about city partnerships here. There are so many alignments that we share with you all when it comes to economic goals, parking, traffic relief, greenhouse gas reductions, and all the things that you think about day to day. And Caltrain is and wants to be a good partner in that. And so we want to lean in and just kind of have a moment to say, we're open to different creative partnerships. We really want to think about how we can work better with cities. And that's everything from discounted Go Passes that really work for the hybrid commuter now, because we realized we had to change our Go Pass model since the pandemic and since people were commuting to the office less often. So Menlo Park is an example of a city that are buying these passes for their cities and encouraging businesses to do the same. And then we're also showcasing cities along the corridor. And we just wanted to put a plug in there. As you think of ideas, come talk to us and see how we can partner together. So moving on, this is kind of where we are. In March of 2020, our ridership plummeted to about 2% of what it was. So we have a really huge hill to climb, more than some systems that didn't drop that far during the pandemic. But you can see where our trajectory is now, and that's the ridership increases that we're seeing. People really do love the more frequent service, the better train experience. One of the biggest reasons we're having financial challenges is our fares no longer cover the same share of costs. We used to have about 72% fare box recovery. That's running the railroad basically on selling tickets, and that's not normally how public transit works. We're still at about 30% fare box recovery. That is still nation leading like our 72% was before, but it's not where it was before. So that begs the question, why do we have that deficit Michelle talked about, a $75 million annual operating deficit? Well, commute patterns shifted, ridership and revenue is less than before, and that's ridership, also parking revenue, rental, and advertising income. Costs rose with inflation, and electrification did raise fixed costs. You get a new, nice train system, and there are some increased fixed costs with that. And these together, along with some one-time funding expiring, is really the cause. So here's a look at what the deficit looks like, $75 million on average. As Michelle said, this year we are stable because of state loan and good work from our budget and cuts we are making. But after fiscal year 28 is where we start to have a considerable operating deficit, about 30% of our budget. That said, we know that before we go and look elsewhere for external funds, we really need to look internally. What can we do to contain costs? On this slide, you'll see we have strategic hiring freezes. We've introduced a comprehensive reduction of costs. We're really proud that we held our operator contract to previous levels. And with inflation, that means it actually is a reduction. And that's a huge part of our budget. We're getting electric charges money back from the trains. These trains recharge electricity when they stop, just like a Prius does. So we're getting about 40% recharging, and about half that goes back to the grid, and we weren't getting paid for that, and now we are, to the tune of about $1 million a year. Thank you to Peninsula Clean Energy and San Jose Clean Energy for that. And then this is something that Michelle has really pushed us hard on is, look, now that the fare box isn't, we can't rely on the fare box like we could before, what are other opportunities for us to have non-fare box revenue? And that's everything from special events, advertising, naming rights, solar energy, and we've got fiber optic that runs up the 51 miles of our corridor, and then longer-term options like TOD and commercial leasing. So here's where we are. Our board and that yellow dot on June 4th had a discussion about a framework for how to deal with the considerable deficits we're talking about if we don't get external funding. And it shows really two different paths we're on. If there is external funding available, then we're going to be able to maintain the great service we have today. There's the middle path where if external funding comes but there's a delay, we'll try to work things out, and that will be a challenge. And then the other path is if there's no external funding, we have that delay, and we're really talking about significant cuts for the railroad. Here's what those cuts would look like in broad terms, and what the board asked us to do on June 4th is to sort of dive deeper in and have the numbers behind these and what they would really look like fiscally. But you see on the left side our service now, frequent service, trains every 15 minutes in the peak, every 30 minutes, all day, every day, weekend service, long hours, and of course the special event service that we're proud of. The potential cuts there on the right side, hourly weekday service, so instead of half hourly, which we know riders responded to, it'd be once an hour, no weekend service, early shutdown at 9 p.m., no special event service, and closing about a third of our stations. So significant cuts to say the least. The problem with that is because of our model, because of our good fare box, cuts could make the problem worse, a sort of a downward spiral. We could cut service, people don't want to ride as much, you lose that revenue, you got to cut more service. And so, I mean, that's really a fundamental piece on this. We've talked so far just about Caltrain, but we know that BART and Muni and ACE, our connected systems, also have significant budget deficits and are contemplating significant cuts. And so that would mean an effect throughout the system. And then the fact is, even the significant cuts we talked about wouldn't solve Caltrain's budget deficit. We would still have a significant deficit. And so if that continued for a while, we would or could get to a point where we would consider a shutdown of service for a couple of years. And I don't like to talk about it, I don't like to, but that's really one of the possible scenarios. So this is what we're talking about. On the left side, again, is the cuts. We know the ridership and revenue going. We're going to do all we can to do that. We're going to do what we can to cut, but we can't raise or cut our way out of this deficit. We really do need external funding. So we're at an important crossroads here. We thought it was important because you were our partners on the corridor to come out and make you aware of this situation. And so that's what we're doing tonight. And we're available tonight for questions, and anytime if you want a briefing on this individually, my door is open.
Thank you so much, Jason. I'm going to ask the council if they have any quick questions. Again, these are special order of business. We have a lot going on tonight. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, yesterday I rode Caltrain up to Millbrae to meet somebody up there, and it was very convenient. And I think, as you said, Caltrain provides 3 lanes worth of traffic of passenger rides. And if we had to expand our highways by 3 lanes, that would be hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. And so this Caltrain, people that don't even ride Caltrain, they benefit from Caltrain because it reduces congestion and their driving. So I guess, having the service go from half hour to an hour, I guess my question is, how much do you think it would cut your ridership of 40,000 per day?
We ask all the questions first, and then, so if you hold off for
Oh,
a
okay,
minute.
good. It'll give me time to try to remember that number. But
If you can even get that now, if not, maybe we can do emails. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and sorry to be in that financial aspect right now. My question is on the Caltrain ridership trends. 18, 19, you had a very good ridership and 70% fare box recovery, basically. And then we saw the decline after COVID. So is the decline primarily because more people have started working from home? Have you analyzed, is that the primary reason that we could not get more riders? And we are thinking of adding another services like special event and fulfilling those, yeah.
And I'm holding off on answers, right?
Yes.
All right.
I know.
See how many I can keep in my head.
It's hard, isn't it? It's hard. Councilmember Hardy.
I will say I ride Caltrain all the time and love it, and the difference the electrification has made is amazing. I was wondering if we see any uptick as the gas prices go up. Do we see more ridership? I will say I've noticed it's at least double of what it was, and when I go up to see the Giants baseball game, anything, there's no way I want to drive that. And so I'm wondering, I like the idea of trying to advertise on the trains, anything that we can do. I mean, if we had to cut it to 45 minutes instead of, half an hour, I don't know. But I really don't want to lose that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Just a quick question, as far as the percentage increases in ridership, is there a certain demographic as far as age that you're seeing that in, or is it just overall?
All right, there you go. Go ahead, Jason.
All right, so how many riders would we lose to cuts? I think it's about 50% is what our projection is. I mean, the answer is we don't know because it's rider behavior, but our projection is, and what we do know is people's behavior when we took it to half hour, and they came on in those kinds of numbers, right? And so you figure if you dial that back, that's kind of what you're going to get. The ridership loss is largely to work. We had about 80% of our ridership pre-pandemic was people commuting 5 days a week. Now it's more like 2-3 days a week, and the good part of that is we are much more of a regional railroad, not just as commuter focused, but the bad part is they're not riding us 5 days a week. Did I get them all? Did I miss one? Gas prices.
Gas prices, that was
Do you notice a
I mean,
difference?
look, traffic and gas prices certainly are, I think, drivers of ridership because people start to realize you can get a pretty good deal on transit when you aren't paying for parking and you aren't paying for gas. And yeah, I mean, we're doing everything we can to have advertising revenue, and we've got a dedicated business person who's working on, can we get ads, can we get business partnerships, because we really know that we need to look at non-fare box revenue.
Thank you very much, Jason and Michelle, for bringing this to our attention. It's on our radar now, and we realize, how serious this is and how much we all support Caltrain and, would lend our support for whatever we need to do to make sure that the service isn't reduced. So thank you so much for bringing this to our attention this evening.
Thanks for being great partners.
Thank you. All right. I'm moving on. For our next special order of business, Santa Clara.
Comment.
Excuse me, I'm moving on. For our next special order of business, Santa Clara is proud to proclaim the month of June as Pride Month. Pride Month began in June 1969 when protesters stood their ground against police raids on the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar in New York City. The Stonewall Uprising sparked the gay rights movement and changed our country forever. Pride Month is a time to honor the movement and celebrate the generations of LGBTQ+ people who have fought to live openly and authentically. There are over 300 anti-trans legislative bills introduced that attack the basic fundamental rights of our LGBTQ+ communities. More than 60 countries have anti-LGBTQ+ laws, which have people seeking asylum in other countries. The time is now to stand united against discrimination and remind everyone that here in Santa Clara, we support the rights of all individuals. This evening, we are honored to have Dr. Ken Yeager, the Executive Director of the Bay Area Municipal Elections Committee, known as BAYMAC, Community Foundation, and an overseer of the LGBTQ+ Local History Project, Queer Silicon Valley, with us to receive the Pride Month proclamation. The Baybeck Community Foundation is a nonprofit foundation dedicated to education, services, and issues affecting the local LGBTQ community and the creation of a more equal future for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning LGBTQ+ community in Silicon Valley and neighboring regions. I would now like to invite Dr. Ken Yeager to the podium to say a few words. Dr. Yeager. Welcome.
Well, thank you. It's always great to be here. And just as your remarks were just spot on at the flag raising, those were wonderful remarks as well. It's been great working with you for the last 10 years. You've been so supportive of the LGBTQ plus community. Certainly the 10 years of raising the flag. I'm sure 10 years at least with proclamations, the support of the Rainbow Sidewalk. The city just has opened up its hearts to our community, and I appreciate it. I do just want to briefly say that I don't take this commendation or proclamation lightly. Just very quick little history. It was in 1975 that the San Jose City Council for the first time took a vote on doing a pride proclamation, but God forbid they use the word LGBTQ or pride, and it was Human Rights Week. And even that, and it passed 4-3, but there was such an uproar from mainly the Christian community that the council took another vote the next week and rescinded it. And it then took basically 15 years until Mayor Susan Hammer, who was a great supporter, came and then issued the first LGBTQ Pride proclamation. So this is significant, and it's important that allies speak out, as you said, for all of the reasons of what our community is facing, because the stronger we are together, it's a harder wall to try to bring down. So thank you, and thank you for the rest of the council. I appreciate it.
So, Dr. Yeager, if you'd please join us up here for a group photo. And I'd like to invite my colleagues down for the photo.
Of course.
Good, folks. With that, couple more. One more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For our final, last but not least, special order of business this evening, we are honored to proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in Santa Clara. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation to end slavery in the United States. On June 19th, 1865, 3 years later, the Union Army marched to Galveston, Texas, to enforce the Emancipation Proclamation ending slavery for all in the United States. The celebration of Juneteenth reminds us of the promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity in America, promises which must be extended to all individuals. Tonight, we are honored to have the Executive Director, Winston, oh my gosh, Winston, hard to get that out, Ashby from Party, known as Positive Alternative Recreation Team Building Impact. As the founder of the Party program, Winston has empowered over 50,000 youth through initiatives focused on violence prevention, leadership, and social equity, profoundly impacting youth and communities through his visionary leadership for the last 25 years. Party partners with schools and civic leaders to develop action plans supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Party supports our youth who have been discriminated against and affected by racial practices in the Bay Area. Now I didn't have to invite him, he's already up there, he's raring to go. He's got a lot of energy, this guy. Executive Director Winston Ashby to the podium to speak about your great work. Winston, when you're ready. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. The United States in 2026 is celebrating its 250th birthday. The birth of slavery in the colonies began in 1619. And as America, the United States, received its independence, slavery continued from 1776 to 1865. Over 246 years, Africans and African Americans here in America, these United States, are often left unappreciated, valued, and without rights. The Voting Rights Act of 1965, which ratified that all blacks and people of all colors and all creeds was in effect to create equal access and accessibility to the voting polls. In 2026, in the state of Louisiana, there is a push to dismantle those voting rights. In 2026, there is the Show Your Papers SAVE Act to dismantle voting rights. And as we see in places like Minnesota and other places in the country, there are pauses in freedom, there are pauses in liberation, there are pauses in opportunities and access for not just African Americans or Africans, but for all ethnicities. So I stand here to say thank you, City of Santa Clara, because outside in your pillars it says Santa Clara will be a safe place. And we thank you for valuing every person, every human being, every youth here in Santa Clara. So with this proclamation that you provide to us, this is not a recognition, this is our call to action as the party program to ensure that there's a pipeline for the next generation of young people to have access to jobs, have access to equity, have access to caring people who value, so that we can all work together, including with our civic leaders. So by March of 2027, you better write this down, we are going to provide voices of the next generation who are doing amazing things to you, so they can have access to be able to receive this, so we can continue the tradition of celebrating, building, and growing in this great country, leading by the examples of this great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Winston, and I've seen firsthand what you do and how you are such a leader to the young people in our community. Thank you so much for your good work. May I ask you to please join us up here so that we may present you with this, be honored to present you with this proclamation.
more.
Okay, next we have our consent calendar.
Actually,
Of which all items are approved with one motion.
I have a point of order. I mean, while Ms. Bouchard and Mr. Baker are still in the room, I'd like to, point of order, I'd like to appeal the chair and hear Councilmember Jane's comment on the Caltrain presentation.
That would be up to council to,
That's correct.
Second.
all right, a motion and second to hear Councilmember Jane's very important comment about
It should
Caltrain.
never have been shut off.
Okay, City Clerk? Register your vote. You know what? I'm just going to say yes. Go ahead, because this just wastes time. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor. All the transit agencies in the area, in the Bay Area, are facing a fiscal cliff. They're on the November ballot. There's going to be the opportunity to vote to support all the transit agencies. BART is looking at $400 million of deficits. Caltrain's looking at $75 million. VTA is looking at $100 million going forward. We absolutely need to support these transit agencies. It's the way that our low-income people get around. It's the way that our young people get around. It's the way that our seniors get around. When I took Caltrain up to Millbrae yesterday, there was a legally blind woman who was taking Capitol Corridor to Sacramento. This is the way people get around. So we have the opportunity in November to support our transit agencies, and I encourage all the voters to come out and vote for this measure. Thank you.
Councilmember Park, your light's on too? All right, very good. We're moving now on to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item? Would you all stop, please? If you want to speak, put your light on. Is there any member of the audience would like to pull a motion, pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion? All right, seeing none. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I would like to pull. I would like to pull item 3F. That's the agreement with Blair, Church, and Flynn on EV charging.
City Manager, did you want to say something, or we'll bring it up when it comes up? Okay. City Clerk, besides item 3F, we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar.
Do you see the screens? No?
We don't see the vote.
Okay. We're having technical difficulties on my end. So maker of the motion, Vice Mayor Gonzalez, seconded by Councilmember Shahal. Roll call vote, please. Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
And this includes the Stadium Authority consent calendar as well.
Thank you. Mayor. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Cox.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. We did pull the one item, though. We'll hear it later. We'll hear it probably way later. So next, we have public presentations, and these are for items that are not on the agenda. I can't see any of the names, so City Clerk, if you'd like to call up those who filled out cards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First speaker is Wanda Buck, followed by Carolyn Chen and Rebecca. And our timer's not working as well, so our deputy will
Boy,
be.
we're really out of sync today,
Yeah, I don't know
aren't
what's
we?
going on.
Okay, so this is for up to 3 minutes.
3 minutes, yes.
Thank
And
you.
deputy will call the time.
Would you like me to call someone else up while you're finding it, or? Yeah, okay, let's go to the next one, and then we'll come back to you, Wanda, okay?
Caroline Chen.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and other leaders in our very beautiful city. I'm here tonight as a member of the City of Santa Clara Employees Association Bargaining Unit 578 and as a police department support staff employee, bringing to you our concerns of disproportionate treatment while supporting Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup operations. We manage critical functions, including law enforcement check-in, payroll accountability, command post intelligence, and investigative support. Together, we have accumulated 363 event work assignments across more than 200 Levi Stadium events. We understand the mission. We are proud to contribute to it. Department-wide communications have expressed participation in Super Bowl and FIFA operations as criteria for receiving negotiated benefits. Yet, despite working side by side with public safety employees, both sworn and non-sworn, in stadium and command post operations, being subject to mandatory work assignments, schedule modifications, extended workdays, and operational restrictions throughout Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup, Unit 578 members assigned to the police department have been excluded from meet and confer opportunities and negotiated benefits. Our request is simple. If police department support staff are expected to work alongside our brothers and sisters in Unit 2 and Unit 10, we should be able to be afforded the same opportunity for representation, for negotiation, and equitable consideration. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for equality. Thank you.
And thank you. And we're not able to respond to what you had brought up to us this evening, but we can refer this to the city manager for discussion with us at a later date.
Okay.
More likely in closed session. But
Thank
thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for coming forward.
Wanda Buck.
Wanda, are you ready? I am. Okay, come on back.
Mayor and council, thank you for your patience.
Okay.
First, I believe Parks and Recreation does care about seniors, and the supervisor does an excellent job with what she is given to work with. However, council perhaps is not aware of the impact of their votes to charge seniors and wherein services are being cut. There also have been scheduling conflict communications in some pooled usage for members. This summer is only 4 days a week, resulting in at least 28 hours a month time reduction, not counting the other weekly and holiday closures, as well as approximately 16 more hours per month wherein classes use the pools. That equals more than 44 hours per month less usage this summer. And why is the pool closed year-round on Fridays and the center early? Will the fees be removed for senior memberships, which has been promised to not be charged previously? Why is the city wasting the resource of the big, beautiful pool? Why are inadequate numbers of lifeguards being assigned or used elsewhere instead? Are those being moved to cover other facilities that are generating more money? Yes, Santa Clara seniors are being even more discounted since COVID. There is supposedly enough money now for the beautiful park master plan, including adding 80-plus acres, even though many seniors will die before the beautiful 2035 park master plan is completed. Why not use the big, beautiful pool, too, already built first? However, lumping in a group of older adults wherein ages are 50 to 90 plus at least sounds like a business model to raise funds. This lack of regard for seniors is wrong. The monies budgeted need to be addressed in the areas related to seniors. The city income for seniors, like from the 49er tickets, paid classes, and other sources like nonprofits and where being spent needs to be examined. I do believe that there has been caring in building the center for the seniors. It has somehow been lost in delivery of access and the broken cost promise in the face of exorbitant amounts of money comparatively being spent elsewhere in our city. Please consider that a large portion of Santa Clara citizens are older adults who statistically vote in a high number. They indeed are your citizens too. They are aware of being discounted and suffer physical pains and lack of ability to exercise on a regular, stable basis wherein can only do so in water. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda, and thank you for advocating for the seniors. We hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rebecca, followed by Barbara Estrada, and then followed by David Curtis.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Santa Clara seniors and the need for greater access to the senior center pool. I've spoken with many residents who tell me that they would like to use the senior center pool, but the available hours have become increasingly limited and unpredictable. As a result, some have chosen to pay for memberships at other facilities simply because they need reliable access to the pool for exercise and rehabilitation. This is disappointing because the senior center pool is one of Santa Clara's greatest assets. It is indoors, centrally located, accessible, and specifically serves a population that benefits tremendously from aquatic exercise. For many seniors, swimming and water fitness is not a luxury. They are among the few forms of exercise that can be performed safely while managing arthritis, joint pain, balance issues, and other age-related health concerns. The benefits extend beyond physical health. The senior center is a place where people build friendships, combat isolation, and stay connected to the community. Many seniors coordinate visits with friends or spouses, with one person using the pool while another uses the gym, and then gathering for lunch or other activities. These connections are important to quality of life. The Santa Clara senior population continues to grow. Access to recreation and wellness programs should expand, not shrink. Our seniors have contributed to this community for decades. They deserve reliable access to facilities that support their health independence and well-being. I respectfully ask the council to review the current pool schedule and restore and expand senior access where possible, and ensure that this valuable community resource remains available and dependable for residents it was designed to serve. Thanks for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Barbara Estrada, followed by David Curtis, followed by Howard Gibbons.
Welcome.
Good. Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what Wanda and Rebecca went over. I mean, they made the points. So my name is Bobby Estrada, and I've been a resident in the city of Santa Clara for 48 years. So what I'd like the council to consider, is it reasonable if you have this big, beautiful pool in this big, beautiful building, and the seniors in Santa Clara only have access to it 16 in the morning schedule. They do have an afternoon schedule, but in the morning schedule, is it reasonable that it's only available for 16 hours, which is 4 hours a day? No availability on Friday, no availability on Saturday. They're closed on Sunday. So if you want to get into a routine of exercise, you got to kind of squeeze it all in. So I would like to see if the council would consider looking at what are the reasons for that, for the scheduling? Is it the finances, or is it that they cannot fill their positions to cover the pool with the, I'm sorry, I forgot what they're called. The lifeguards, right. That if that's an issue, then I would hope that maybe the Parks and Rec would look into a recruitment program. All the high schools have beautiful pools, and they have lots of swimmers in this area, and we're known for our swimmers here in Santa Clara. So if you would consider looking into what is causing the need for this. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. I would say we would refer this to the city manager, but there's a budget coming up, so we may talk about it then as well. And we can also refer this to the city manager. Thank you. But we do have budget tonight, item 8. Howard, welcome.
Hello, thank you for being here. I'm here because of last meeting you all had. There was a thing about the security zone again. Thank you for not calling it a clean zone, because I am clean, really am. But anyway, again, several of you, even Suds, he's the one who first brought it up, that there's a licensed vendor out there. How about him? But the way they do it, everybody is out. We're all out. That's it. And I came here for 8 years of my life battling, even people before you, and some you've watched me throughout your whole career, battling to fight illegal vending. And I can't sit there, turn around, and go, to hell with this, I'm going to go out there and illegal vend. So that's kind of a drag, something I fought for 8 years, kind of biting me in the ass now. But anyway, I wish you guys would have voted no. If we would have had 4 no's, it would have got sent back to staff, rewrite it, figure out how to make sure Howard, and I think you said there was another vendor. I think he's illegal. But anyway, to figure out where I could work it. Okay, I'm out. Super Bowl time, I was out for 21 days. This time, it's another 21 days. I like to know, do I get a refund of my business license and my permit from the police department for 41 days? Since it's suspended, you can't make money. Maybe I should be receiving a check from the city and the police department for at least 41 days of reimbursement. Be fair. I don't know how we get that for you guys to agree to it, but
Well, we can
only a few dollars, but.
We can refer that to staff because that makes sense. We'll
Okay.
refer it to staff. City manager, did you want to say something, or we'll just refer it?
But also, they are working on this problem of me being shut out and all that. I appreciate them. It's really $1 short and a day late, or whatever the say is, because I'm not going to be able to be there this Saturday making some money. I've taken a separate job. I ain't going to make no money, but I'm working. I don't know if there's much more I can say, except you guys could have voted no and send it back. I'm very disappointed in that. But also,
Your 3 minutes are up.
this Friday, the 12th,
I think your time's up, Howard. if
I
you
know,
wanna-
but I need a little bit, because we're finding Nemo.
I interrupted you, so another 15 seconds, go
Okay,
ahead.
we're looking for Nemo, so if you all want to go out to Warburton Park, come on out, see if you can find Nemo. Bring your bathing suits, there is swim time, so come on out, have some fun. I know people are watching me. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go find Nemo, too. But just wanted to know.
Can we go right now?
Let's go.
Let's all go find Nemo.
I got dogs in the car.
As our only regular permitted vendor out near the
He's the
stadium.
only one, right?
He's not the only permitted, but he's the only regular vendor.
I see.
We were made aware, I will say staff was under the impression that the host committee was having conversations with him. You will remember that the host committee had an agreement with him for Super Bowl. It appears that that is not the case for FIFA. We are in conversations and have initiated that today to put Howie in communications with the stadium manager and the host committee in hopes that potentially he could be a vendor as a part of their perimeter or extended perimeter. So know that we are aware and those conversations have started.
Thank you, Howard, for bringing this to our attention. We'll see what we can do to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, David Curtis, followed by Monica Faria, and then followed by Betsy Migas.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, council members, city manager, and city staff. My name is David Curtis, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm here tonight because Santa Clara residents still have no financial update on Super Bowl 60. Once again, we are in the dark, and once again, transparency is being denied by the city manager and majority of this council. This is now the 4th council meeting I've been to discuss lack of transparency. It is telling that only Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Gonzalez, and Councilmember Cox supported the request for a public report on Super Bowl costs and reimbursements. It is also telling that at least 2 of the council members who voted against transparency may be running for mayor. This is now at least the 2nd time they have voted to keep residents uninformed. That's not a good pattern for anyone seeking higher office. Why are 4 council members who voted no so afraid of transparency? What exactly are you hiding from the residents who pay the bills? We are owed $5 million by the Bay Area Host Committee. Residents have no idea how much the city spent on the Super Bowl or how much revenue came in. This is basic information. This is a simple balance sheet. This is the same kind of balance sheet in business I do every day. And let us talk about the cost of fronting that money. If the city advanced $5 million for 6 months at 6.8% interest, that's $170,000 in lost earnings. By the time we are reimbursed, that number could be closer to $225,000. Money that could support nonprofits, senior center, and youth programs. Is the Bay Area Host Committee paying that interest back to the city? If not, why not? Who thought it was a good idea to give away free multi-million-dollar loan for half a year? Shouldn't an $8.5 billion corporation like the 49ers or Jed York himself had fronted that money instead of our Santa Clara residents? And I'm concerned about how many invoices the host committee will challenge or refuse to pay. We have heard promises that Jed York will cover it, but we all know how these disputes go. It could be a year or more before the city sees full reimbursement. Even more concerning is the World Cup begins this weekend, and early estimates suggest Santa Clara could face $30 to $50 million in losses. Who is fronting that money? Who is guaranteeing repayment? I suspect, once again, it's us, the residents. We need to stop prioritizing an $8.5 billion corporation and start prioritizing the people who actually live here. I truly hope the Santa Clara residents remember all of this in the upcoming November election. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Monica Faria, followed by Betsy Migas, followed by Chris Stempolis.
Monica, Betsy, Chris. Welcome.
A little short.
You can pull it towards you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Oh, can you?
Pull it down more towards you. Yeah, there you go. It's better. That's more comfortable.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager. My name is Monica Faria, and I'm your local government affairs representative for PG&E. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce myself. Moving forward, I'll be your primary point of contact for all PG&E related matters. Previously, my colleague Sergio Jimenez served in this role. I just want to take this opportunity to let you know that if you have any questions, concerns, or need information in regards to PG&E, I'm here to help. I value strong partnerships with our local government leaders, and I'm committed to being a responsive and collaborative partner and resource. I look forward to connecting, and I'll be reaching out to each and every one of you individually so I could better understand your priorities in regards to PG&E. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing you all.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you for introducing yourself to us. We look forward to collaborating with you. Thank you. Betsy.
Good evening, Betsy Migas, speaking for myself. We started the meeting with a presentation from Caltrain. making it a special order of business, put it first, but it also excluded public comment and even very much comment from the council. You did this 2 months ago when VTA was explicitly requesting public engagement for their investment plan. Please figure out a better way to accommodate these kinds of presentations. As Councilmember Jane points out, there is an external funding option. The Connect Bay Area measure will be on the November ballot thanks to around 300,000 signatures, including many gathered by volunteers. It is a rare opportunity to fund transit operations, where most transit funding is directed at infrastructure. In November, please take the time to understand both the measure and what is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. In response to that, I just want to say, when we have these items, we should not put them on special orders of business, but on regular orders of business so that we can go to the public and do that. Special orders of business are different. I just wanted to explain that. Chris, come forward, please.
Chris Stampolis, Santa Clara. Good evening. Two very quick compliments and then a targeted request. So first, the night market, complete A+++ all across. And just want to congratulate staff, congratulate consultants, especially congratulate the council for making it happen. We think about talking about legacy pieces. I think this is one that all 7 of you can take with to say this is something really exciting that's happened. Second compliment is I think the hosting of the Super Bowl went super well. You know, there's been some media stories with the Bay Area Host Committee's reports. I think the quotes from city staff and the concept of getting the reimbursements, I think everything looks very positive, and I have lots of trust that the council will have the appropriate details of reports as it goes forward. The request I have is specifically about 900 Lafayette. So as you know, as a careful reading of the precise plan that's been adopted specifically states that when a request for proposals eventually goes out in the coming weeks, that it will only be about Block A and B, which are the city-owned property. There won't be even 1 square millimeter of anything that's not city-owned that's included in that RFP that goes out. So what that means reasonably is that there is 0 chance that City Hall or a Civic Center, that this is going to get relocated over to Blocks A and B for a whole variety of reasons. And we all know there's plenty of chit chatter out there in the community about, oh, when City Hall's going to move over there and they're going to do the entire process and the reclaiming the downtown and et cetera, et cetera. So the reason I'm here is to ask you to, prior to that RFP going out, if one member at least of the 5 of you who are able to do this, preferably more, request a specific agenda item to talk about 900 Lafayette, because we all know that building is not going to get reused. We're not going to be moving city staff in there. SVP is not going over there. It's just a lot of talk about, oh, well, wouldn't it be nice maybe with some people. And I think that the community deserves clarity, and I think also that if that building comes down prior to the RFP, just simply as a very boring request for bid. It's just a request for demolition, sweeping, repaving, that's it, nothing more to bid. We're talking $1.5 million to maybe $2.5 million. You know, on the agenda tonight and all the wonderful reports there about capital projects, we're a city with, you know, $850 million worth of capital projects this next year. $2 million to do a tear down is like a rounding error at most. And it's also something that saves the city money. Because if this goes into a future proposal, you know there's a markup with whichever developer comes through to actually do that tear down, and it won't happen for 2 years. So I'm asking, as another part of legacy for this council, for the 5 that can, you know, be able to talk about this, at least agendize it. So then there's clarity, because you all know there is 0 chance that those responses are going to come to this council.
Your 3 minutes
It won't be until next year. So thank you very much for hearing that, and I hope that somebody agendizes it very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Next speaker, Linda, is online.
I'm sorry, who? Oh,
Linda.
Go ahead, Linda. Unmute yourself. Linda, unmute yourself. Linda, you're still muted. There you go. Go ahead.
I didn't see it. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. This is back on swimming from a long time ago. But I wanted remind the people who were complaining about the senior center. Yes, it is wonderful, and I really appreciate it. It is warmer, the pools are warmer than normal, which accommodates seniors, and the showers are much more private than normal, so that accommodates seniors. But you can also swim at Mary Gomez using your senior pass, and they have usual hours of 8:30 to 12:30 with some evenings, and they're only closed on Saturday. That's really all I wanted to say is check out the Mary Gomez. It's wonderful. And I assume that, oh, the other part is they are doing lifeguard training as much as they can. If you look on the website, they probably just don't have enough lifeguards. It's hard to get people to do that. That's all.
Thank you, Linda. That's a very good outdoor alternative. I know some like to swim indoors, but it's very good. Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Please come forward. Good evening.
I'll be having time donated to me from my husband online, Abel, as well as oh, sorry.
Do you have that, City Clerk?
Who was the third person?
Saskia here in the audience.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll start my timer too so I can keep track of my own time. All right. Good evening, everyone. Former council member here, Anthony Becker. First, happy Pride Month. Reflecting on Pride Month and my time serving on this city council brings back both positive and negative memories. It's a reminder of that celebrating diversity and inclusion requires more than raising a pride flag once a year. It requires treating people with respect every day. I remember the homophobic comments that appeared on the mayor's blog in 2022. I remember when they also showed up today criticizing Pride Month. I remember being denied the opportunity to participate in the pride flag raising ceremony when I served as a planning commissioner, despite the request of Karen Hardy. I remember supporters of the mayor dismissing the rainbow crosswalk as a waste of money, while later watching their political leader take the credit for it. You can stand in front of a flag, you can take a photo, you can issue a proclamation, but actions matter more than symbolism. I also remember years ago when openly discussing ways to remove elected officials on Facebook and who they disagree with, including me, Suds, Jane, and others, Bob O'Keefe publicly referred to others, including myself, we'll start with the lowest hanging fruit, emphasizing the word fruit. Those comments were quickly deleted, but deleting comments does not erase what was said. And that brings me to a larger concern. Too often in Santa Clara, people seem eager to forget the uncomfortable history. People forget the mayor's ethics advisor injecting methamphetamine. People forget an assembly member publicly discussing ketamine use and his boyfriend, a pharmacist, getting me whatever I wanted. People forget unresolved questions resolving investigations into FIFA disclosures. People forget the council members that are attending court hearings involving sitting council members, their political opponents. People forget a current mayoral candidate who literally committed a crime but was never prosecuted. And people seem willing to forget one of the most significant questions of public accountability facing the city today, the FIFA disclosure investigation. That is again why I'm here tonight. Actually, I'm here for two separate issues, but the first concerns that FIFA issue. Tonight marks the 10th time I'm here. I mean, do I get a discount on my pizza card or something, or a free slice coming back in here? But I'm here before this council asking for that one simple thing to agendize it for the issue regarding the May 7, 2024 FIFA disclosure and the investigation that followed. My first request was made February 10th. Here we are just getting into summer and June, months later, and there has been no action by this council, no action by the city manager, and no matter directly public, and on a matter that really directly impacts public trust and confidence in our local government. From the beginning, I have repeatedly requested a truly independent investigation into the FIFA disclosure that ultimately appeared in the San Francisco Chronicle. I saw a little bit in your charter review stuff on there about what you can do about getting investigations done. So from the beginning, my concern has always been simple. The investigation appeared structured in a way that avoided examining everyone who was present in the room, including the elected officials. And let's be honest, what happened? Council members were bound by non-disclosure agreements, yet the mayor did not sign one, was actively taking notes and at times asking the city attorney to repeat portions of that presentation. That fact matters. It matters when discussing how information may have been documented, retained, and potentially disclosed. When I questioned why only city employees were investigated while council members were excluded from the scrutiny, my understanding from conversations at the time was essentially that there were major concerns about certain individuals not telling the truth. If that's true, then I have to ask the obvious question. Was the truth never fully pursued because we were afraid of where it might lead? Was it a complete investigation avoided because someone believed a key witness would not be trusted? Because if that's the case, then the public deserves to know what that as well. Then there is the issue of the records retention, which I've discussed before. May 7th has passed. It's already been 2 years. So are there still information? I know there was emails. I know for the fact that I sent emails about that and the investigation into Olean City employees. Yet the public still has not been provided a clear accounting of what records were preserved, what records were destroyed, how much taxpayers spent on this investigation, what conclusions were reached, and ultimately who disclosed the FIFA information to the Chronicle. The longer this issue is delayed, the more difficult accountability becomes, and all those delays, of course, always have consequences. And it just continues to fit the broader problem in the city, which is avoiding investigations, the transparency, accountability, and direct answers to direct questions. But at this point, the public interest outweighs all confidentiality that the city has regarding this issue. But then I get to my second issue tonight, and that is about the 2026 elections. Recently I noticed that driving down Lafayette, I saw signs from David Curtis, who's running for mayor, and those signs are being displayed. Actually, it's illegally displayed. Those signs are not supposed to be out until 90 days before the election, which is August 10th. I filed a complaint with the city about this, and I also asked at the same time about hiring a city consultant, which is a elections ethics advisor, something that the city has not had for 10 years. The last time that the Santa Clara had that, as I said a decade ago, was the process included candidate forums, issue discussions, and accountability proceedings for alleged violations of the city campaign ethics code. In 2016, 11 complaints were filed alleging violations of campaign ethics, while several advanced through a public review process. Since then, candidates have had nowhere to complain about ethics violations during the campaign, and I have requested one every election since 2018 with nothing. So, for 10 years, they've gone ignored. Given that the nomination period begins in July, I suggest that you guys take this as a fast-tracked item and move it to getting an ethics consultant that should be truly independent from conflicts of interest from any of you and the past people who have provided ethics consultants here in the city, because we know that record and those conflicts. So I ask that those two items be agendized. The first about the FIFA disclosure issue, which I'm here for the 10th time, and the second item about an ethics consultant. And also, if we are going to start enforcing the rules in the city regarding yard signs that are being put out early before the time that the nomination started. Because I know from record, when I first ran for office, I was held to a standard that you could not put your signs out until 90 days before the election. And everybody should be held to that standard. So again, this city deserves, both requests are about accountability, both requests are about transparency, and both requests are about what we are all talking about for years now, public trust, correct? The public deserves answers, candidates deserve the fairness, and city employees deserve fairness. And this community deserves a government that is not afraid of accountability. And it's time that we start answering the questions of what happened in the FIFA investigation and why we do not have an ethics consultant on city elections in this city since someone became mayor in this city 10 years ago. And it's interesting because someone's running for mayor now, and it's really hard to have an accountability for them when you hold them to the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who do we have next? Bob?
Madam Mayor?
City Clerk? What? All?
Before the next speaker comes up, could I avail myself of a short statement in response to the comments that were made, just for public information and for council's information?
I couldn't even begin to respond to all of that.
Yeah,
So
and
please don't, because the public has a right to speak, whether it's true or not, they can say whatever they like. So I don't want to open it up to answering all the allegations.
I won't.
You have to take them for what they are.
I won't do that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I did want to make a brief statement along the lines of a statement that I'd made previously, to the council in response to this. The council has been advised, as you all know, regarding results of one of the investigations of the alleged leaks. The information relating to pending negotiations of then outstanding settlement negotiations with the 49ers organization. City Council was also advised of the status of the pending investigation into alleged leaks of FIFA information and the steps that had been taken to date to actually preserve, the available, records in connection with that investigation. The communication included information for council on options they might consider and how they might proceed with this information or these investigations. I believe an updated memo is pending for status to provide them an update of where things are at. I will repeat the options that council has at that time, for your information. And just also want to state that, in my understanding, the investigation wasn't limited to employees. It was a complete evaluation of records. So because of the sensitive nature of it, Mayor, I didn't want to say more than that, but I know Mr. Becker's been here so many times, and I think council's been sitting so many times. I at least wanted to provide that basic information in response to that.
I thought you were going to start going down about the 200 allegations that he made.
No, Mayor,
So,
just that.
We don't have time for that because they're all not true, but go ahead.
Just that. No, that's all I really wanted to say, Madam Mayor, just as a response just to clear the record and have an understanding of where things are at. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I appreciate that. City Clerk.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Bob O'Keefe, City Clerk. I do want to clear up possibly some confusion out there. The city has had a few inquiries about the temporary sign policy, not only for political signs, but for just temporary signs in general. The political signs and the temporary signs were covered under the city code under section 18.80.180. As of January 2025, the City Council approved the zoning code, the comprehensive zoning code update, which that policy has been changed. It is now reflected under temporary signs. There is no political sign category anymore, and that's under the new code section 18.42.100. So this upcoming election will be the first time that political signs are no longer called out in the city code. There is no 90-day requirement anymore. There are specific procedures that are required under there, but there is no 90 days. So any political signs that people see right now under that code, they are, I don't want to say authorized, but they are able to be presented on private property only. There is no change at all to public property, but there is no 90-day time requirement anymore.
Thank you for clearing that up. I knew that we did change that, but people, we're used to the 90-day. So I know there's been some complaints, but yeah. All right, thank you for clearing that up. Go ahead, Nora, next.
Kirk Vartan.
Kirk, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a slide up here that talks about things we hear from developers about, density doesn't pencil, or we can only do townhomes and, apartment buildings, we can't do them anymore. So I want to take some time just to show you. You've seen this slide. These are the ones highlighted in green are kind of around the Valley Fair area, just to get the southeast side of the city. But you'll recognize some of the addresses. But I also wanted to take an opportunity to show you some other ones that are also in the general vicinity. This one is a 7-story, 324-unit building that's being proposed in Campbell. This one is in Santa Clara. This isn't really this is more of a change of occupancy style. But again, showing density, 7-story, 120 units. This one in Palo Alto, of all places, in Barron Park, 321, 7 stories. So again, these are not townhomes, these are apartment buildings and structures. Palo Alto, again, 183 sorry, this was, I left the 324 up there, my bad. But all of these examples are referenced at the very bottom. Sandhill property, 8 stories. This is part of a larger development complex, but it has 2 8-story, 250 units each building. Mountain View, 8 stories, condos, 140 units, and 10,000 square feet of retail space. San Jose, 272 units, 12-story. So again, we're well beyond the townhouse level. This one was proposed over in San Jose. It's right on the edge of Santa Clara, if you remember, over on right at Prune Ridge and Winchester. This 17-story, it was on a 0.6-acre site. Oops, can you go back, please? Thank you. It was on a 0.6-acre site. It was not removed or taken out of circulation because of feasibility. It was because of neighborhood support. But this was something the developer wanted to go forward with. Again, 25,000 square foot of retail, and this is on 0.6 acres, right? 0.6 acres. This next one, ironically, the core companies is putting downtown 15 stories, 220 unit, and 3,000 square feet of retail. Again, these are all current buildings, and just to kind of tie it all down to what does this have to do with, why am I sharing all this? Well, the agri-hood, also surrounded by Santana Row, Valley Fair. These are some of the businesses, but 1.7 acres is looking to be developed still, and you have the power to not allow something that is substandard or subdensity to be done. That is your decision as this council. That is my time, and I thank you very much.
Kurt.
Edward Strine online.
Edward, go ahead, Edward. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, just want to say that I know that everybody's pushing to try to get the downtown and uptown going. Now, I'm hearing it's due to the fact that Silicon Valley Power is not ready, and that's why we haven't had the groundbreaking for the related project for uptown. Maybe that's something I missed. I don't remember hearing that from anybody else. And is it really going to take, I guess, 2 more years before we can maybe get a groundbreaking for that related project? I guess I would be happy with that. I mean, 2 years, at least that would give us some time to be ready for the next Super Bowl in 10 years. And hopefully maybe we get that retail hotel phase going and restaurants. That'd be really nice. But yeah, that's all I wanted to mention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Do we have anyone else? Anyone else here like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi. Hadn't really intended to speak, but saw a couple things here that really needed to be addressed. First of all, it is not good practice for unagendized comments. Members of the council should not be engaging with members of the public to argue with them, to criticize them, to harass them, to bully them under unagendized comments. You should make no comment, no response. That was really unfortunate to see. It's not a good model for how our city should operate. Secondly, I was actually concerned to start to see election signs popping up for a fall election on corners near my house. I was wondering about that. I went to the city clerk's website where the frequently asked questions and the rules were there. The rule for 90 days is still on the website. So if you've changed the rule, then you need to update the information. Unfortunately, that's probably the problem with having an elected city clerk who doesn't have the qualifications to be a city clerk, where we have to have paid staff to do that job. And also it's a political ally, so maybe that's playing a role in it. That's really unfortunate. But it's unfortunate that we have candidates for mayor who can't follow the rules, who don't understand the rules. And the rules are there. They've always been there. I'll also say, if you did change the rules for campaign signs, I hope you will agendize that and reconsider it. Because speaking as a resident, I don't want to see election signs for a fall election for 6, 8 months, years. I don't want to see it. The 90 days is a nice rule. We don't have to live with all of that forever. I would suggest you need to agendize that. And if you change that rule for political signs, you need to go back. But you also need to update the clerk's website so that you have accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? All right.
Madam
You're
Mayor.
going to move on. Oh, do we have someone else?
We have no more speakers, but I just wanted to make a comment that we are working on the cleanup. This was some new information that we had in preparation of the election. So just want to let everyone know that we are aware of it, we're cleaning it up, and the candidate guide will all provide that new information.
No, we know you do a great job. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nora. All right, do we have anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go now to, City Manager. Well, I'd like to move on, City Manager.
I know, me too. Nothing about nothing about what just happened. Just want to know, Channel 15 is back up and running. It has been up and running for this entire meeting. We made the announcement that it was down for a short period of
For
time.
our study session. Thank you so much for that information. Next, we have, let's see, I'm going to take that consent item pulled and put it at the bottom of the agenda. And I'm going to go now to item number 11, which is, we pulled that back up. And that is action on council requests, Council Policy 030, for a resolution in support of Mwekema Ohlone Tribe being recognized. Councilmember Cox?
Oh, I didn't. All my comments happened.
Oh, I thought you, okay. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'll invite Paulina Morales, Assistant City Manager, to provide the presentation. As you know, this was a request from Council Member Albert Gonzalez, seconded by Council Member Kelly Cox, and voted on with majority support by the City Council.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, residents and staff. I will provide a quick presentation for the report. This report originated as a council request 030 to agendize a resolution supporting the Mwekema Ohlone Tribe federal recognition. The Mwekema Ohlone Tribe represents the descendants of the original Ohlone people who lived throughout much of the Bay Area, including present-day Santa Clara County and surrounding regions. The tribe traces its documented ancestry to the historic Verona brand of Alameda County. The Mwekema Ohlone Tribe traces its ancestry to the historic Verona band of Alameda County, which was once federally recognized. Historical records show that this recognition was later lost through administrative actions taken by the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the early 1900s. Federal recognition of the tribe can occur through three pathways, there's three pathways for recognition of federal recognition: the Act of Congress, a federal court decision, or through the Bureau of Indian Affairs recognition process. The Mwekema Ohlone Tribe pursued the recognition through the BA acknowledgement process, but in 2002, the federal government determined that the tribe had not met all of the required criteria for the acknowledgement. The tribe challenged that decision in court, but the federal courts ultimately upheld the Bureau of Indian Affairs determination. The Mwekema Ohlone Tribe has received support for federal recognition, most recently from Union City, who adopted a resolution, and the City of Livermore, who provided a letter of support for the tribe to pursue federal recognition. At the same time, some members of the congressional delegation have expressed concerns about pursuing federal recognition through legislation after the tribe's acknowledgement was denied through the federal review process and was upheld by federal courts. Because the Tribal recognition is a federal matter. The city does not have a role in determining recognition status, but remains committed to honoring and recognizing Native American communities and their contributions. Before proceeding, I would like to note an error on the attached resolution. It does reference the city of Union City, and we would make that to Santa Clara. With that, staff is seeking council direction on whether to adopt a resolution supporting federal recognition of the Muwekma-Ohlone tribe.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox?
So I'm so happy that this is here. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to really stand in solidarity with doing this, and I think kind of even address the irony of this in the first place. And I'm so thankful to see that we have so many advocates coming out. But the fact that we sit at a city council right now trying to determine the legitimacy of a group of people is like the ultimate act of colonialism. How ironic right there. But cultural erasure, as termed by my professor, Lee Panish in the back, who will talk, is an active process of erasing people. And what we see, because this becomes political, is this isn't forgetting about a tribe. This is an active political choice that forgets histories, forgets nations, forgets languages, and it wipes out what has always made America so great and what was here before us. And, you know, coming from the Wind River Reservation, I cannot ever say that I share in that suffering. But man, I saw cultural erasure happening. And so this, especially with our positionality of what limited power we have, should never be looked at, I think, as an act of benevolence. What we're doing is showing people what real allyship looks like, and moving forward with something more significant than a land acknowledgement that does nothing. And so while this cannot give federal recognition, while it cannot move things into that next level, I think that it is really important that we do more than just occupy, exploit, and use land that was not ours. And we make statements like this to acknowledge who Santa Clara was well before we ever got here. And so I'm happy that this is here. I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about this. But thank you for fighting this fight. Thank you for being here. And thank you for refusing to allow the colonizers to say that this culture is gone. We know you are here. We know it was precious what happened before. And I hope that Santa Clara can be a place where we recognize and celebrate your culture even more.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
I really couldn't have said it any better. Thank you, Councilwoman Cox. Definitely, I think this is something that, even though it's not our lane as far as determining, for you know, the BIA enforcement or changing that at the federal level, but it's something that we should really be supportive. You know, as far as staff, there was a recommendation of whether what we do with this. I would definitely like us to do some support letter for the Milwaukee Nation to do to further their work in their trying to get federal recognition for themselves. And obviously, I mean, Councilwoman Cox, you said it really great. A lot of times, you know, we have people, Native Americans, that have been here for hundreds of years, right? And a lot of times what we've seen is that they've been trying to get erased for certain reasons from our history books. And that's something that we need to make sure that we fight for and work to support the original peoples of the Americas. And thank you for being here today, for bringing this to our attention. I know that sometimes we don't see this. It's not usually on the front page or on the news, but you know, there's folks out there who are every day fighting to make sure that their cultures, their mores, their late ways of life are really highlighted. And you know, we don't usually find them. I can tell you, being on the school board for 16 years, you don't usually find them in the school books, and that's something that I know at the state level, you know, we're trying to change. But this is something that we definitely go a long way to support our brothers and sisters here.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, I hear the report, and I really thank the people for coming and bringing this before the council. And, you know, we can't really change the policies of the county, of the state, of the federal government. BIA has made a determination, but this is really about what Santa Clara says. This is really about what we, the city, accept and what we, the city, would like to recognize. And I think that, I mean, this comes up all the time. We cannot change the policies of upper jurisdictions, but we can make a statement for ourselves. And I think it's really important that we stand strong with other communities that have shown their support. And maybe if enough small cities, if enough cities show support, it will start a movement and there will be recognition later. And right now, it may not seem like such a big step, but I hope that in the future, if and when there is recognition, that we will be proud that we stood strong with making these first steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, our indigenous people have been sorely mistreated over history. I proposed the resolution to oppose this Sergeant Ranch quarry on Uristac, the sacred lands of the Amamutsan, and I've met several times with the Muwekma representatives here. You know, back in the day when the tribes were trying to get recognition from the federal government, the first governor of California said, don't bother to the federal government because we're going to exterminate all these people. I mean, that was the policy back then. And they did. They killed thousands, tens of thousands of people. And now we're left with very few members of these tribes, and they're struggling to get recognition for their lands. Fortunately, we have Ulastac, which is preserved for, indigenous peoples' remains and sacred places, and we've now preserved Uristac. But it is time for us to do the right thing and recognize these tribes. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to the public now. Do we have any members? No questions, Paulina. Thank you, they were just comments. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? City Clerk, do you want to call them since I can't see?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, if the folks would like to queue up, first speaker is Sudanva Belur, followed by Siddharth Vijay, followed by Gavin Chang.
Hello, esteemed council members. My name is Siddharth Belur, and I am one of the presidents of the Indigenous Justice Coalition, a student-run nonprofit that advocates for Indigenous rights across the Bay Area. And I also serve as a lead intern for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. I'm here tonight to ask this council to vote to pass the letter of support for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe's federal recognition. I wanted to begin by thanking the council for their attention to this issue and extend our gratitude for discussing it today. We thought it would be most helpful if we quickly give a key recap of the facts and evidence regarding the tribe to start. To give you some background, the Muwekma Ohlone are a tribe whose ancestral territory spans 5 Bay Area counties, including Santa Clara County, where we are standing right now. They held federal recognition through their predecessor, the Verona Band of Alameda County, until 1927, when a single Bureau of Indian Affairs Administrator, Lafayette Dorrington, unilaterally removed them from the federal rolls. But that decision was made without any congressional authorization, without any formal termination proceedings, and without any due process. A federal district court confirmed this in the Muwekma Ohlone tribe versus Kempthorne in 2006, finding that neither Congress nor any executive agency had actually formally withdrew the tribe's federal recognition. What that means is simple. The tribe's recognition was never formally ended. It was administratively erased by a single man who didn't have the authority to do it in the first place. And what followed was a century of delays. The Muwekma have fought hard through movements like the Trail of Truth to get back the recognition that is rightfully theirs. But despite all of that, the Muwekma remain unrecognized. Federal recognition would give them access to Indian Health Service funding, educational programs, land protections, and political equality with other tribes in California as well. This letter sends a message to Congress that Santa Clara, a city that is sitting on Muwekma land, is paying attention and wants this wrong righted. So pass this resolution, this letter of support, because that is the real, tangible help the Muwekma deserve, and it's long overdue.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Siddharth Vijay, followed by Gavin Chang, followed by Santh Krishna.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Siddharth Vijay, and I'm a branch co-founder of the Indigenous Justice Coalition. I am urging you to vote to pass this letter for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe's federal recognition. And I want to explain why by focusing on an area that often gets left out of these conversations: public health. Indigenous communities across the United States face disproportionately high rates of chronic illness, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, maternal health complications, and mental health challenges. The CDC and the Indian Health Service have both documented these disparities extensively. Federal recognition exists in part to address them because recognized tribes are eligible for Indian Health Service funding, which provides the foundation for healthcare access within tribal communities. Without that funding, tribes are left to navigate a healthcare system that was never built with them in mind for the first place. The Muwekma Ohlone are living that reality right now. Because the federal government has not recognized them, they're ineligible for IHS funding. They cannot access the maternal health programs, nutrition assistance, mental health services, or community health infrastructure that recognized tribes rely on. That is a direct and measurable public health consequence of the tribe's unrecognized status, and it flows entirely from an administrative decision made in 1927 without congressional authority. Passing this letter tonight instructs the city to formally communicate to the Department of Interior that Santa Clara urges recognition of the Muwekma. That is a concrete action with real downstream consequences for real people in this community. Federal courts have already confirmed that the tribe's recognition was never lawfully terminated and that their sovereign immunity stands. The Department of Interior has every reason to act. Tonight, this council can add Santa Clara's voice to that pressure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just to remind everyone, we have 2 minutes for each speaker. So thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Gavin Chang, followed by Santh Krishna.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, council members. My name is Gavin, and I am one of another leaders of the Indigenous Justice Coalition, and I want to talk tonight about what it means for young people to be in this room watching this vote today. For a lot of us in the Indigenous Justice Coalition, this is a real encounter with local government. We are high school students watching city council make decisions that have direct consequences for real people in our communities. And what we see here shapes how we understand civic participation for the rest of our lives. When we see local leaders vote to take a stand on something like this, it tells us that governments can be responsive and that advocacy actually works. Cities across California have already passed letters of support for the Muwekma. Union City has done it. Livermore has done it. These are not radical gestures. These are statements grounded in historical and legal record. Because the evidence supporting Muwekma's recognition is overwhelming, Stanford confirmed full lineal descent from previously recognized band. A federal court in 2006 confirmed recognition was never formally terminated. A federal judge in 2022 upheld the tribe's sovereign immunity. The record speaks for itself, and those cities choose to stand with it. I am not Indigenous. I am not a member of the Muwekma Ohlone, but I think that actually makes it more important for me to be here today. Because the lesson I have taken from working in this space is that justice requires people to show up even when it is not their own fight. The Muwekma should not have to carry this alone. The students in the IJC should not have to carry this alone either. It takes the whole community. Santa Clara has a chance tonight to join a growing coalition of cities that have looked at this record and said that the administrative erasure of the Muwekma in 1927 was wrong and that the federal government should fix it. We hope you will vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Santh Krishna,
Who's next followed after that?
followed by Joseph Torres, then followed by Gabriel Nijma.
Those are online, right?
No, they're
No, here. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, distinguished council members. My name is Sanath Krishna, and I'm one of the leaders of the Indigenous Justice Coalition working alongside the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Like my colleagues before me, I'm here urging this council to pass the letter of support for the tribe's federal recognition. I want to focus specifically on the evidence because I think it's the most compelling part of this case. The facts here are not ambiguous. Stanford University researchers conducted genealogical analysis and found that every single enrolled member of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, 100% of them, directly descends from the Verona Band of Alameda County, which was a federally recognized tribe. That recognition was never terminated by Congress. It never ended through any formal legal process. In Muwekma Ohlone Tribe v. Kempthorne, decided by the U.S. District Court in 2006, the court found that neither Congress nor any executive agency had ever formally withdrawn federal recognition from the tribe. That is not a contested finding. It is part of the court record. Then in 2022, a federal judge went further and ruled that the Muwekma retained sovereign immunity, which is a legal status that flows from tribal recognition. That ruling reinforces what the genealogical and historical record already showed. The tribe's exclusion from the Bureau of Indian Affairs list is not grounded in law. It is grounded in a bureaucratic decision that simply wasn't legal. This council is not being asked to decide federal Indian law tonight. What you are being asked to do is look at that record, the same record that Stanford researchers reviewed, the same record that federal courts have weighed in on twice, and pass a letter stating that the Santa Clara stands with the evidence. The record is clear. We are asking you to vote in a way that reflects it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Joseph Torres, followed by Gabriel Nishma.
Welcome.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor, and everybody here in the room. Thank you for all showing up, even though some people kind of are confused of what's happening. There's a lot to explain and understand as we have great representatives, warriors who come and talk on behalf of our people, recognizing the historical evidence, relatives who support us in so many good ways. Old blood, first people here, before the Your Heart's Delight, before 1777, before the semiconductor, before everything that you see with all the political things that came here today, even the law enforcement, you know, the missions, the historical evidence is there. You've heard great explanations from these beautiful people. I'm grateful and thank you. We appreciate you. And we are going to get our federal recognition. And when that happens, we will come here and acknowledge you and support you all and everything that you guys are doing in the future to rebuild it. But shaping it and keeping the message continuing. Everything, like I said, even FIFA and the Super Bowl, things that have came and still support everything here. There's a power here to our land. That's why everything grew. That's why they call it Your Heart's Delight. That's why the semiconductor, the chip, NVIDIA, $800,000, 800 million, billions of companies and people come and pass, and economic development has been established here. Growth that changes the world. Things change the world that are grown here. This is where it begins. This is where many shifts in the historical evidence, in the historical story of what Santa Clara, it's like a little community that has shaped many different subcultures here. There's a power here.
Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Gabriel Nishma, followed by Charlene Nishma.
Welcome.
Hoshimur, Kana Kraka Gabriel Nijme, Kana Muwekma Wulum. Good day, Council. My name is Gabriel Nijme, and I'm a Muwekma Ohlone youth. And I ask you to pass this resolution so the people of today, my people of today, and my people of the past, my ancestors, can rest easy at night. Kishore Shekinan, thank you.
Thank you.
Charlene Nishma, followed by Lee.
Welcome.
Hoshimur, Kana Kraka, Charlene Nijme, Wetres Muwekma, Wulwulum, San Francisco Bay Area Talk. I greet you in our native Chochenyo language. My name is Charlene Nijme, and I'm the chairwoman for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. I created a statement, but I think I want to echo what everybody has said here today. We have a long history here in this area. I remember when I was as young as 8 years old walking around the museum creating a tule boat, a tule hut. And now that tule hut sits at the Desay Museum. So our people have a long history interacting with the city of Santa Clara. Our tribe has been in a 45-year struggle to get our status restored. A lot of people have said we've never lost our status, which is true. We've never lost federal recognition. Recognition is in perpetuity. That's what it's supposed to be. But what has happened to our people, like Joey has mentioned, it's the area we live in. We live in Silicon Valley, the most wealthiest place in the world. They don't want a tribe here because the land is too valuable to have Indians on here. So I'm not the only chair who has heard this from our politicians. The previous chair has heard this from Feinstein, where she has said, I don't want a tribe in my backyard. So this is real. Political erasure for us is real. But I'm this next generation. Gabriel Nijma is the next generation. We teach our children, just like we were taught, to keep fighting for our right to exist on our homeland. And that's what we are doing today. And we thank you for your support. And we are truly grateful for that because you have this on your agenda today. Kishore Shekinan, my heart and my breath are with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Lee, followed by Gustavo Flores.
Welcome.
Thanks. Mayor, council members. Yeah, I also had a statement prepared, but I think Councilwoman Cox kind of laid out the moral stakes, the students, interns really laid out the kind of the recent history. And what I want to talk about, I'm a professor of anthropology at Santa Clara University, right over there. And so I want to talk about two reasons why I think this is super important for the city of Santa Clara. One is, as Chairwoman Nijme mentioned, the tribe has a long history here. And in fact, the oldest archaeological site in the whole Bay Area is about a mile away from here. It's 11,000 years old. It's a sacred cemetery of the tribe's ancestors. Two is, if you look at the seal behind you, obviously Santa Clara is the mission city, and the direct ancestors of tribal members are in the mission records that we keep at the university, in the baptisms, in the marriages, in the burials. And so, we heard a lot about the 20th century history, but there's a deep history that goes back 11,000 years directly through the mission to this very place. And so I thank you for your support of the tribe.
Thank you so much.
Gustavo Flores.
Welcome.
Good evening. Well, I'm here in support of recognition. My name is Gustavo Flores, and I am a professor at San Jose State University. I've been conducting research mostly in the 19th century, 18th century primary sources, like when this was New Spain and Mexico. And I've been reading a lot of those documents, and a lot of these documents have names. And we could follow those names using baptismal records, we could use marriage records, and we could find, when we connect those names to the descendants that are here today. And I think that they've been here for quite a while. My colleagues just mentioned to you that there's a site here that is 11,000 years old. And so I think I'm here in support for this resolution, recognition, that I believe it's necessary to just recognize, because I think it brings a lot into the table. I think we could make a statement. The city of Santa Clara can make a statement in support for great things, for the future of a lot of these tribal members. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speakers are online, so we'll be going with J. Lisa Torres.
Lisa, unmute yourself. Jalisa Torres. Unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
There you go. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, hello. My name is Jalisa Torres, and I'm a Muwekma Ohlone tribal youth. I just have a couple things just to acknowledge. As I'm growing up in the Bay Area, watching my people fight for our people that are put in boxes in these colleges. And I'm here as a youth fighting for us to get federal recognition. I just want to people to think why is it so hard for people of this land to get recognized? That's so wrong and bad. We should be the change. We need to be the future and step up and fight back, because if we're not, nothing's going to happen. And I'm just very disappointed in the council members and the other council members from other cities that didn't choose to recognize us. And I just really hope that you guys can make that change and recognize us, because we do care really deeply about our community, and we won't stop until we get recognized, and we will get recognized. And until the day I die, I will keep fighting for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bernadette Quiros. Bernadette? There you go. Hello.
Portia Moore. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bernadette Quiros. I'm a member of the Muecmaloni tribe. I want to thank you for considering this resolution recognizing our people, the Muecmaloni tribe. Tonight you heard a lot about our history, our ancestors, and our connection to the land, but I want to leave you with something a little bit more simple. Our people, the Muecmaloni people, are still here. We're not just a part of Santa Clara's past, we are a part of its present. And our families continue to live throughout this area, and we continue to fulfill our responsibility given by our ancestors to care for them and protect our cultural significant places of significance and maintain our connection to our land that our people have called home for thousands of years. The Muecmaloni tribe is the sovereign, federally documented tribal tribe to this region. We are the first people of this land, and our connection to this territory has been documented as such. This resolution matters because it acknowledges that as a simple truth. We are the first people, and we are going to continue to be a part of this community. So on behalf of our tribe, the Muecmaloni tribe, I want to thank the city of Santa Clara for bringing this resolution forward, and I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernadette. Next, we have Julie Dominguez. Julie?
Julie Dominguez, Kanahini Dolores Sanchez. Good evening, everyone. My name is Julie Dominguez, and I am a tribal member for the Muecmaloni tribe, and I come from the Dolores Sanchez lineage. I also attended a meeting at the last session that was held, and I echoed what I would say today, that as a mother, this resolution means a lot to me, because it means that my children and our future generations can see a city that takes the time to acknowledge the first people of this land, our Muecmaloni people. It means that they can grow up knowing that their history matters, their identity matters, and that we are all seen. As I serve as the community education co-chair for the Muecmaloni Preservation Foundation, much of my work is focused on building awareness and understanding, whether it's providing land acknowledgements, tabling at community events, or giving presentations throughout the city, and also within Santa Clara County. And I have the opportunity to educate many people about the history of this region and the continued presence of my Muecmaloni people today and ancestrally. And there is one shared value that I take away often and I think of is this, that at the end of the day, I think everyone wants to know that they belong and that their story matters, especially their history and their family legacy. So for Muecmaloni, considering to pass this resolution helps to affirm that for Indigenous people and helps create a stronger understanding between all of our communities while bridging solidarity. I look forward to seeing this resolution pass and want to thank each and every one of you for your consideration and taking time in an important step toward recognition, respect, and relationship building. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Tadashi Fukami. Tadashi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Well, good evening. My name is Tadashi Fukami. I live in Stanford. I'm a professor in biology at Stanford University. I've been fortunate to work with some of the Muecmaloni tribal members for ecological research and other work that we do today. And I think that it's a wonderful thing that the city of Santa Clara is considering to support Muecmaloni tribe for federal recognition. And as you already heard, there's a lot of academic support supporting that the federal recognition should be there. And we have colleagues at Stanford, San Jose State University, Santa Clara University, University of New Mexico. If you do the research, archaeology, anthropology, biology, everything goes toward the conclusion that the Muecmaolan tribe is here and it should be federally regained, should regain the federal recognition. And another thing I wanted to mention is that it's that justice that we are thinking about. But in addition to that, it's not just about them. It's about everybody who live in the state of Santa Clara, because I understand the city of Santa Clara has environmental sustainability as one of the emphases. And for that, a lot of people are realizing, more people are realizing that we need to look to indigenous community because they are the one who have the wisdom. They have the track record for thousands of years to be how to be sustainable. And so we have this chance to learn from them. And to do that, first thing we have to do is to make sure that they are federally recognized. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Caitlin. Caitlin? There you go.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Go ahead,
Hi.
please.
Hi, greeting council members, Hoshatuhi, Kanakraka, Caitlin. I'm a tribal youth and also a big advocate for future generation. I just want to start off by saying thank you, Bellarmine students and professors that had spoke. And I also want to thank you, council members, for listening to them as well, and as well as taking some accountability or liability just for everything that you've heard today. I'm just here today, pretty much just really asking that you listen to everybody. Like I mentioned, professors, students, and just even my family members that are also here today. We understand you're unable to pass our federal recognition, but what you can do is definitely recognize us and know that we're here and have been here on these lands. I ask that you do pass this resolution, as well as more for many youth above. Like I mentioned, I'm a big advocate for further generations coming, so it definitely is a resolution that will definitely help them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next, we have Michael Wilcox. Unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Yes, thank you very much for holding this space for the community to speak on this issue today. I teach at Stanford University, been there for about 30 years. I also serve as the university tribal liaison. I do public education and help with the Muecmaolan Preservation Foundation. And I also grew up in the Bay Area, grew up in Redwood City, and I'm ashamed to say that as a child, I never knew the name of the people who were the original occupants of this place, even though I am also indigenous. My family is from Yuma, Arizona. So this is a big deal, and this is the right time to do this. And I'm so impressed by the young people who have decided to take this on. It's wonderful to see that kind of engagement, and I hope that's a signal for what's to come for our country. The evidence is really very clear. There's no disputing that the Muecmas are the people of this land. And even predating the formation of the San Francisco Bay, that's only about 5,000 to 6,000 years old, we have archaeological sites at the bottom of the bay that predate the formation of the bay. So Muecmas watched climate change happen in real time, and they stewarded this landscape for a long period. And the statements by the first governor of California, Peter Burnett, stated that a war of extermination must be preceded, and that eventually the native people of California will become extinct. And those are quotes directly from his public statements. There are also bounty lands. Bounty lands were awarded to people who have participated in Indian wars in Santa Clara County and the Santa Cruz Mountains that have been identified. So what we've said is that colonization is an ongoing process, and I just appreciate so much the recognition that you've done so far in terms of holding a space for the tribe. They will get recognition. It will happen. And the question is, what side of history do we all want to be on? And if we can make life a little bit better for the tribe, that's a good thing. Just so we're clear about the amount of money that we're talking about with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the entire budget of the Bureau of Indian Affairs for the 560.
Your 2 minutes are up.
Yeah, thank you. Jen, go ahead, Jen. There you go, Jen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
My name is Jennifer Lucky, and I am a descendant of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. And I am here to ask you to please be a moving piece to this puzzle and pass the resolution to be listed on the agenda. you will, as mentioned by the chairperson, you will be remembered forever as being a missing piece to help us move forward and getting our recognition back. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for the public speakers. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Cox.
I put this up a while ago. We have a long agenda, and I think that there's been unanimous support on this, so I am happy to make a motion to adopt the resolution showing Santa Clara's support for federal recognition of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Cox, a second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez for approval. We have speakers, Councilmember Chahal, followed by Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. What a forceful presentation from, not only from the tribe itself, but involvement of academicians, professors, and I'm so much impressed with the interest the youth group took into it. They basically taught me history. While I was in middle school or high school, I never liked history. Like, oh, but it has gone past, what has happened? Why should I care about it, right? But older I'm getting, more I'm learning why history is more important. Like, it's very important that we learn from history and take corrective actions, what has happened in the past. Today itself, like we had a Juneteenth proclamation, and we are the oldest democracy. And blacks got the voting right in 1965. Can we imagine, like from 1776 to 1965, it's time that we make corrections. Like history teaches us that thing. We all have a room for improvement. And whether it's local government, state government, federal government, everybody has a room for improvement. We pass so many amendments. We pass so many new laws. And that's the beauty of that. Like, we make improvement, we make changes, we make the society better. And this is the place we are living on their land, basically. That Silicon Valley came afterwards. I came here in 1995. I came here much later than they were here. As a scout master, I used to go to Camp High Sierra for my annual camping. And for 3 years, that was my only annual holiday. And I learned so much about the tribes over there. I attended several ceremonies about the tribes. So this is great. And the youth told us why it's important, not only because this land was their land, but also because they are being held up for their health benefits, for their education benefits. So those are the things important to them as well as, and it's, I'm saying to them, but it's all our community, basically. They are part and parcel of the community. If one section of the community gets benefit, get improved, it's a whole community which gets improved. So I'm so thrilled that youth have taken this advocacy and they have enlightened us, at least me on this dais, about why it's important for this resolution. And with that, I will definitely support the resolution and appreciate Councilmember Cox and Councilmember Gonzalez to bring this thing to the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I've always liked the term First Nation. I always felt it was more appropriate. But I have some technical and factual questions. Mostly this would be for the city attorney. What we saw in our packet was one letter from the city of Livermore and one resolution from the Union City. And it was me who pointed out to the staff that in the resolution before us, under the therefores, it must be the exact thing as Union City because it still says the city of Union City. That was an oversight, and I did catch that. So I want to ask the city attorney about, because I will preface it with, after the last meeting, I went and looked up the rules for recognition, and I believe there were 9 criteria. And I did a little research and found out that for some reason, and I don't know completely why, but this tribe is not fitting that criteria, and I did talk with some people, and then I read very carefully the letter from Zoe Lofgren and from Anna Eshu, who reiterated that. So what I'm asking from the city attorney is I'd like to know the difference between a letter and a resolution. And I'd like to understand, because we don't have these powers to change the rules or for federal recognition, I'm trying to understand how this would be part of the process. I know there's several different processes, but the very specific one was the 9 criteria which they did not meet, some part of that. And that is my concern.
Why don't you answer that now, if you wouldn't mind, City Attorney?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And Councilmember Hardy, appreciate the question. My office has not done research on the process for federal recognition or analyzed in any depth whether or not this particular nation meets the criteria, for federal, recognition. And so we view this particular proposed action as a general statement of support for the group and to urge the federal government to act and to recognize them. None of what we say will decide the act by the federal government. And I would suggest to you that the form of the action that you might take, a resolution or a letter that you direct be sent, while one may appear more formal, right, and may theoretically have greater impact, from a legal standpoint, one is the same of the other in terms of the kind of action that you might take. I would suggest if any of the council people have a specific concern that they would want to include, or that the majority of you had a concern that you wanted to include, or a limitation on your support, you could certainly do that. But my office did not conduct detailed research into this process. It's beyond our professional scope and understanding, and have viewed this action more as a general statement of support as opposed to a formal, in effect, participation by the city in the federal process. That will be conducted as the federal government deems appropriate.
If I can have a follow-up to that, because in the resolution that has been obviously used from Union City, it says, now therefore, the City of Union City urges the United States Congress and the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs to formally acknowledge the Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area as federally recognized sovereign tribe, and then it gives the definition of that specific part of the law, and to take all necessary steps to reinstate the tribe. Now, I heard back and forth some people saying that it had not been taken away, and it was. So I'm wondering, are we getting ourselves in trouble by doing any of this? The list, and then it says the city thereby directs the city manager to prepare and transmit a copy of this resolution to the Bay Area Congressional Delegation and the Secretary of the Department of the Interior, urging federal action to recognize the tribe, included on the Federal Registry. So that's my concern is, from a legal point of view for the city, is this an appropriate thing to do? Would a letter be a better way of saying, we support this tribe, they are from this area, we personally, as a city, recognize them? That's what I'm trying to understand.
All right, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I mean, I hear the concerns there, but I also heard what the city attorney said, which is legally, there is no difference. And I think that if there is no difference, then we should make the strongest statement that we can make in support. I mean, we've said this from the very beginning. We cannot change the federal law. We cannot change the state law, but we can show the state, we can show the federal government what we think as a people, what we think as a city. And every single, I love the statement, every single piece of the puzzle that we can put together, if we can, that we can provide, create a bigger picture to get recognition for this tribe who has been here. We've heard from professors that, the evidence is clear. I haven't heard a single person tell us that we should not do this. I have not heard a single statement that says what we're trying to do, the recognition that we give, is being done without reason. I think that, again, maybe evidence will come out. I do know that a lot of tribes, a lot of different ethnic communities, they try to cut down the sizes of the people that can get grants, that can get money, because, I mean, it's kind of selfishness. They want more for themselves. And I think that in the indigenous communities, I've read about this for years, for decades. I've heard about people who were part of a tribe, part of the council, and all of a sudden excluded from the council, excluded from the tribe because the people in power wanted more for themselves. I think in this case, it's not about getting more for themselves. It's about getting something for the community. I think that whether we have a letter, whether we have a resolution, again, this is our decision from the city's perspective. We are not going to change federal policy. But if we are going to make a statement and we are going to look back at this time in history, then I think we need to make the strongest statement that we can in support of the people that everyone seems to believe needs the recognition. And again, they're not part of our history. They're here. They're right in front of us. They've got language. They speak, in the language of their ancestors. They look like their ancestors. They have the names of their ancestors. At some point, we need to make sure that what people have tried to do unilaterally with, does not erase, right, what the people are who are here. And more importantly, if we can contribute to lifting up this community, then that's what I think we should do. And I would be voting for this recognition.
Thank you. And I want to echo that. I want to thank Councilmember Cox and Vice Mayor Gonzalez for bringing this forward. And I want to thank all the speakers tonight I can just feel the passion that is brought before us tonight from everyone who spoke. You spoke loud and clear for us, so I want to recognize and honor and support the Muwekma Ohlone tribe in your quest for federal recognition. And I think that's the least we can do, is to pass this resolution, letter. Why don't we send both and do that? So we take a stand here in Santa Clara. I'm in full support of this. So, City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Cox, a second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez to approve this request. I don't see our vote online, so.
It's just taking a little longer than usual. Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Abstain.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6 with 1 abstention. Congratulations. Thank you. We'll get that prepared. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm trying to move we have a long agenda. I'm going to move up the DMO item. So that's item number 7, which is a public meeting for the renewal of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council. The current Tourism Improvement District, as you know, will expire on June 30th, and there is an interest in renewing the management plan for another 5 years. The renewal process includes several notices and hearings before the City Council before you can adopt a renewal. On May 5th of this year, the City Council adopted a resolution of intention that sets out the details of the Tourism Improvement District, along with the date, time, and other required information for tonight's meeting. Following that proposal, Notices were sent to hotels about the proposed assessment. Tonight's meeting is the next step in that process. I want to note that no action is calendared for tonight. This is just one of the several required meetings before you can act. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Christine Lawson, the President and CEO of Discover Santa Clara.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Council members. I don't know if you remember Kelly Rankin, who was with me last time. I phone a friend from Civitas. So we are just going to actually do a refresher presentation to update from our last meeting here, and then obviously open up to any questions.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Kelly Rankin with Civitas. So a quick update on where we've been and what we've been up to since we were last here on May 5th. On May 5th, the resolution of intention was approved by Council. Hotels submitted petitions with over 93% of the weighted assessment in support of the renewal. Afterwards, notice of the renewal was mailed to those hotels. And now we've entered the protest period where assessed hotels can submit protests against the renewal if they choose to do so. Discover Santa Clara and the lodging businesses who sit on the steering committee, who are also with us tonight, we continue to work with city staff to advance this renewal process. So tonight's purpose is to receive public comments regarding the TID renewal, and no action is required of council.
So sorry, I'm so loud, I always forget that I need a microphone. Before we move to the next slide, I know that last time that we were here, Councilmember Shahal had asked me a question about a group, so I don't know if I'm able to address that now or if you would prefer that I wait till the presentation's over.
I would wait till the
Okay,
presentation's over.
fair enough.
Thank you.
So just to walk through the next slide, this is just reminding everyone that we have completed the petition drive. We are at 93% of weighted assessments that were submitted in support of the renewal. So 10 out of the 11 Santa Clara Tourism Improvement Districts have approved and want the DMO to move forward. So this actually exceeds statutory threshold required to proceed and demonstrates strong hotelier support to continue with the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District investment. And just to remind council, we went over this slide last time, but the existing management district plan and the components of that are in place until June 30th of 2026. So at the end of this month, it was a 5-year term that will end at the end of June. The initial assessment rate when the DMO was ratified was a rate of 1.5%, and that increased to 2% in 2022, which was the maximum amount that the assessment could be raised to over the 5-year period. This applies to the lodging businesses, the 11 hotels, and any business that's 10 or more rooms within the designated area of the assessed hotels. The annual budget per the management district plan is estimated to be about $3.5 million. And the programs that are part of the management district plan whereby the assessments are assigned by percentage usage of spend for the assessment dollars are currently convention sales, incentive and services, marketing, and administration. If we go over to the proposed management district plan, again, that would begin on July 1st of 2026 for 5 years. It would start at the current 2% assessment that we are currently at as a DMO, with the ability to increase to 3% over the 5-year term at 0.05% increments that would need to be voted on by the assessed hotels as well as the Board of Directors, which is the governing body for the DMO. I do want to make a point here. I know that there have been questions about this. This does not imply that we will automatically try to move to 3% before the end of the 5-year term. This is built into almost every management district plan for DMOs all over the country, based on the fact that we do not understand what future market dynamics will look like. So it's just a protective mechanism in the event that that needs to be increased, or that there's something that the Tourism Improvement District hotels would like to achieve that would require an increase in that assessment. So again, this continues to apply to the lodging businesses paying the assessment for 10 or more rooms. And the projected annual budget, the management district plan projects the budget over the 5-year term based on maximum assessments being collected, so it is an estimate. The projected annual budget at the beginning of the term would be a little over $4 million. And we have made a change to the programs for the new management district plan. And the goal is that there would be a combining of marketing, communications, convention center sales, and partner sales, and administration. So I would like to clarify why we have made this change to put these together. This is in no way to diminish one part of the business, so it's not to steal from Peter to pay Paul and have less sales or more marketing. The goal is that we continue with our current efforts from a sales and marketing perspective. This is an integrated effort. True success comes from sales and marketing, and to have more of the plan assigned to the totality of sales and marketing allows us to be more flexible and ensure that we're spending our dollars to convert more business for Santa Clara.
All right, and I will quickly close us out here. Just a quick refresher of where we're at in the renewal process. So the management district plan, or the proposed one for the renewal, that along with the petition was approved by city staff, and the petition drive was complete with that 93% in support. Resolution of intention was approved and passed on May 5th. And then the public notice was sent out to the assessed hotels, letting them know of the upcoming process. So again, tonight is the public meeting, allowing for public comment in support or opposition of the renewal. And then parallel to all of this, we are also working with staff on the agreement to administer, which is the contract between the city and the Discover Santa Clara as it relates to the TID. So moving forward, if the public hearing and resolution formation passes on June 23rd, the renewed district would start on July 1 of this year.
Questions? Did you want to answer that one question before I go into other questions?
100% love to do that.
Okay.
So Councilmember Shahal, you had asked a question about a group that the DMO had been involved in booking. And I want to actually preface by saying that the DMO is a young organization. We started this organization when I got here. I think I mentioned last time I was under my desk quite frequently sucking my thumb. I still do that quite often. But we were building foundation and quite literally healthcare plans, trying to find salespeople, marketing people. We have been tasked with probably the hardest business based on the 3 teams that are at the convention center with OVG, Levy, and the DMO, to basically chase unicorns, which are called P1s and P2s, the largest pieces of business. I would also like to point out that in history in the building at the convention center, the P1s and P2s that have been assigned have actually never really been booked at that center. So these are new groups that we are working very hard to cultivate, and they also have a much longer lead time and are far more complex to convert. So one group I did want to bring to your attention, with all due respect, Councilmember Shahal, we had a director of sales that was with us. We are on our 3rd director of sales, and 3rd time's the charm. He's here, and we're lucky today to have our new director of sales, Doug, with us. Our first director of sales worked diligently with Anime Impulse. which is a group that's very Gen X oriented. It's a weekend piece of business, which is when we need business as a hotel community and also in the building for the Santa Clara Convention Center. So we booked Anime Impulse for July of '25. It had an economic impact of over $3 million. It had over 31,000 attendees. It had over 500 hotel rooms. It was a little smaller in terms of revenue spent at the center. It was about 127,000. However, that group has met with our current national salesperson, and she has rebooked that group for 2 more years. So it's a multi-year group, which we continue to hope, in working with the CEO, Gordon Cow, that will continue to grow. I think the beauty of this group, as one example, is that this was a group where we really came together and integrated sales and marketing. As part of selling it, we sold the fact that we do have an exceptional marketing team and that they could help promote the group, and they did. And our senior marketing manager, Ben Landis, who's also in the audience, and I personally like to call him Boy Wonder. He's exceptional, worked with the group, and the group was thrilled. The CEO has actually written a letter in support of the DMO. So that's one group in particular. And lastly, I did want to point out a couple of things. You know, it has come to the attention that, you know, last year we had a dismal year in booking, and we did, and I certainly have never shied away from that. But I want to make sure that there's a new story in town. We have already exceeded our convention center revenue goal this year at 111% as of March, and that goal was an 84% growth over last year's goal, and that was with 4 months less ability to sell the convention center. So we are turning things around. The 3.5 years that I've been here with a diligent sales team, going to many trade shows and many client events, it's starting to pay off, and we are very close to meeting our KPIs for this year. One thing that council may not be aware of as well, and then I'll stop talking, which I'm sure you're all hoping for, is that we also book a fair amount of self-contained business. And those are groups that, while they do not use space in the convention center, they do use our hotels. And our not sole purpose, but a huge important purpose of the money we get from the hotels who pay for the 100% of this business is that the money must benefit the payee, along with our dedication to selling the convention center. So just in the past 3 months, we have sent 21 self-contained leads to the hotels that represent over 23,000, almost 24,000 hotel rooms, which could be converted for almost $5 million. Those are in process. They may not all convert. We're also working on 2 large P1s. We won't say the name of the companies because our fellow cities are also competing. So business is looking up for the DMO. And we always, in our quarterly reports, besides the KPI report, speaking to where we stand with our goals, also outline, you know, other trends that we're seeing from a booking perspective.
Thank you for that. So we're going to now go to questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, of course, there was that article in the Santa Clara Weekly, and I would like you to respond to the lack of financial reports and the issues with I know you're the DMO, but there were issues with OVG in there about their financial reporting and some transitions in their management and such. You know, one of the things that I'd like you to explain is that you have Levy, OVG, and the DMO trying to book events at the convention center, and I want to understand how you coordinate all of that. And then, this district, this TID district, it's also a Melrose district around the stadium. So there's a Melrose tax of 2%, there's a TID of 2%, and then there's our TOT of 13%. So now we're looking at a total tax on hotel rooms of 17%. So how does that, if you increase it by another percent, does that make us uncompetitive with other cities? I'd like to understand, all of those taxes stacked up on top to make that happen. And then I think if you increase the TID tax from 2 to 3%, that may deter some business, in which case the city won't get its TOT tax. So I would like to understand what you think about the impact of an extra 1% on bookings, whether that would deter some people from booking events in Santa Clara. Thank you.
I have a question on that extra 1%. Is that, did I hear it correctly? Is it over the 5-year period that you're looking at the 1%? So it's not the first year, over the 5-year period. And I know San Jose, did they put a tax on their ballot that passed? I just wanted to know what they were up to now.
10%.
Okay. Councilmember Cox.
Thank you. I just want clarification on the kind of rules of the assessment. I think it says that as it currently is, 50% of the lodging businesses is going to be how this works. Out of the 11 that you had, you've got to get 50%, or is it 50% of the assessed value? And then I'm wondering, because I think that I heard you saying this correctly, that one of the 11 was not on board. I don't know if they just didn't agree to it or if they actually formed opposition towards it. And if they did, are you able to disclose why within this setting?
That's it for the questions. Would you like us to, while you're working those out, would you like us to go to public presentations,
Either way, I'm happy to.
Unless you're ready now.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You're ready?
Yeah.
Oh, then go ahead. You're ready. And then I'll go to the public after that. Thanks.
They're probably back there thinking, sister, get to the public, but I'm sure I owe them a Taco Bell run after this.
Closes at 12.
Yeah. So, Councilmember Jane, you brought up a lot of really good questions. As far as the article, I want to state that, we fully respect the press and the press's ability to speak their minds and bring forth any issues that they see fit. I will state that we counted over 20 inaccuracies in that article, which we shared with the editor, and that it was taken out of context and actually really did a disservice to the DMO. We are run by the Brown Act and by the Public Records Act. In the 3.5 years I've been here, I have never missed a financial statement. I have never missed a report that's due based on the agreement to administer with the City of Santa Clara. Everything that I have done is transparent and available to the public. So anything talking about our reports is absolutely false. We also have an accounting firm and a CPA, and we have monthly meetings where we go over our financials. We have a treasurer of the board who is sitting in the audience. So that is absolutely incorrect. As far as transitions in management, I certainly don't want to speak to OVG. Obviously, the GM did transition, and I can't speak to any issues that came from that transition. The 3 sales teams, Levy, OVG, and the DMO, I feel like we could maybe spend the night and have in sleeping bags and have a much longer conversation. It's very complex. We do have 3 teams that are vying for space at the convention center. I will say that we have worked hard to build a strong relationship, and we have regular calls to go over lead funnel reviews and who has what leads, what's going to fit in the building. And I think we all believe, all of the 3 sales teams and leadership, that the next step is for us to continue to kind of deepen our displacement analysis, kind of review revenue, review the clients, the needs, and what are the best fits for both the center, the hotels, and just economic impact for the city. So there's a strong relationship there and collaboration. That's something, though, that we continue to want to evolve so that we become even more efficient and book more business. Competing with other cities, I believe we're at a 13.5% tax rate. You know, we compete with San Francisco. We are starting to compete less, but as you know, coming out of COVID, San Francisco was very behind in their booking pace, and so a lot of the smaller groups that would roll down 101 to Santa Clara and to San Jose did not. So we are competitive in the Bay Area and competing with other cities. But at this point, I don't feel that we're in a position where we are not considered based on our tax rate or our assessment rate. And clients don't actually, I have never heard a client bring up the assessment rate. We actually haven't had clients bring up the tax rate. Were it to go much higher, I'm sure that would be a conversation. If we increased the assessment, I want to be respectful and acknowledge the anxiety around that. I also want to be clear that it's not as though we wrote this plan and we spoke with Jovan. He's had more meetings and calls with us than he probably wants to even disclose. But we really talked a lot about that in partnership. It's not there so that, you know, hey, within the next 5 years at 0.05% increments, we're going to get ourselves to 3%. We are functioning quite well at 2%. And the intent is to continue to function at 2% and drive business at that 2%. However, when you write a 5-year plan, to make changes to that management district plan are quite complex. So the point is to add some padding there that also requires votes by our governing body and the hotels that actually pay for the business, which is the DMO, in the event market dynamics change. If occupancies drop so severely that it impacted the assessments to the point that we couldn't support the DMO in its current state, that might be one opportunity. So it's there so that we have that protection. None of us are sitting around. I know I speak for the people behind me looking at my back. None of us are even talking about increasing it. It's just that having that opportunity. And we would look at being competitive. Our goal is to book business. I believe I answered all of your questions, Councilmember Jane. Did I miss anything?
Well, I wanted to understand, you know, it really adds up to 17.5% when you add the Melrose CFD and the TID tax. And so I just wanted to understand, we're not comparing, you know, 13.5 to San Jose's 10%. We're actually kind of at 17%.
San Jose's at 12.
Okay.
With their new vote, they're at 12. Yeah. I looked up my own question. Thanks.
Well, I mean, the assessment is a self-assessment. We're not losing business now. The soft periods for the city, the weekends, which are a huge need for the hotels and frankly often for the convention center and our other venue partners, that has been the case even during the boom times in Santa Clara. So, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are incredibly busy for the hotels and high demand for the convention center and other venues. So I don't foresee, I don't have a crystal ball. I think it's a fair question. But it has not come up as one of the, objections in booking any business.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask what the Mello-Roos is, or when it's?
Yeah, I don't know that, actually.
Yeah, because you added that into this, because you added that into our TOT. But I know it's there, but sunsets pretty soon, I think. Do we know when that is? Maybe we can look that up, because I think that sunsets pretty soon. And I wanted to say, I just got back from a conference in Long Beach, and they were 13%, I looked at my bill, 13% occupancy tax and 3% tourism tax. So they were 16%. Yeah, Santa Clara's better too. So, okay, let's go to the public, and then maybe we can look up the
My
Mello-Roos.
last question, I think, Councilmember Cox, and please keep me honest, when you talk about, do you want to answer this?
Sure.
The rule about the,
So Councilmember, to your question, if it's 50% based on quantity or assessed value, it's on the assessed value. So maybe Christina has more context on what happened or what's going on with the one that did not respond. But we received 93% of the assessed value of those that would pay into the district.
I'm sorry, and then a follow-up question, but your percentage increase would be based on 50% of the actual hotels themselves in number, not on assessment. Is that correct, if I'm reading that right?
Say that one more time, please.
So if you choose to go to like a 2% to 3% in 5.5 increments, that is not based on assessment, that is based on the number of, it would be like 6 out of 11 had to vote on it, or is that still?
We would be doing it in the same fashion as the petition drive based on the assessed value.
Okay, I perhaps read wrong, thank you, but.
and just to answer, we have not gotten, maybe I'll find out. We have not heard any specific disclosed opposition from the one hotel, but happy to look into that and follow up.
City Manager, your light's on?
Yes. In regard to the Mello-Roos District, that is the assessment that went into effect to help pay for stadium construction for the hotels in that area. It sunsets when the debt is paid back. There's roughly $20 million remaining, potentially 10 to 12 years remaining on that. I will also note there was a comment around the number of entities that booked the convention center. In our conversations with the DMO, we had extensive conversations about that, and it's been mentioned that there are 3 entities. There's actually 4. There's the DMO, there's Levy, there's OVG, as well as the Hyatt that has rights to use ballrooms in the convention center. And so what we, the city, have committed to is a study to take a look at that process and determine, is there a better, more effective booking strategy, sales strategy. And so we're going to take on that effort through the city.
Thank you. All right, so let's go to the public now, and then if there's outstanding questions, if you stay close. Okay. Nora, go ahead. Those that are here.
Yes, we have a few cards here. So our first speaker, Farshad, followed by Billy Mendez, followed by Jack Bloom.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Councilmen. My name's Rashad. I'm the general manager of the Hilton in Santa Clara. And I'm really here to represent 2 groups, right? One is the ownership of the hotel. And I would tell you, without the DMO and without the support of really what they do to bring business to the market, we would not have done this multi-million-dollar renovation that the hotel just went through. And having a reliable DMO that's here multiple years is a big, big factor within the ownership to want to continue to operate the hotel during good times, bad times, but ultimately it is a commitment that we have made from an ownership perspective to do that, right? And we will finish this renovation in the next couple of days and get ready for Saturday. So we're very, very excited about that. But also, I represent about 100 team members that work for my hotel. So without that room night, and as we call it, heads in beds, it is not possible to give them the hours, the outlets to be busy with the restaurants, right? For anything we do, it's ultimately we need that guest, right, that comes to us from wherever they are to either attend a convention, go to the stadium, or just to be in Santa Clara. But that work really depends on the DMO. And other cities are competing aggressively to capture this momentum, right? So, I know we're in the biggest year probably in Santa Clara's history of 2026 with the World Cup and the Super Bowl. It is super key for us to keep this momentum going right after we get the city and its kind of its entire entity on the world map. I'm excited to host all these teams that are about to be here in a couple of days. So to not have that happen is going to be a big issue for us. And ultimately, right, Christine is the reason why I think I am here today, right? She's been here 3.5 years. I would tell you it probably takes a year just to settle in, right? Like, where's the bathroom? How do I get to this hotel? Where's the stadium, right? Where's the city council?
Your 2 minutes are up.
So she's only got a little bit of time. So hopefully we can get another 5 years from her.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I want to remind everyone we have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to speak. I know it's fast. There's a lot to say.
Next
Welcome.
speaker, Billy Mendez.
Good evening. How are you guys doing today? My name is Billy Mendez. I'm the general manager for Delta Marriott in Silicon Valley, Santa Clara. I am speaking on behalf of the team and the ownership for the hotel. I am in support of the Discover Santa Clara and the renewal of the tourism agreement. Over the past several months, we've been working very hard closely with the Discover Santa Clara and all the representatives from the city as well to make sure that all the stakeholders review and discuss and refine all the aspects of the proposed that we've been looking for and working along as well too. We're ensuring a long-term success for the tourism for the city of Santa Clara. Discover Santa Clara plays a critical role in our promoting our destination, driving a visitor's demand, supporting our local businesses, and generating economic activities and benefits for the hotels, restaurants, retailers, and communities as a whole. Throughout the strategic marketing, sales, and initiative and partnership developments, and the organization continues to create opportunities for the city and strengthen Santa Clara as a premier destination location. As we move towards to vote later this month, we hope, and I hope, that to proceed with the agreement that was negotiated and generated and discussed upon all parties without any introduction of unforeseeable issues that could delay the implementation. The focus should be remain in supporting the future of the tourism and ensure Discover Santa Clara can continue to do the important work on behalf of the city and all the stakeholders of the city of Santa Clara. I do thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Jack Bloom, followed by Kevin Dominguez.
Everyone loves to sit in the back, don't they? Yeah. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. Jack Bloom, General Manager of Embassy Suites, Santa Clara, here on behalf of my team as well and our ownership, urging you to support the renewal of the TID and Destination Marketing Discover Santa Clara. I do want to take this opportunity also to clarify that there is no current appetite for at least my hotel to vote for any increase in assessment. The stipulation only exists for extenuating circumstances or something, as Christine mentioned, that there potentially would need to raise it to be solvent. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Kevin Dominguez, followed by Nanny Fulmer.
Welcome.
Hi. Hello, how are you? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I wrote it down the time, so I had to make sure I don't forget it. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kevin Dominguez, and I'm the General Manager at the Element Santa Clara. I'm here tonight to voice me and my team and my ownership support for the DMO renewal. The DMO is valuable for their tech-savvy marketing and promotion of our hotel and the uniqueness of Santa Clara as a world-class destination. Discover Santa Clara as a professional, creative, and leading-edge organization that works in partnership, which reflects our efforts to showcase and attract guests to our modern Marriott-branded hotel. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nanny Fulmer, followed by Scott Wintner.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you for getting us up here.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nanny.
Can you speak in? Those
My
at
name
home
is
want to
Nanny
hear you.
Fulmore, and I'm the general manager at the Santa Clara Marriott Hotel, as well as the treasurer for the DMO, as well as the steering committee for the DMO, the TID renewal. I do want to, I think last time I was here, I did express the support to renew, But a couple of points, right? We're running at about 63% occupancy currently, and every 1% increase could potentially be $500,000 contribution to the general fund through TOT. And the working relationships the last 2 years with Christine and her team has been incredible. The transparency, the reporting, the fiduciary responsibility, and really the care and the passion to bring business and to promote Santa Clara as a total destination, not just the hotel, not just the convention center, but so many small businesses that rely on that extra marketing effort that drives business into our city. So I'm here in support of the renewal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Scott Wintner.
Scott? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayors, City Council. My name is Scott Wintner. I'm Deputy Director of Marketing and Communication for San Jose Mineta International Airport. I'm also an ex officio advisor to the board of the DMO, but I'm really here tonight to speak on behalf of, on behalf of myself, but in my role as Deputy Director at the airport. SJC has a $2.6 billion annual economic impact in the region. We're responsible for $1.6 billion in payroll and more than 19,000 jobs, many of which are in Santa Clara, and many more are held by Santa Clara residents. So Santa Clara's ability to attract visitors to its hotels and convention center directly impact our business. Your success is our success. So as someone who has been marketing in the South Bay against our fierce neighbor to the north now for almost a decade, I can tell you it is no easy feat to put any of our communities on the map. But Christine and her team at Discover Santa Clara have done a phenomenal job, and as someone who's also been here to see the evolution of Santa Clara's destination marketing efforts, I can tell you that what you have now is second to none. So yes, with that, I would encourage you to support, give us the opportunity to continue to work with Christine and her team for another 5 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Thank you for coming all the way from San Jose over here, across the border. Thank you.
The next speakers are online.
Oh, online. All right. Lisa Baird, Madden Media. Lisa, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Baird, and I work at Madden Media, a tourism marketing agency. While we work with hundreds of destination marketing organizations across the country, I've personally spent the last 2.5 years working alongside Discover Santa Clara. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of the renewal of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District and in support of Discover Santa Clara's continued sales and marketing efforts. Discover Santa Clara is fully funded by the 2% assessment from the 11 district hotels. Their purpose is to fill the TID hotel rooms, and that's whether that's through weekend leisure travel, small group meetings, or citywide conventions. All of these overnight travelers also bring foot traffic to Santa Clara businesses and fuel the broader economy. Discover Santa Clara marketing efforts really prove that they're focused on supporting the TID hotel partners. While a true recap of all their efforts is not possible in just the few minutes that I have here tonight, I would like to share a few highlights. They launched a new website featuring virtual hotel and meeting space tours, meeting RFP forms, and a booking widget that converts web interest into hotel stays. The website is at the heart of their year-round advertising efforts, so ensuring that this digital tool was informative and user-friendly was a top priority to continue driving consideration and generate bookings. With that in place, they've continued to build a powerful marketing ecosystem from the ground up, scaling their email subscriber database, growing social media audiences to capture both leisure and corporate interest, and running targeted ad campaigns to help build additional interest and drive overnight visitation. One of the many outcomes from their formal activation plan for Super Bowl 50 and the FIFA World Cup was landing Santa Clara in global publications like Forbes and Vogue. As a destination marketing expert, I can confidently say that Discover Santa Clara remains focused on driving economic growth and vibrant tourism to your city, and continued investment in this work will continue to propel Santa Clara forward as a premier travel and event destination. When applicable, I urge the...
Your 2 minutes are up.
Oh, they were up. Okay, Catherine, go ahead, Catherine. You're muted, Catherine. Catherine Lentz. Unmute yourself.
Good evening. Sorry about that.
That's
Mayor and
okay.
council members.
My name is Catherine Lentz, and I serve as the chair of the board of Discover Santa Clara and the senior director of event services at Levi's Stadium. I'm speaking tonight in support of renewing the city's partnership with Discover Santa Clara as our destination marketing organization. Santa Clara operates in an extremely competitive regional market in the heart of Silicon Valley, with neighboring cities across the region competing for tourism, meetings, conventions, and major events. Discover Santa Clara has built a strong and effective marketing strategy that keeps our city competitive with comparable destinations. Over the past several years, the organization has established a clear identity and brand for Santa Clara, highlighting assets such as Levi's Stadium, our diverse hotel inventory, and our central location in Silicon Valley. Just as importantly, the team at Santa Clara understands how to navigate the realities and challenges of our market. They remain current on industry trends, evolving traveler expectations, and what meeting planners and event organizers are looking for today. Discover Santa Clara also serves as an active extension of the city's broader economic and hospitality ecosystem. Their team is consistently participating in national sales missions and industry events, promoting Santa Clara as a destination for meetings, conferences, and large-scale events. One of the most valuable functions of a DMO is providing a centralized point of contact for planners, destination management companies, and corporations looking to host events. For example, when an organization is considering Santa Clara, they need a streamlined process to evaluate hotel availability, meeting space, transportation, dining, and local experiences. Discover Santa Clara helps simplify that process and creates a better experience from the very beginning. The first impression can determine whether business comes here or goes to another city. A coordinated professional sales and marketing effort is essential to attracting and retaining that business. Renewing Discover Santa Clara ensures continuity, stability, and momentum at the time when competition for tourism and event dollars remains incredibly high. I encourage the council to continue investing in this partnership and the economic benefits it helps generate for Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Yuriko Kawaguchi? Yuriko? Hello,
Good
Yuriko?
evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Yuriko Kawaguchi, and I am the Director of Sales and Marketing at the Delta Hotel. I have been leading the sales efforts for my hotel for the last 2 years, and I am here today in support of the renewal of the DMO agreement. As someone whose responsibility is to bring visitors, meetings, and travelers to Santa Clara, I see firsthand the value that a strong DMO brings to our city. The DMO helps create awareness, generates leads, and open doors that individual hotels and businesses cannot accomplish on their own. We have just come off, or will soon be coming off, global events such as Super Bowl and FIFA, which has placed Santa Clara on an international stage. Now is the time to build on that momentum and showcasing Santa Clara as the place to visit, meet, and do business. I respectfully ask the council to support the renewal of the DMO agreement. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. John Barros. John? Hello?
Good evening. Hi. Good Good evening. My name is John Barros, and I'm the hotel manager at Delta Hotel Santa Clara. I am here tonight to support renewing the DMO contract for another 5 years. I've seen firsthand the effort Christine and her team put into promoting Santa Clara and bringing business to our city. Their work benefits not only us hoteliers, but also our restaurants, retailers, and local businesses around the area. I think it's important to remember that convention business doesn't happen overnight. Large conventions, meetings, and events are often booked years in advance. And what Christine and her team has done is build relationships with meeting planners, event organizers, decision makers, and hotel partners. Those relationships take years to develop. Anyone in sales knows that trust and credibility aren't built overnight, and neither is a strong convention pipeline. We're seeing increased awareness of Santa Clara as a destination, and we're seeing the benefits of having a team focused on telling our story and promoting our city. This is exactly what we need to continue investing in. A 5-year renewal provides stability and gives the DMO the time needed to build the foundation that's already been built by the team. It allows them to stay focused on generating future business and creating long-term value for our hotels, businesses, and community. I really believe that our best path forward is to continue supporting the work that's already underway and give the team the opportunity to finish what they've started. Again, I fully support in renewing the DMO contract for another 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Mario Lopez. Unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff.
My name is Mario Lopez, the general manager at the AC by Marriott Hotel in Santa Clara. I am here representing my ownership group, as well as all of the employees of my hotel. We are in full support of the renewal of the DMO. We believe strongly that Christine and her team and the organization overall are vital to bringing business to the city of Santa Clara and to our hotels. Therefore, I'm asking for your consideration in full support of DMO. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mario. Edward, go ahead, Edward, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm also in support of this. I really think that we need to promote the city more. And I know that there's issues, I guess, with Silicon Valley Power getting power so we can get some of these businesses into the north side, especially here in Santa Clara. And that company Prologis, I'm hearing maybe they're going to be pushing for apartments, but it's zoned for, I guess, entertainment right now. I'm wondering, I'd like to keep it entertainment, maybe mixed use with retail, restaurant, hotels, something similar to like maybe a City Walk at Universal Studios. I don't know if we'll be keeping some of the rides or not, but I think it should still be zoned for entertainment. And I know that we've got brand new spaces right there off of Mission Park Marketplace between Monty U, Mission College Boulevard, and White Drive next to that Element Hotel. And half those units are brand new, just about half of them, and they're still sitting empty. They've been sitting empty for a number of years now. And I'm wondering if it's maybe due to the fact that we don't have enough power. I know the related project over there across from that Claire's Junction restaurant, I guess they're only 40% occupied right now, and that's why they don't have any retail below on that floor. Hopefully, yeah, we'll get more power somewhere to where maybe we could bring more businesses to the north side in the near future. Thank you very much. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Edward. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? That was the end of my list here. Okay, seeing none. City Manager, do we take any action on this? It's just information, and this will come back to us on, when's our next meeting? Our next official meeting? June something, 20 something? When is it?
June 23rd.
Thank you. June 23rd, we'll hear this. Final comments, Councilmember Park, Councilmember Jane. Remember, we have a lot of items to do in the next 2 hours.
Understood. We usually do. We've got 12 items on this agenda, so I understand it very well. I mean, I've heard a lot of comments, and I have a lot of concerns, because I remember what we used to have. We used to have a Convention Center Visitors Bureau, and that Convention Center Visitors Bureau actually looked at business across the city, not just for the convention center, not just for the hotels, but also with banquet halls and restaurants and open spaces throughout the city. We actually stabilized, we had a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, and we paid them $1.5 million a year, and that $1.5 million went towards the Chamber of Commerce, and it went towards the Convention Center's Visitors Bureau. They had a very small team, but that team knew the city very well. They knew every single spot. They had relationships that went back for decades. I hear that what we have now is second to none, but my concern is that second to none hasn't gotten us a lot of the P1 bookings that we need, and it's been several years. Trust and credibility are not built overnight, and I agree about that. I agree with that. I mean, we think about this very much when we're trying to build the new business, but we didn't think about this at all when we tore our Convention Center Visitors Bureau down. We did not do that. And my concern is, are we looking at with the P1s that we used to have? I mean, do we even know which events? Do we even know the organizations that we used to have? Because I hear about, what the effect the DMO has had, and we know and we can imagine what it would be like and how much worse it would be if we didn't have a DMO. But there really aren't any metrics that could show us what a great organization or what the DMO could or would do if it were firing on all cylinders, if it were doing the work of the past Convention Center Visitors Bureau. And I think that this is one of the concerns that I have, because we're paying a lot more. We've got 4 different organizations that people have to go to look at events. We used to have one organization that looked at calendars all across the board. You had one place to go. You had one stop. I'm very happy that the city manager said that we're going to do a study if we can make this process, if we can do this management process better. But the fact that we're, kind of saying we want the status quo without looking at how we can make this better first is a little bit concerning to me, because I have heard and I've talked to people, and since the last time that we've met, I've actually put calls out to organizations that have not come back to this city. And I don't know what it's going to take to do this. I mean, I'm not as worried about a 1% tax deterring people from coming to the city as I am about, getting the people that used to come back. I mean, do we know what the taxes, how the taxes are affecting the people who want to come back? I mean, we're not getting a lot of events. I mean, do we know what the current effect is? I mean, we can talk about the effect of increasing that tax, but do we know what the current effect of that tax is? And the reason I say that is we can look at our performance, but I know what it was like before. What is different from what we used to do and what we do now? This is kind of the critical thing. I've heard this council, members of this council say that having something is better than having nothing, but having something isn't the best solution. I've looked at the DMO, I've looked at the direct marketing websites, and I've noted in our study sessions and the sessions that I've had, the one-on-ones I've had with Ms. Lawson and the team, that the websites are old. They were showing businesses that had been closed for years. I mean, the fish market wasn't even there when I looked at it and things like this. And at some point, I really want an organization that's not just looking outward, but looking at the details, because the details are very important. I mean, I know that the $1.5 million that the city paid, it went towards stabilizing a Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce had relationships with all the businesses, not just the hotels. The Convention Center Visit Bureau worked with the hotels, worked with Convention Center, worked with, again, the restaurants, the banquet halls, all the places within the city. And they had a long list of clients that went back for decades. The fact that we haven't been able to retain this, I know that one of the problems that we had is, I think the DMO took on a very, very, very difficult task. They basically took over what Dan Fenton put together for San Jose and San Jose Live. It didn't work in San Jose, and now we've got, thousands of square feet less in convention, in usable space, and we had the same goals that he had set up for another city that failed. I mean, this was not tenable. At some point, I understand what you're trying to do. I understand that there are a lot of hotels here that are in support of this. I know that there are a lot of written statements on supporting the DMO. I would really like to see an analysis of how well we could be doing from scratch. And again, the fact that we're starting from scratch is really disappointing to me, because it's not even COVID that affected this. 6, 7, 8 years ago, we gutted the marketing organization that looked at business, bringing business in for the entire city. And we've never come back to this. I mean, I feel that if we want to have a good relationship, we need to go back and we need to have relationships with all the entities. I'd like to reduce the number of people that event organizers have to go to book an event in this city. I would like the events that come to the city to also have relationships with the Chamber of Commerce, because the Chamber of Commerce knows whatever other venues, what other banquet halls, what other smaller things, we can book here. The fact that we're not doing this, the fact that we're so concerned about hotel stays directly, I mean, I will tell you that every event that we have had in other places in the city, they have also driven up hotel stays. And maybe it's not just one event. Maybe you have 5 smaller events. And 5 smaller events brings hotel rooms in. But again, the Convention Center Visitors Bureau was looking at all of that. And they didn't take credit for it. They didn't have to pay off a lot of different people. And I'm going to say $500,000 to support the Convention Center's Visitors Bureau, I don't know that would even cover the salaries of 2 people in the DMO. And these are my concerns. I'm looking at the scale, I'm looking at all of these things, but more importantly, I'm looking at what have we lost, what are we comparing to? And we're comparing to nothing. But if we compare to what we used to have, if we compare to the P1, P2, P3 events that we used to book, we've lost so much. And when I hear people say, we're doing so well, this is the best thing that we have ever seen, I don't know how many of you remember what it was like in 2018 or 2017 or 2000, and that was before COVID. But again, a lot of those organizers, a lot of those events have not come back, and this is my concern. Like when I see this come back before council, I would like to see, and hopefully we have a study, so hopefully we've got a little bit of what we can do to make the system better for event organizers. But to hear that we've got 4 different organizations, Levy's doing the catering, and I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see not just what the effects would be if we increased but what are the effects of our already increased taxes compared to what it used to be? I'm not seeing that baseline.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I certainly see the need for somebody to be marketing the convention center and the hotels. And I realize that, we have this district and that under Prop 218, you charge a tax for hotels in the district, and that money can only be used to benefit those hotels in the district. But that begs the question, who is marketing for all the other hotels outside of the district? Who is marketing for the other businesses outside of the district? I understand that there's a Prop 218 restriction on this, but it's a question to perhaps the city manager. I would like to make a suggestion, and that is that and we heard from one of the hotel operators that they really don't want to add any more to the 2%. And I understand that we need that in case there's a downturn or something. But I think I would like for the council, because we're giving a contract to the DMO to market our convention center that we own, if you're going to increase that 2%, that it should come to the council for discussion or approval. So that's the modification that I'd like to suggest. I know that the hotels have to vote on it themselves, but it could conceivably impact our TOT that the city gets if we lose hotel rooms to San Jose. Thank you.
So it's my understanding the DMO is in charge of marketing the city and filling up hotel rooms, especially around the stadium and the convention center. And it's those hotels who pay into the fund for the DMO. I do remember the Convention Visitors Bureau. I do remember our audits of the Convention Visitors Bureau. I remember everything about it. And this destination marketing organization is 100% cut above what we had in the past. I am not interested in going backwards ever, especially to revisit that scenario, which was not positive. I love what they're doing. I think that I have never seen such support from all the hotels and all the industry around the convention center to support this organization. I've never seen anything like this, and people are willing to come and wait and listen to us and support all of their efforts. So I think we have brought marketing and advertising into this century with this organization, and they're doing nothing. Everything takes time to get moving, and I think they're on a upward trajectory, which is evidenced by all the support that they have. So we will hear this again on the 23rd? The 23rd. All right, so we don't take any action, right? Okay, thank you very much. Taco Bell's still open. All right. Have a taco for me. All right, we're moving on to, we're gonna go back to now, we have public hearing, item number 5. Let me get, do I have a script? You did give me one, right? Yeah, here it is here. Item number 5. The next item is the resolution approving rates for overall solid waste services and the annual cleanup campaign to be effective July 1st, 2026. At this time, I will reconvene the public hearing, continued for May 19th, 2026. Is there a staff presentation?
There is, Mayor. I'll invite Craig Moback, the Director of Public Works, up to the podium. Given the hour and the fact that all of the information has been published in your staff report, and for this item, not once but twice,
Right.
So it's all in the public record, I'm going to have the Director truncate the presentation, hit the highlights, so we can have this item and get to the other items.
I appreciate that. I know we have a 12 o'clock. We'll probably extend that a little bit, but we did take all the items that, we still have all the public hearing items left. So I want to be, cognizant of the fact that we have several items that need to be approved this evening. Director Moback, welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. Craig Moback, Director of Public Works, here for the solid waste rates. In terms of the, this isn't advancing the slides. No clicker here. No, is this it? All right. So we're going to run through services. As you are aware, they consist of garbage, yard trimmings, residential recycling, and the cleanup campaign. Each service that a customer subscribes to is added together, and that consists of the bundled rate. There are compensation adjustments this year, and those are tied to our contracts with Mission Trail Waste Systems, Green Waste Recovery, and Recology. They're based on a water sewer trash index for Mission Trail Waste Systems, so that's about 4.7%. For Green Waste Recovery, they are based on the Bay Area Consumer Price Index, so that's at about 3%. And Recology uses a combined route growth factor, it's about 0.4%, and the water sewer trash index. And so I do want to point out that the rates are based on a 4.5% increase to the water sewer trash index. As we are going through this process, and we're noticing for the Prop 218, it came to our attention that the Bureau of Labor Statistics backdated some changes to the water sewer trash index. And so we talked about that with the Attorney's Office as well as with the companies that it affected. So we were required to include that. It's a nominal cost, about $70,000. And so we're going to handle that through reserves because it wasn't able to be incorporated into the actual rate increases. Also, there are increased with the city program costs. So we have city MOUs, so labor costs have gone up. Also with the cost allocation plan where we spread out monies to different programs, that's up about $100,000. Technical services tied to IT and the services that are provided through Unisys and various other factors are up about $290,000. So those are all included into the rates. Here's a chart showing the different components. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the percent of subscriptions. I do want to point out, council had requested us to do more effort to try and get customers into the 20-gallon garbage carts. That went up to 14%. Last time you saw this last year was 11%, so we did see some benefits there. Highlighted in green, those are our biggest customers, so 51% at the 32-gallon, 30% at the 64, so that's over 80%. You can see the rates as we move the columns to the right. So for the garbage carts in 25-26, and then the 26-27 rate, and then in the last column you'll see the change in rate. So for garbage, going from 20-gallon up to the 96-gallon subscription, you see the increases anywhere from 70 cents to $2.49. And then you'll see in the yard trimmings component is up about 72 cents, recycling 26 cents, and the cleanup campaign is up about 32 cents. So here's the bundled rate charges. So those are combined, and this is what the total cost customers will pay per subscription. You'll see the different cart sizes, 20-gallon to 96 on the first column, and then you'll see the increases. So the change in rates anywhere from $1.28 up to $3.79. So from a percentage perspective, that's about 3.3% to 3.8% on the high And here's what it looks like for bins. So on the left-hand side, just the different size bins that are options, 1 cubic yard up to 8 cubic yard. And then working from left to right, that's the service that's provided either once a week, twice a week, all the way up to 6 times a week. So that percentage increased anywhere from 5.3% up to 5.7%. Just going to touch on reserves. We are utilizing some of the reserves. We target $4.5 million for the rate stabilization reserve. We have about $2.9 million. We're utilizing reserve to cover that change in the Bureau of Labor Statistics for about $68,000. Also, we're allocating about $415,000 for street sweepers, and that's primarily the change that we're going to start funding for electric, as we see that a potential in the future versus the fuel street sweepers. Here's the O&M reserve. That target is 25%, so roughly 11 million. We've got about 7.3 million, so we are doing good. In terms of allocations, this go around, we're putting 400,000 towards emergency backup and collection system enhancements out at the closed landfill. We talked about Amoresco. That gas collection is dwindling as we knew it would be. The quality is not as good, so they've notified the city that they're going to be ending the contract. Not a lot of options there, so we just want to build some redundancy in our systems. And then going to touch on the countywide rate comparisons. Again, we're comparing our 26-27 rates up against the countywide average for 25-26 because we don't have all the data. We know that a lot of the other agencies are increasing rates as well. But you see here the comparison on the 20 gallons up to the 96 gallon and how we compare. And then we also have the townhouse rate, as you're aware, so that shows there. For 20 gallon and 32 gallon, for single family, we're slightly above at 47 and 55, below for the townhouse. And then on the 64 gallon and 96, we're below the countywide average for both single family and the townhouse rate. And here's what it looks like for bins. On the cubic yard, different collection times, as well as the 3 cubic yard. Those are the most popular services. And so looking at the increases, we're below countywide average for most of the bins, except for a couple of the 3 cubic yard subscription levels. We're slightly above. Also wanted to point out that agencies that don't have mixed waste processing also have, in many cases, additional bins for organic collection. And then most jurisdictions, as I mentioned, have the increases planned. So it's a public hearing. I think you well aware of that, as well as that it takes a majority protest to not allow you to impose the fees tonight. So in terms of our recommendation, it's to conduct a public hearing, tabulate the protest votes, and then if less than the majority protest is tabulated, we'll ask you to adopt a resolution to impose all the rates that you see here listed out, and that would become effective July 1, 2026.
So thank you so much.
Quickly, yep.
Are there any questions for staff or members of the council? Councilmember Cox.
Thank you, Director Mobuck. And I missed the first iteration of this when it was brought to council last time. So my question is really about what is appropriate action during this time. I've had a lot of concerns from residents, at least in my district, about kind of the infiltration of outside garbage being brought up in the cleanup campaign. But I don't know if this specifically is going to address anything except the rate of the cleanup campaign, or if it would be a time to discuss the function and the way that the cleanup campaign is ran.
All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was just very pleased to see the 20-gallon go up. And that was one of the pleas we made to people if they were not happy about what we had to do with the cost, that was one way they could lower their cost. I was just curious if we saw a lowering in all of the different types of bins. I just don't remember the percentages exactly from each year. but I appreciate that we're making the point, and we are the only ones that I know of that have the single-family and the townhouse difference. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Well, first, I'm pleased to see that we're getting electric sweepers. The question that I have is that we have a rate stabilization reserve, and it seems like we're drawing down our rate stabilization reserve. What is that used for? Is that being used to subsidize low-income people? Is that to cover everyone? How long is that going to continue if we're trying to get to 25%? That's for O&M reserves. And we're currently at 7.3 million, or 16% of annual expenditures. So I wanted to really understand the drawdown of the rate stabilization reserve. Thank you.
Those are the questions, Director.
Okay, thank you. And so for the first one, Councilmember Cox, in terms of the appropriate action, yeah, this is tied to the rates that our cleanup campaign will be charging. Prior to you joining council, we did a whole study on the cleanup campaign, public outreach, and ultimately that came back to council. But the vast majority of the public are in support of the cleanup campaign and the way that it's run, and didn't request any changes associated with it. Councilmember Hardy, yeah, in terms of the carts at about 14%, so roughly each other subscription level dropped about 1%. I believe that was the case there. And then Councilmember Jane, in terms of the different reserves, really no plans to draw down on a regular basis. We do, and thanks for bringing it up, we do have a rate assistance program. That's about $10 a month savings for all those who qualify. That's not funded through the rate stabilization reserve. We looked at it, and this year, as I mentioned, we are drawing down on one-time costs, so related to sweepers in the O&M reserve, and then also in the other reserve tied to the improvements out at the closed landfill. I believe that was all the questions.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we will proceed with the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak about the proposed solid waste rate increase? Anyone here? Anyone online, City Clerk? Okay, thank you. Looking at my script, conduct and close public hearing. May I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Jane?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox. Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Proposition 218, which gives residents the right to lodge a written protest against the proposed increases. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any information about the number of written protests that we have received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 13 written protests to the proposed rate increase for solid waste. The number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Thank you. We can now proceed with deliberation and action on the solid waste rates. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had one question that I didn't get to ask earlier, and that is, as the methane production from the landfill is declining, Amoresco is not particularly interested in capturing that for power generation. Are we flaring that? Is that how we're disposing of that to prevent greenhouse gases?
Yes, that's correct. So once they cease operations, then our primary control will be the flare.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy,
I was ready to make a motion
please do.
to approve the rate increase based on the lack of protests.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez for the staff recommendation. Yes. Okay, just let me finish my sentence. All right, so Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director, for the report. I have a quick presentation, if you can please.
How
bring that up.
quick? Because we have a motion and a second. How quick is your
It's
presentation?
5 minutes.
Okay,
You'll see,
5 minutes,
not
go
too
ahead.
long. Okay, so this goes back to 2019 when we made, as a policy matter, we made a bad decision of not going to split bin versus, whereas most of the split bin users on the trial basis, they were convinced that it is a good plan to go, but the council at that time decided we don't want to go to split bin decision. You see how bad that decision was. 2 cities in our contiguous area, like Milpitas and Sunnyvale, they follow split bin. And I know the comparison is not 100% apples to apples, but we compare our data with the county, we compare our data with the other cities. So this is the comparison of 2 cities. Next. So here is the data from Santa Clara rates versus Milpitas rates. Milpitas doesn't use the 20-gallon bin. They use 38-gallon, which is our next category, 19 gallon for garbage and 19 gallon for food scraps, basically. So in that category, which is our biggest category, 51% of our residents are using that category, our rates are 26.97, almost 27% more than Milpitas. If you compare apples to, not apples to apples, but if we compare the rates of Milpitas. And our next category is the 65-gallon, which 30% of our residents use that. Our rates, comparing Milpitas on that category, are 45% more than what residents of Milpitas are paying, basically. And large 95-gallon, which is, I think, only 5% or so our residents are paying that. 5%, yeah, 5% of residents have that. That is a huge difference, although I'm glad only 5% of our residents use that. Our rates are 66% more on that. And this is a huge delta. Like comparing Milpitas, our residents are paying huge difference on this thing. And I understand this is a split bin versus our is a regular bin. We get it sorted out. On top of that, you know that our seniors came here today. They don't want that they should get senior centers should not have charge them any fees, or they're struggling with all the inflation, gas prices are going high, grocery prices are going high, and they are on a limited resources of Social Security. Milpitas seniors above 62-year-old only pay half these rates. They subsidize it. I don't know how they do it. Staff can find out. But they subsidize it, and they only pay half of these rates, basically. Anybody above 62 years old, household resident, they pay only 50% of that. Next screen, please. Here's a comparison of Santa Clara versus Sunnyvale. They also don't use Super Saver, the 20-gallon smallest one. They used, I think their bin size is, if I'm not, I think comparing like next to bin size are comparing us, they're 28.5%, 29% high. Santa Clara is 29% higher than our residents, and medium gallon, which is 30% of our uses, is almost 63% higher. So this gives you an idea, like our bad decision of a council, how much it has impacted. Like I did make those calculations at that time. It will cost our residents millions of dollars, and that's exactly what is costing us millions of dollars to our residents, not to the city, but to our residents, because they are paying for all these charges, basically. And large bin, they're charging around 85% more. Next screen, please. So across every comparable cart size, Santa Clara residents pay materially more than residents in Milpitas and Sunnyvale. Additionally, Milpitas seniors above 62 years pay only 50% of their regular rates. Past bad policy decision by council is costing our residents millions in garbage rates. And I am ready to make an alternate motion on the, according to our, I don't know, on our May 19th agenda given by the staff, and those two alternates have been taken out, but I want to make a motion about one of the alternates which was mentioned in the May 19 agenda for this agenda item, basically. Do not adopt a resolution to increase the proposed rates to be charged to ratepayers for the collection and disposal of garbage, refuse, yard trimming, recycling, and annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area and subsidize financial year 26-27 expenditure with funds in the amount of approximately $2 million from a general fund. And reason I'm saying that, we do have our overall financial funding is good, much better than where we were in the previous years, and I don't want the residents to pay for the mistakes done by the city council, so I'm making this motion as an alternate motion on the table. Thank you.
Karen?
I would remind Councilmember Chahal that it was myself, he, and Patty Mahan, God rest her soul, who were against this in the beginning, and we voted against it. But that passed, and now we have an agreement, we have a contract, and we have a reality
and I'm not
that we have to keep. Please let me finish. So that is why I made the motion. We also have a program which cannot be, we cannot use our fund that we use to our, sorry, I'm forgetting what the...
General fund.
We cannot use any of the money that we have for the city to kind of not have those rates go up and down a lot. Our stabilization, there we go, I knew it's getting too late. Our stabilization fund, but we have another fund that we can help people who are not able to pay that. And I've also made the point that if you get a smaller garbage can, that greatly reduces the cost, and you notice Sunnyvale and Milpitas do not have that option, which we do. So I think it would be foolishness of us, because we have a contract that we have agreed to, we have signed, and we are going to have to uphold, that we're going to have to pass this. And it's not fun to pass it on to our residents, but those that it truly harms, we want them to please apply for our assistance program, because that assistance program, if you qualify, would help you with both the garbage, water and sewer, and electricity. Thank you. So I will not accept a change in the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
I will second the motion. I don't think you need to accept a change. I think this was an alternate.
Asking for change.
Yeah.
I made the
It's a substitute motion. But
yes.
Yes.
That's a substitute.
And I will second that to keep the conversation going. But I will have another questions. I mean, some of the things that I've heard, which is we can't use funds to subsidize, and the short answer is, but we do. I mean, in the cases where the vendor gives us a rate increase and our increase lags the increase from the vendor, we pay the additional fees from the city during that time. Because, and I've asked this question in the past, we cannot proactively raise the rates if the vendor, to make up for any increased costs. We cannot do that. But we can pay an increased rate for a matter of time if our rate our approved rate is lower than the vendor's rate. I've asked this question. I believe that is the answer. I looked at my notes, and that's what they've told me. I mean, I kind of want a reminder, why are townhome costs lower than those for single-family homes? I mean, I know it's because, well, they don't get cleanup campaign, but I'm not thinking, are there consolidated bin areas? Are there ease of pickup? Because we know that 20-gallon bins or 20-gallon carts are actually charged a premium. And the reason they're charged a premium, if you actually look at what the cost per gallon of trash is, it's higher for a 20-gallon. And one of the reasons that we state is, well, because there is a fixed cost for pickup. And so if that fixed cost is for pickup and everything else, the scaled cost is for the amount of trash that's there, then it would seem that the larger bins would offset that charge for pickup with the many more gallons that they've got. But it seems that single-family homes are charged more than the scaled rates for townhomes. Like when I take a look at the county rates and I look at the single-family rates, we've got the 20-gallon carts are at $2.3, $2.4 per gallon for single-family homes, and we've got $1.5 per gallon for the townhomes. And then they kind of reduce down to, $1.7 for the 32 single-family bins, and then $1.3 for the 64 single-family bins, then $1.11 for the 96-gallon bins. But then we go to the townhomes, and it doesn't scale. It doesn't seem to scale. I mean, none of them scale linearly. That's the first thing. Like, I've got to take out the offset. But even if I try to take off the offset, it doesn't make sense. The per gallon costs don't make sense. And it seems that we are funding some of this campaign, I mean, not off the backs of, because it's a much smaller percentage of people who have the 20-gallon bins, but it's a much higher rate if we look at the scale per gallon than any other rate, whether it's within the single-family home, the other gallons, and we explained why, because of the fixed pickup charge, but it doesn't make sense when we look at the scaled townhome rate either. Like, I don't understand that. I mean, I've always wanted, if we want to drive behavior, we would actually charge more for the larger bins because we want people to generate less trash. But again, we can't do that either. But I want to know why we have these costs. Why are they different? I just want the public to know that. I want to know why the 20-gallon bins are charged a premium. But more importantly, if you look at the numbers, and I've got the numbers here if you want to take a look at them, but you can do the math yourself. You can just do the division. Why the single-family home rates, and especially the 20-gallon carts for single-family homes, seem to be the higher in almost every aspect, whether it's by cost within their single-family home area or whether it's in comparison to either the county or the townhomes.
Okay,
the other
you're
thing that I
repeating
noticed,
now, so
the
I'm
other thing that I
gonna
noticed,
ask that-
but the other thing that I noticed is,
We can't, according to our policy, we have to stop repeating, please.
well, this is not a
Just
repeat.
ask your question. You said the same thing at least 3 or 4 times over and over.
Oh, I think I said it only
So get to the point,
twice.
please. No, it was 4. I counted. Get to the point, please. Our policy says you have to get to the point and stop repeating.
I would think she would be better at counting to 4. But the county seems to have rates that look like they're scaling much more. I mean, they're much more consistent. When I get to the point of 64 gallons versus 96 gallons, they're almost equivalent. Why do our rates change so much with the difference in our sizes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 5 times. Councilmember Jane.
With the county, which is a different question.
Yeah, I actually agree with Councilmember Chahal that our rates are much higher because we don't have the split bins. Now, I know that we have a contract that we can't get out of. I'd like to know when that contract expires and what we're doing to renegotiate that contract to perhaps add a split bin capability in the future. And then I believe that the reason why townhouses are less is because they have less yard waste. And so they don't have the green bins for the yard waste. But, fundamentally, because we essentially have kind of like a single stream because of, what is it, 1378? that we are required to extract organics. Because we essentially have a single stream, we have to basically pay people to yank the organics out of our trash cans. That's what costs all the money. So if we could educate our residents for split bin and have the organics be separated out, it could conceivably be a lot cheaper. But that requires different bins. We did a pilot. The bins that we had picked were problematic, but what I'm asking is, we have a long-term contract. When is that contract going to expire? And what are we doing to move towards a split bin policy in the new contract? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox.
I am happy to agree with that kind of assessment on it, looking at real solutions for this, because I think that while, and I don't know if this was talked about last week, but I think while the intent is really good, I think that this really confuses a subsidy with affordability, and it doesn't change anything. And, you know, a delay on this doesn't make rates less. In fact, in a year, unless we continue to do this every year with general fund money, makes a massive spike in next year's rate. So I am all about reviewing split bins and doing it, but I don't know what thought was put into just a $2 million subsidy. I think the other huge issue with that is there is an affordability piece already in place within our waste bin structure. Doing something at a blanket like this takes out equity in any way with residents. I understand that it's a measure of helping everyone, but really what it's going to do is it's going to offset for people who don't need it, as well as those who desperately do. So again, I don't think this is solving a problem. I think this is confusing the way that we should spend money. I think the intention is there, but I think that we responsibly have to look at ways to correct items instead of defer them to later dates and use really precious general fund money to subsidize a cost that is not linked to any money-making facet. Like, this is a kill and eat model. We have to prove that we're doing these rate increases because costs are going up. So this is a cost recovery method. It's not coming out of nowhere. Past decisions may have done it, but again, I think that our fiscal responsibility is to solve problems, not to deter them at all.
Thank you. And I have to say, we do have a contract, as was mentioned earlier, and Santa Clara did do a split bin pilot program, which did not turn out well, and the residents did not like it, so we didn't support it. And they were willing to pay a little bit extra to not have the split bin. I think people forget that. I haven't forgotten that. So we're under contract. We shouldn't be taking from our general fund for this. That makes no sense to me. I'm going to support the original motion on the floor. And let's move forward. We have other things to talk about tonight. Councilmember Chahal, you have something else to add?
Yes.
And we have a substitute motion on the floor that we'll
Yes.
vote on first.
Yes. So to answer some of the questions raised, Councilmember Hardy mentioned we cannot do it from general fund. We can. That was the alternate mentioned to us on May 19th agenda. We can do that. There's no question. The council can approve that, first of all. We can do that. Even our 20-gallon rates are almost 10% higher than the next 32-gallon rates of Sunnyvale and Milpitas, for the kind of information. And as regards the split bin, which Mayor mentioned that our resident didn't like it, I may remind Mayor Gilmore, majority of the people who were on the trial run for the split bin, they liked the split bin, but they wanted some changes. Pick up the data. Once we tried to modify the data, when we said, oh, okay, now let's take opinion from everybody from the city. Those who did not even try the split bin, that was the time when we don't like split bin. People did not even try that. People who tried that, they liked the split bins with a little bit modification. But people who did not try, that was the time when it said, oh, lesser number of people are liking that. So I just want to remind that you can look at the data, or I can send you the data for for those things. So with that, I stand by my motion.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, before I go back to Councilmember Park again to ask the same questions, can we answer some of his questions, please?
Yeah, can I get the presentation, please? Because I know I was received the information from Councilmember Chahal this afternoon, so we rushed to put some stuff together. We also had a conversation. And so I think the main thing to understand is these rates are not directly comparable to any split cart rates. Each city does things completely different, and there's different ways of doing things. And so there's a number of items raised, and so I think it's important to kind of go through some of this data just so everybody's on the same page in terms of where we've been, things we've explored, and how we ended up where we are today. So you talked about the history, Mayor, of mixed waste processing versus the split cart. Yeah, we did a year-long pilot program, collected a lot of data. There was a lot of concern from the public in that pilot program about heavy carts, carts breaking, parts availability. Some residents refused to use the split cart. Some were cutting out the area for the organics so they could have their full garbage space. Those carts gave people reduced garbage space. There was concerns of food smell, waste, leakage, things like that. We did survey data, public meetings. The survey data showed as a majority that they weren't in favor of the split cart, and that the majority was willing to spend a little more money to go with mixed waste processing. And so that's when council directed staff to move forward with mixed waste processing as a policy. It is a higher level of service in terms it doesn't require residents to do any self-sorting. Trying to compare our rates to Milpitas and Sunnyvale, there's not a direct comparison. The carts are totally different. The volumes are different. Those are not equitable. So hard to compare. Their carts have about 30% less space for garbage because that's utilized for the mixed or for the organics. Also, I do want to point out, yeah, we have a townhouse rate. 20% of our cart subscribers use that, and that's less than Sunnyvale and Milpitas. Sunnyvale also runs their own solid waste facility, so it's unclear how that's incorporated into their rates in terms of revenues. Santa Clara rates includes things like street sweeping, leaf vac, holiday tree collection, as well as items out at the closed landfill. So there's that level of service. And then it's unclear how Sunnyvale and Milpitas deal with their franchise fees or any general fund money and what they're putting into their program. So all I'm trying to point out here is it is very difficult to start trying to cross-compare. There's different ways to look at carts. Mixed waste processing through green waste is recovering more organics and recyclables from the landfill because we're going through everything. So that is ensuring organic removal. Where the split cart, if someone doesn't choose to use it that way, you're not capturing the organics. Here's just some figures, and Councilmember Chahal provided this. He said he was able to get some of the information from the cities, but these are the cart sizes from Milpitas, and it shows what I'm talking about, how there's a garbage component, a scrap component, and their total capacity, right? And so there's no direct comparison to link up with our carts because these are different. This is the structure for Sunnyvale. That's different as well. And so one way to compare it is comparing total capacity, right, up against our rates, which you can do that. And another way is to compare just on the solid waste perspective. So take our solid waste capacity, try and compare them. There's no direct comparison here, but try to compare them to something in Milpitas that has the same type of solid waste capacity. And if you did some comparison like that, you'd end up with figures like this, right? So it's not saying one's right or wrong, it's a different way of comparing it. So this is Milpitas, this is Sunnyvale, if you tried to do that, that type of comparison. And so you end up with different numbers, different percentages on what's lower, what's higher. Again, no easy way to do this. And then we do have the townhouse rates. So if you throw those into the mix, you're going to get different numbers. Obviously, we're lower in the first two of those. The medium is showing a little bit higher. But then when you compare up against Sunnyvale, we're lower on all when you look at the townhouse rate. So, that's, again, the point is, there's no easy way to compare this stuff. There was questions about, our 20-gallon, and why is it different for the townhouse? Because they don't pay the green waste, right? And I think one of you had mentioned that. There are tariffs at Mission Trail charges for each size bin. They're different, so you're not going to see a direct correlation across the board. Let's see. In terms of, there's a question about how rates change. Well, rates change because the contracts change. Those new contract terms go into effect July 1. That's when these rates would go into effect. So that's how we're capturing that type of, that revenue to offset it with the rates. So there was a question about long-term. Yeah, I think our contracts are like 2035, 36 timeframe. That was another item that was big with council when we talked with renewing these, was locking in long-term contracts. So that's when those extend to. And so, we wouldn't be looking at getting out of those. One thing I do want to point out, we negotiated these at a pretty good time. It was well ahead of COVID. I think if we tried to renegotiate and we're coming into new contracts at this point, costs would be totally different, whether it's from vehicles, service, or whatever. It's just a different market, right? So it's hard to say one way or the other where it's going to be, but we all know where costs have gone since pre-COVID. So.
Thank you for putting this together at the last minute. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I understood. I keep hearing that residents wanted this, and I remember having the meetings at the Citizens Advisory Committee. I remember going to the senior center, and we had the discussions there. I talked to a lot of the people who had, that were part of the project to try out these bins. A lot of them were in District 3 in Councilmember Hardy's district. I think Karen Hardy was one of them as well. I talked to a number of people. I talked to people in Sunnyvale. I talked to a lot of different people. I was pretty active at that time because, you have nothing to do. And I remember, and I took notes, and I still have my notes, and my notes show that, well, to my surprise, a lot of people wanted the split bins. And so I would really like, in the next presentations that you give, because we're going to see this like every single time we have an increase, I would like to see the survey results and I'd like to see, the feedback that we get. I see the numbers, and again, my question, knowing that it was really hard to compare across cities, my question was, why are the differences even within one, with single-family homes? And even if we're going to do single-family homes across the townhomes, I understand there are differences in green waste collection, but my question is, why are they so different in percentages, and why don't they scale in any way, even within a a group, and even across groups just within Santa Clara, townhomes versus single-family homes? I don't believe that was answered.
That was the question of, yeah.
Yeah, so that's related to tariffs.
Please?
So the tariffs are not the same for every cart. So when you get into that, it changes things not on a direct correlation. We went through the rate studies that R3 had done in the past, and I think we went through that information with council. R3 takes all the data and how they built up the costs for each one of the carts and the bins and how we got to the rates where we're at. The council's direction was to be equitable and fair. Obviously, we have Prop 218 requirements, so each level of service is paying for what those costs are.
Okay, but we don't determine what those tariffs are. Mission Trail does, and I wrote that tariffs that Mission Trail charges for each size bin are different, but they determine what that is. We have no input into that.
It's in the agreement.
Okay, it's in the contract. All right.
Councilmember Hardy.
I will also make the point that we have been able to argue for I think it's at least 2 free resident drop-off days that we did not have before. And so there really isn't, and they don't limit that. Those are days, and you can bring whatever you can bring in whatever vehicle. So we can't really compare any of this from one place to another. So I'm going to stand by my Motion, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a substitute motion. So the first question is whether or not we want to accept the substitute motion. Is that right, City Attorney? And that was made by Councilmember Chahal, seconded by Councilmember Park, correct? Do we want to accept that substitute motion?
And if I could request that we wait for Councilmember Jane to return.
Where'd he go? Can't even get a break. All right, so the first vote is whether or not to accept the substitute motion. Go ahead, City Clerk. We're all here.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
No.
Councilmember Cox.
No.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
No, so that fails 5-2. So we have the original motion on the, on
Staff recommendation.
Sorry, it's getting late. Staff recommendation, Councilmember Hardy, seconded by Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Councilmember Chahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 5-2, staff recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, Director Mobeck. Thank you, staff. All right, our next, let's see, I have a script for the next one as well. Next item is agenda item number 6, public hearing, action on adoption of resolutions amending water, sewer, and recycled water rate schedules to be effective July 1st, 2026. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing to be open. Is there a staff presentation? I believe there is,
Yes,
Manager.
by
Okay.
Director of Water and Sewer Utilities, John Ramirez.
All right.
Take it away.
Director, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, council members, members of the public. Tonight, we are presenting the proposed water, sewer, and recycled water rates for your consideration. The proposed rates are designed to support ongoing operations, critical infrastructure investments, regulatory compliance, and appropriate reserve levels, consistent with Proposition 218 requirements. With that, I'll begin the presentation. Our agenda that I'll be covering tonight will have 12 items. The rate-setting timeline: on April 25th, 2026, Proposition 218 notices arrived to mailboxes. On May 7th, 12th, and 18th, council briefings were held. Tonight, we're having our rate hearing. On July 1st, 2026, if approved by council, rates become effective. On the right, you'll see our Prop 218 notice that went to customers. Our proposed rates. The proposed rate increase for water is 12.2%. For sewer, single-family residents will see a 12% increase, multifamily 10%, and for commercial customers, the rates will vary from a decrease of 17% to 33%. Recycled water customers will see an 11.4% increase. Food and kindred products will see a 33% increase. Restaurants, 31%. Industrial chemicals, 29%. Metal plating will see a decrease of 17%. Electronic equipment will see a decrease of 10%. And churches, a decrease of 7%. At a later slide, I'll explain these a little more clearly. The utilities overview: the water system consists of approximately 27,000 service connections, 335 miles of mains, 21 active groundwater wells, and 7 storage tanks. The sewer system consists of approximately 27,000 connections, 288 miles of mains, 7 pump stations. The city is 20% co-owner of the regional wastewater facility with San Jose. The recycled water system consists of 350 connections, 33 miles of mains, and recycled water accounts for approximately 20% of total water sales during summer months. Water sources for 2025. Santa Clara groundwater wells produced 53% of the water supply in 2025. The city purchased 12% from Valley Water. From the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, the city purchased 16% of water supply, and under 20% was recycled water during summer months. On the right side, you'll see a map of our water system. North of 101, customers are receiving predominantly SFPUC water. In the center of the city is groundwater. In the southern portion of the city, the green color there, they're receiving a blend of valley water and groundwater. Our water capital improvement projects. $5.57 million was budgeted for FY26 and 27 and FY27, 28. The city's largest expenditures in the next 2 years include water main replacement projects. Annually, city crews replace approximately 10,000 feet of main. Well improvement projects includes well rehabilitation and new disinfection systems to improve water quality and reduce flushing. The CIP budget has been carefully managed to minimize the need for rate increases beyond the 12.2%. Santa Clara Valley Water District's 5-year infrastructure investment plan focuses on reliable water supplies, improving environmental stewardship, and modernizing critical infrastructure. Some of the key projects include, there are many, but these are key projects: the dam seismic retrofit improvement project, the Rinconada Water Treatment Plant Improvements Project, and the Pure Water Silicon Valley Project. In parentheses, those are total numbers, not fiscal numbers. On the right side, you'll see a conceptual drawing or design of the future Pure Silicon Valley Project, which is estimated to produce about 24 million gallons per day during drought years. Sewer capital improvement projects. $30.33 million is budgeted for FY26-27. $21.86 million is the city's contribution to the regional wastewater facility. $29.55 million is budgeted for FY27-28. $23.43 million is the city's contribution to the regional wastewater facility. City key projects include condition assessment, which includes pipe inspections. These condition assessment drives system improvements, which includes replacement of pipes. It also drives capacity improvements, which includes upsizing of pipes. On the right side, you'll see a picture of city crews replacing sewer pipe. FY26-27 rate impacts are primarily borne by the commercial customer, and I'll later explain. The regional wastewater facility key projects include the aeration basin upgrades, the digester facility upgrades, the primary clarifier rehabilitation phase 1 project, and the pump station improvements phase 1 project. Again, those are total project costs, not annual costs. 2 key projects I'll talk about are the aeration basin upgrades. That project is to deal with the new ammonia nutrients regulations that are coming up. The digester facility upgrades is a project that looks to increase fat oil grease production, which increases gas production, which is estimated to lower our electricity costs at the regional wastewater facility. On the right, there's a picture of the digester facilities that will be upgraded. Proposed rates. The adopted water rates for the purchase of water includes the operations and maintenance and capital improvement project costs for each supplier. Santa Clara Valley Water, also known as Valley Water, adopted a 9.1% rate increase for both treated surface water and groundwater sources. The San Francisco Public Utility Commission, the SFPUC, adopted a 7.4% rate increase for treated water. Again, as I mentioned earlier, water will see a 12.2% increase. For sewer customers, they will see a 12% increase for single-family residents, multifamily 10%. Again, commercial customers will see a varying rate on increases. We talked about recycled water at 11.4%. Food and kindred products, the 33% increase affects about 15 customers, and food and kindred products are those companies that can or manufacture food. Restaurants will see a 31% increase, and this classification, there are approximately 160 customers, and there are 15 classifications within the commercial tier rates. Industrial chemicals will see a 29% increase, and I did mention metal plating, 17% decrease. Electronic equipment, a 10% decrease, and churches, a 7% decrease. Commercial sewer rates explained. The regional wastewater facility CIPs are the primary driver in the commercial rate increase, as I mentioned. Customers are charged based on how much they discharge, flow, and how the difficult the discharge is to treat, which they call treatment. Flow conveyance is the amount of sewer discharged into the sewer system. More flow requires larger pipes, pumps, and infrastructure capacity. Strength treatment is the concentration of pollutants in the sewer water, such as biological oxygen demand and total suspended solids, Why water and sewer rates do not match the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. Water and sewer utilities are infrastructure-intensive services, and their costs do not increase at the same rate as the CPI. CPI measures changes in the cost of common consumer goods and services. However, utilities are primarily driven by infrastructure, regulatory, and construction-related costs, which increase much faster than CPI does. Rate adjustments typically exceed CPI when needed to maintain the integrity and reliability of the water and sewer utility systems. The average residential water bill. Residents will see an increase of $14.40 per month. This was calculated using a high-end user as an example, using 12 HCF, which stands for hundreds of cubic feet, which is approximately just under 9,000 gallons. Of course, we always encourage that conserving is the best way to lower your bill. For example, a low-end user is a 3 HCF user, which is just over 2,000 gallons per month, and their bill would increase approximately $10 per month. On the right, you'll see a picture of one of our city-owned wells. For sewer bills, single-family residents will see an increase of $6.90 per month. For multifamily residents, it's a $5.11 increase per month. Rates pass-through. Water rate increases cover water purchases, which account for 53.6% of the proposed rate. The remaining 46.4% covers the city's O&M and CIP costs, so almost 60% goes just to purchase water. The sewer rate increase covers the regional wastewater facility O&M and CIP costs, which account for 70% of the proposed rate increase. The remaining approximate 30% covers the city's O&M and CIP costs of the sewer collection system. Water and sewer rate comparison. So the city is in the middle compared to its peers. And for example, Santa Clara is the 6th lowest in water rates compared to its peers, and Santa Clara is the 4th lowest in sewer rates compared to its peers. Utility rate assistance programs, there are 3. The City Low Income Rate Assistance Program, also known as RAP, is funded by water and sewer cell tower revenues, and approximately $100,000 a year is collected. About 50 to 70% of that is utilized by customers. The Utility Low Income Rate Assistance Help Your Neighbor program is funded by customer utility bill donations, and that's managed by finance. And the Sacred Heart Community Service Assistance Program is funded by Valley Water, and in 2025, it was funded with $1.25 million, and that's for very low income, very hard to qualify in our area. The recommendations. At the close of the public hearing, if the protests from property owners are not a majority, adopt a resolution approving water rate schedules for recycled water and water rates to be effective July 1st, 2026, and adopt a resolution approving sewer rate schedules for city sewer service rates to be effective July 1st, 2026. That ends my presentation. I can take questions.
Thank you very much, Director, for your presentation. Are there any questions for staff from the members of the City Council? Councilmember Hardy.
John, you and I have worked really hard on all this, and we know why a lot of things are the way they are. But I know there's one number that helps people to understand, and I ask you to do this. Without this rate increase, our cost per gallon of potable tap water was 1.3 cents. Do you have that new number? And there might be other questions, but I ask you to make certain we ran the numbers and made certain we had that. Also, you went through it a little fast, but if you'll go back to where it was the $319 million for the water treatment plant, I want to explain to everyone that this was the aeration basin upgrade. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The other ones were planned for, and we are rebuilding the water treatment plant as it still runs. Now, we've joked that it would cost us less if we turned off the sewer for a couple months and rebuilt the whole thing, but that won't work. So that was planned for, but this aeration basins upgrade that is so expensive, we were only given 10 years to come up with a plan to lower the amount of ammonia in our effluent that goes out to the bay. Although we are the best for all the water treatment plants that have effluent going into the bay, and we pushed back and got a little bit of grace because there was what's called a red algae bloom in the bay. It was 2021, 22 timeframe. It was closer to San Francisco and Oakland, but the water quality agency has decided to make everyone that puts any effluent, treated water, into the bay, they must lower that ammonia content. And because of that, we had to add that very quickly to the entire process, which greatly added to the cost. It wasn't something we asked for. It wasn't something we had planned on, but we are having to pivot very quickly to do this. And I know that Councilmember Gonzalez and I have been through all this quite a bit, and we recognize the struggle this is. But it is a requirement. And also, if you notice the purified water, the idea is we put out about 100 million gallons a day on average is what the water treatment plant handles. The idea is to build a purification, not just reclaimed, because we use 20% of our water is reclaimed, but to take approximately 25 million gallons a day and bring that up to potable. It would really be distilled water for what they're requiring us to do. John's nodding his head because, yes, we've had this conversation. And blend that back in to make the entire South Bay more drought resistant.
There was a question in there somewhere.
So the question was,
It was way back in the beginning.
Did you run the numbers so we know how much per gallon? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Ramirez. I appreciate the slide showing that bottled water is 100 times more expensive than tap water. And you know what a lot of low-income residents that come from other countries where they can't rely on their tap water, they pay a tax for buying bottled water because they don't trust our water. How often is our water tested? I believe that bottled water is only tested like once a month at their facilities. But the question that I have is that we use 19% recycled water, and the county average is 5%. So that actually creates supply by taking wastewater and converting it to recycled water. So my question is, what are the plans to expand that 19% recycled water to even higher? That's my questions.
Those are the questions. John, when you're ready.
All right. I'll take us back to the cost of water. Okay, so we did look at this recently. So, of course, city tap water costs 14 cents per gallon. Bottled water costs an average price of $1.44 per gallon at wholesale. That's the average price. So imagine what it goes for at retail. We don't have that information. So, of course, there's a big discrepancy there. Tap water is regulated by the United States EPA and the State Water Resources Control Board here in California, the Division of Drinking Water. It's highly regulated. Unlike bottled water is regulated by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Different regulations. It's not stringent at all. Tap water undergoes comprehensive monitoring, reporting, and public notification requirements, which bottled water does not. For example, at the water treatment plants, they're required to do continuous monitoring, so they're monitoring every second. And they have systems in place. If there's an error or something happens, they dump that water to protect public health. So there's a lot of systems put in place that prevent water from being sent out that's contaminated. How often is water tested? So it's tested continuously. And our water system, we test it weekly as well. So there's a lot of monitoring that goes on with tap water. When it comes to recycled water and expanding recycled water, we do have rules and regs that require the use of recycled water when it's close by. So for example, if you're gonna build a facility and there's recycled water close by, we do require that they extend and connect to that recycled water system. So that is one of our requirements in order to expand the use of recycled water.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that it for the questions? Okay. I am going to, at this time, we will proceed with the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak about the proposed it should say water, city attorney? Bad script. Okay. Water rate increase. I don't want to revisit the solid waste one, so water rate increases. Would anyone like to speak on the increase? Any member of the public? Do we have anyone online? City Clerk? All right. May I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Jane?
Public hearing.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Jane, seconded by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane? Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes, and
Mayor
that
Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Proposition 218, which gives residents the right to lodge a written protest against the proposed increases. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any information about the number of written protests that we have received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 20 written protests to the proposed rate increase for water and recycled water, and 22 written protests to the proposed rate increase for sewer. The number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Thank you. So now we'll proceed with deliberations and motion. Councilmember Jane?
I want to make a motion for staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy for staff recommendation. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox? Yes. Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and all the work. Appreciate it. We're moving on. Moving on. Item number 8 is fiscal year 26-27 and fiscal year 27-28 budget action items. Public hearing, action on adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 and fiscal year 27-28 biennial capital improvement program budget, approval of fiscal year 26-27 operating budget amendments, and adoption of the fiscal year 26-27 Housing Authority budget and Sports and Open Space Authority budget. So the public hearing is open. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In the interest of time and also knowing that we've had 2 meetings where you have had a full presentation, I will ask Director Kinley to truncate the presentation, hitting the high points, any responses from the prior meeting, and then most importantly, noting the changes that are before you tonight. And tonight is scheduled for action on the proposed budget. And it looks like the city attorney has something.
Yeah, just briefly, Madam Mayor, usually the presentation includes both items 8A and 8B.
Oh, and 8B. So let me read 8B because we're going to do.
Thank you, Mayor.
But do they need separate votes or can they be voted on together?
They can be voted on together, Mayor.
They can?
Yeah.
Okay. So 8B will include in this public hearing, action establishing the city's fiscal year 26-27 appropriations limit of $753,285,224 pursuant to Article something of the California State Constitution. I don't know what that Roman numeral is. What is that? I was going to say 13B. What does the B stand for? 13B of the California State Constitution. Thank you. Got to make it simpler for me next time. Thank you. All right, Director Lee, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to engage with you on this important topic of the budget. I will go through and highlight new information, changes to the information since this is the third time around. Here's the agenda covering both topics A and B tonight. Just as far as the budget calendar, I always want to recognize the hard work going into this. My budget staff to my right, this is almost a year-long process to get here, and so this is a big day for the budget team, budget adoption. I do want to note on this slide, we added June 23rd. There was some interest in having a separate conversation around additional funds from this fiscal year, so we'll bring back a separate item for conversation around potential allocations for that. This is the two-year capital budget. You heard about improvements to the regional wastewater treatment plant. You heard about improvements for landfill gas distribution system. This budget covers all the infrastructure for our city, including all our city utilities, our municipal administrative facilities as well. This slide highlights the themes of this capital budget, including continuation of our bond, continuation of many capital projects in our utilities, transportation infrastructure, funding a $2 million allocation for council priorities, and addressing some of our structural deficit, including a sinking fund for capital replacement. On this slide, the last two presentations, the budget number was $1.7 billion. We've included about $475 million of capital project carryovers, as well as a handful of other adjustments that I'll highlight in this presentation. Overall, $2.2 billion of activity for 26-27, significant activity from a fiscal standpoint across all our city enterprises, including our general fund. With regards to the capital budget, it continues the implementation of Measure I general obligation bond dollars, $400 million in those 6 buckets there. We're focused on tranche 1. The bond also, importantly, want to highlight additional transparency and accountability items in there. I want to point out that this current fiscal year will be the first year where our independent auditor will separately audit the bond and report back as part of these requirements here. The general fund also funds through the capital projects reserve a number of projects, highly prioritized projects by our city departments for those areas where the general fund is the primary funding source. That includes storms, our administrative facilities, including City Hall, and a number of other projects. When you look at the categories by theme over the 2-year budget, $1.1 billion over a 5-year plan, $1.4 billion. We will come back separately with recommendations around our convention center, potentially from some of those dollars I talked about in our current year excess funds. I do want to highlight that the work around identifying our unfunded capital projects is ongoing. Every 2 years I present this number. With Measure I, significant progress, at least as far as identified funding needs. So that unfunded need over 5 years is roughly $253 million. When you look at other areas where we have master plans, the council just approved a Parks and Rec master plan. The council's heard around our ADA funding strategy, and then we've heard recently around City Hall. And so when you look at all those needs across the city, those total over $1 billion. So while we've made considerable progress around capital infrastructure, we will have additional work to do to fund these significant plans. With regards to our operating budget, this is the second year of an approved 2-year operating budget. Our team has looked at all the revenue estimates. We've made adjustments throughout all the funds around labor as well as non-personnel costs. I've detailed key areas where we've had organizational studies and recommendations from departments around added positions. And we've included descriptions in our appendices of all the operating budget amendments. With regards to general fund reserves here, just want to highlight as we go through a 2-year capital budget process, we do draw down from that capital projects reserve, that second line here. The proposed balance here of 12.5, that is above the modest policy level of $5 million. And then with extra funds at the end of the year, typically we do restore or contribute to that capital projects reserve. On the last row here, our sinking fund, or capital infrastructure replacement fund. So this is the first year we're adopting a budget or recommending a budget that sets aside dollars for capital replacement. As far as amendments to the proposed budget, so here's where I'll focus on some of the key changes. We've heard feedback from the council, from the public around the budget. This budget includes capital project carryovers of $476 million, operations carryovers and additional investments of $17 million. This recommended budget includes funding for our downtown. We've heard from many members of the public around downtown and advancing that effort, $400,000. Added funds to our Public Works Department with regards to repairs at the Adobe as well as Morris Mansion. Working with our elected police chief around police resources includes a police captain position that was a model that was previously in the department, and then with the switch to 2 assistant directors, one of those captains were traded in, and so this restores that 4th police captain. Resources in our HR department to support hiring in our electric utility. You've heard about some of the challenges in our SVP and meeting some of those very specific positions. So this budget adds 2 positions. In addition, in SVP, as they continue on an endeavor of an organizational review, that some of the key positions here around IT, specifically cybersecurity and some of the infrastructure projects. The last bullet here, $1.2 million for Prune Ridge Streets Plan. That was a part of a federal earmark. I understand there are a couple other earmarks, but this item's included in the budget because it does require matching funds, and so we've allocated both anticipated federal dollars and that matching fund in this budget. Updates to the HUD action plan. That plan was before the council after the proposed budget was approved, so this budget includes amendments to that plan based on what was approved. A couple other key changes here, working with the attorney's office on an insurance item, and then turning on the fountain at Franklin Mall, $17,000. Working with our library department to backfill some of the lost federal dollars here around our ESL program. And then carryover dollars both on the operations side in the general fund as well as other operating funds, mostly grants and donations, rounding out the changes. Then we've had a number of questions and answer sessions with the City Council and the public, May 5th, May 19th. Those are attached in the document and the report as attachment 6. We did receive some additional written questions after the May 19th study session, so those responses are included as attachment 7. I will go through some of those questions and responses just to make sure they're in here for the record for the public. The first question, the budget does include $3.8 million over 5 years for Related Santa Clara. That is historically been a placeholder for both staff support as well as third-party support and permitting costs. Those are reimbursed by Related to the extent that project advances throughout the 5-year project, ensuring that those dollars and the reimbursements are included in the budget to advance that project. Around SVP capital projects, the question was asked, how are the capital projects funded? A question around load development fees and potential take-or-pay provisions. And so wanted to highlight here on the table how the 5-year capital project is funded in the different rows of 5 different funding sources: customer service revenue, or the rates that are charged monthly to all our users, debt financing, developer contributions, load development fee, and public benefits charges. And so we also broke down those revenues by category. So 94% of the CIP is funded through industrial and commercial users, about 5% through residential customers, and that's across all revenue sources for all the projects within the CIP. And then the second part of that question around the take-or-pay provision and the risk that data center customers have toward our electric utility. Currently, our agreements do not have a take-or-pay provision. We are working with our electric utility to study different rate structures that includes the load development fee, making sure that the benefit that's provided to those developers that they pay for those costs. We're looking at connection fee charges and then some other creative ways to pass along charges. So we'll bring forward different rate options around large businesses later on in this calendar year. With regards to the risk for data centers, while there is some risk in general for tech industries, our electric utility has weathered the ups and downs, the dot-com bust, the Great Recessions, and now we're seeing an AI boom. Want to note that the type of data centers within Santa Clara and SVP, these have been around. They're a diversified group. They are data centers that support the cloud services, research and development, some AI. And so when we worked with our electric utility to understand the type of businesses, a different type of data center customer base than some other cities are seeing with regards to the growth of AI. The third question here around our pension trust fund or stabilization reserve funds 7.4% of that liability. When you look at the general fund liability itself, roughly 9.3%. Across all funds, we do have pension trust dollars in our electric utility and other enterprise funds. About 10% of our unfunded liability is funded. And in our forecast, we do follow the past practice of about 1% of that liability, while it's a modest amount, making a small dent each year to fund that unfunded liability. With regards to revenues for the Super Bowl around TOT and sales tax from restaurants, it is difficult to identify what specific events, both hotels and sales tax revenues are generated. What we do is we do a comparative analysis from a time period. So when you look at January to February, up roughly 47%, about $1 million in total. When you look at the same period from last year, also up $1 million. So our conclusion, the Super Bowl generated about $1 million in TOT taxes to our city. When it comes to sales tax, even more difficult to predict here because there's a lot of activities across a lot of different sectors, business to business, restaurants, retail. But when you look at, again, the comparative analysis from the prior quarter and the prior year, roughly about 100,000 or so, 0.6% growth. And so that's our best guess right now from a Super Bowl impact. Again, want to caveat, we get broad revenue numbers and trying to digest what's from the Super Bowl. There were some feedback and questions around the membership for the senior center fee and the revenues that's provided. And so the next 2 slides just want to provide the full context around that. Roughly $356,000 in senior center fee revenues are collected each year. The table below shows that breakdown, about $87,000 from both the basic and the premium membership. The recreation classes contribute to the remaining revenues here. So $356,000 in revenue, $87,000 from the memberships. When you look at a comparison against cost recovery, I know there was a question around, well, how much cost recovery is that program? The cost to operate the senior center is roughly $1.9 million, so that's about 19% cost recovery. It is common for all our parks programs to have a heavy subsidy, especially in areas where the public has full access to the facility. In this case, we looked at benchmarking for membership fees around other cities in our community, and so there's about a 50-50 split here where some cities do charge resident rates, non-resident rates for senior center membership fees, and that's the top part of that table here. Santa Clara with $12 is on the lower end of those cities that do charge. And then there's a handful of cities on the bottom part of this chart where there are free annual memberships. So I want to provide the full context of senior center, specifically memberships. There was a question around City Hall, given that the exclusive negotiating agreement for Agnew was not approved, what capital investments can be made to the existing facility. So we worked with our Public Works Department. A needs assessment would need to be conducted, about $150,000 to review the current facilities, including the courthouse and the Berman Building. There are some unfunded projects within the inventory of the capital budget that we have, $5.3 million for the HVAC, $1.5 million for the City Hall, parking lots. And so those are some items that our Public Works Department has identified as far as needs for City Hall. We do have recommended in this budget a $20.3 million carryover for future needs for Civic Center, and so that those funds could be available and prioritized to the extent we know what some of those assessments come back with, and a prioritization with potential improvements at City Hall, and or if there are other discussions around options for City Hall, that's the allocation that's in the budget. There was a clarifying question around the Loyalton Ranch property. I know in my prior response, we talked about the unscheduled engine overhaul required at DVR for the power plant. That repair cost roughly $10 million. We'll be bringing forward that adjustment at our next council meeting. Do want to note when we talked about that was an unexpected repair. Loyalton was revenues that we had not recognized in the budget, kind of correlated those costs and those revenues to the extent there's a desire. The funding for SVP is a pot of both ratepayer as well as proceeds from Loyalton, and so any combination of fund balance and or sale proceeds would be needed to fund those repairs at DVR. So item 8B includes the legal appropriations limit. We're required, based on several different initiatives with the state constitution, which sets a base year of 1990-91 as appropriation limits for which tax-based revenues can fund the budget. When we've done that calculation based on either population or per capita income growth, that limit totals a little bit more than $750 million. This budget includes tax revenues of roughly 37% of that limit, so we're well within that state required limit and calculation. And so with that, the recommendation before you is adoption of the capital budget. Changes to the operating budget, want to note that working with our attorney's office, that would require 5 votes. Approval of the appropriation schedule, so that's in the attachment 5, that's the legal appropriations for our departments and our projects. And then the City Council acting as the Housing Authority and Sports and Open Space Authority, the votes on approval of those allocations for those budgets. Item 6 here, the adoption of the budget principles and revisions to our fiscal policies. just a good practice as the board to review and approve the policies around the budget. And then item 8, adopting a resolution with regards to the appropriation limits required by state law. And so with that, that concludes my presentation. Again, appreciate the council's engagement on the budget for the 3rd session in a row, and happy to take additional questions.
Thank you, Director Lee. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Lee. Yeah, I have a number of questions. I'm very pleased to see that the amendments to the proposed budget include $100,000 for the Barrios Adobe porch repair, but we received some disturbing photographs from Jonathan Evans about, this is a mud building, and if the plaster is removed, the mud will dissolve. So there's a lot of plaster removed from this. So I'm trying to understand if we think that $100,000 would be enough. And then I believe that, is that money then going to be refunded from the infrastructure bond? Because we have money in there for historic buildings. Similarly, for the Morse Mansion, when I read the report on $11 million of potential repairs, one of the things that stood out was termites. So it looks like we're painting it because I see the paint peeling on that building, but we should certainly investigate termites and tent it if we need to. For the Franklin Mall fountain, it looks like it's going to be $17,000 to repair the fountain. Does that come from general fund or does that come from capital? The maintenance district capital fund that the owners of the building spend $14,200 a year to fund that. And I think we're drawing that down quite a bit for the LED lighting this year, like $87,000. And then on slide 22, it says that there's $3.8 million budgeted for related Santa Clara developer, and you said that that's going to be refunded from related. Is this a situation where we front the money up front and then we get reimbursed sometimes later from that? And what is that delay? Because we had a resident talk about 6.8% interest, which I thought was extremely high on money that is advanced for, Super Bowl and FIFA. So is that a situation where the city's going to have to front money and then be paid back later at 6.8% interest rates? Then on slide 23, I am really concerned about that 75% of that money for the electric utility infrastructure costs, which I think were like $470 million, is going to be paid from service revenue, where if that that load doesn't materialize, then we're left holding the bag on that. And that's why I was really interested in the take or pay provisions. Then I was pleased to see that we potentially are getting $1 million of TOT from the Super Bowl, additional TOT from the Super Bowl. I extrapolate that to mean that we're expecting $6 million of TOT from FIFA, since those are 6 games. The last question I have is on slide 28, that, it's going to take a number of years to move City Hall if we were going to move City Hall. And I think that there are some serious needs here, like the HVAC system is really broken. And it looks like we have $20 million set aside for that. So can you give us some idea as to whether it makes sense to I mean, I really want to improve this building because it's going to be, it's hard on the employees and it takes probably 2 years to move at minimum. If we're, you know, if we built a brand-new building, that would be even more. That would be probably 5 years to build a brand-new building. If we moved into an existing facility, it might take 2 years. I think we should be investing in this building. That's a comment that I have. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, it's 12 o'clock, so council. City manager, tell me what has to go tonight. And I suggest we set a time limit instead of an items. And I know we have a meeting on Monday,
Right.
so
So we have item 8A and 8B that we are on now.
we're doing that right now.
That needs to be acted on. Then we have items 9 and 10. Both of those need to be acted on tonight as well, so the amount can go to the county assessor.
We could possibly go till 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'm not willing to do that. So I suggest we set a time and move as quickly as we can. We barely have anyone on the line. We're doing a budget at midnight, which is ridiculous. So 1 o'clock, council?
Need a motion?
Oh, yes, please.
I'll make a motion to continue till 1 a.m.
Second.
Motion second to continue till 1 a.m.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Sure.
Councilmember Jane. Councilmember Cox. Yes. Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Yes. Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Okay, more questions? Anyone else with questions? Okay, that's it for the questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for the questions. So around the pictures, I did see that. I passed that along to our Public Works Director. I know that on the work plan is to do a needs assessment for our historic infrastructure. You know, to the extent that it requires more than 100,000 from the Adobe or 200,000, which it will from Morse. We will work with the Public Works Department on what the highest needs are. As you correctly mentioned, we also have bond dollars allocated for historic infrastructure. And so based on that needs assessment, we'll prioritize what those projects are to the extent that the bond dollars cover that. We could reimburse the general fund, but in this case, the recommendation is to allocate $300,000 from the general fund, at least for the start of the Adobe porch and the paint as well, but likely to be informed and additional funding recommendations brought forward after that assessment's completed. With regards to the Franklin Mall fountain, I'm told that's from maintenance just district dollars. You're correct that, you know, we have a limited amount of dollars there that were unused from prior years, and so couple priorities, both LED lighting, in this case, direction to kind of turn the fountain back on, so the 17,000s to kind of assess it and turn it back on. With regards to the related project, we do invoice them on a quarterly basis upfront based on estimated expenses. So we do have a process working very closely with our city manager's office to ensure that if there's any activity performed for related, that the city gets funds ahead of time. The 6.8% interest rate, would love to get that, but we are restricted by state law in terms of the type of investments. We provide a monthly investment report. Our return's closer to about 4%, 4.1%. So we aren't, it's not costing us 6.8%. We don't earn that. With regards to the slide 23, which was around infrastructure costs, I do want to note that with SVP projects over, at least from a 1-year perspective, a 5-year perspective, well over $1 billion, it's very difficult to apply either that $1 billion to either upfront developer fees. That would be a very large fee for a developer. It would be cost prohibitive for them to come in. And then we typically spread out those costs over the life of those projects, typically 20 to 30 years. Historically, we've funded those projects either through cash financing, some of the low development fees, but primarily through debt financing. And that's a strategy that's been before this council. It will be needed just to spread out those costs over a time period and make sure that's equitably paid for by the different generations that would benefit from those infrastructure improvements. As far as TOT, $1 million for Super Bowl, I would hesitate to say that we're going to get 6 from FIFA. I know I've heard seen different articles about the different types of events, the different hotel stays, and in fact, the different activity levels. So I don't want to wager a guess as to how much we're going to get from FIFA. Hopefully it's above and beyond our budget projection, so I could come back to you later on in the fiscal year when we close out the books and make recommendations to improve our reserves or allocate as the council so desires. Slide 28 around City Hall. Again, here there is $20.3 million set aside for Civic Center needs. I would rely on our Public Works Director. I know that Director Mobeck talked about the need for an assessment to be done to determine what are the highest priority needs here at City Hall. I know if there are other options to be decided, some of that funding would be used as far as that planning and outreach perspective. And so the HVAC, the $5 million, if that rises to the highest need at City Hall and through that assessment and decisions kind of made to recommend that as the highest need, then that $20 million could be used to fund that project. I see.
I'll just add to that. Staff will come back to the City Council at your very next meeting on June 23rd. We will be bringing an item for you to establish the Community Advisory Committee that you directed staff to do at your prior meeting. Once that committee is established, we will also be proceeding with all of the due diligence. We really need to determine what path we're taking. Council directed us to look at all possible options. And so there are absolutely significant investments that are needed in this facility, some of which have been on hold. Since your last meeting, I have greenlit a number of smaller projects, but a number of the larger investments are really going to be dictated based on what path we're going down, and that is still an open question given your action at the last meeting, and so more to come on that.
Okay, thank you, Ken. I'm going to go to the public now. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this budget? Is anybody awake online? No? This is a public hearing, right? May I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Park.
Motion to close public hearing? Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Park, second by, I think that was Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Close the public hearing. For both 8A and 8B.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. Councilmember Park.
So we did have a number of input about the senior center, and I look at the senior center fees, and I know that we've answered some questions there. What I don't get is what is the breakdown in revenue between resident and non-resident fees? I don't know if that's there. I mean, I also see that there's a premium membership that gives you access to the pool, then tennis courts, and then natatorium, which I'm assuming is the bathing or a heated pool, as well as tennis courts. But there doesn't seem to be a premium membership available to non-residents. Have we looked into what kinds of fees we could generate if we did offer that kind of access to non-residents? I noticed that the annual cost for premium match non-resident basic costs, but when we go to daily costs, the premium costs for residents are higher than the basic non-resident costs. I don't know why that is. And if we look at the revenues that we're generating, the question would be, what would it take to, like, eliminate basic costs and maybe only charge for premium costs and make the premium costs smaller for residents, and maybe have 2 tiers for non-residents that gives them access to the premium features of the senior center? I mean, it is conceivable. I don't know how a non-resident guest of a resident partakes in some of the premium features if they want to do things together. I don't know if there's anything like that. But again, the question is geared towards, we had a number of people come talking about how could we, subsidize, how could we remove the fees for seniors for the senior center? And I guess that's the basis of my question. Thank you.
I have a question about that as well, because you mentioned that you're coming, I think, at the next meeting with some general fund updates. I wanted to know exactly what we were doing because I wanted to revisit the senior center. I think it's a larger discussion about the fees at the senior center and what the needs are there in terms of hours and other things. It wasn't just about the fees, it was about the accessibility to the senior center, and I think it's a bigger discussion than right now in this budget. But what are you bringing back? Is it next regular meeting? So that's, I want to know something similar.
All right, great. Thank you both for the questions. So at the next council meeting, what we are bringing is a discussion and update on revenues that are exceeding our budget projections. Right now, preliminarily, about $25 million or so, and I'll talk about where and why and have some suggestions from staff, and then it really will be up to the council as far as providing direction to staff, either action to allocate to different allocations or come back at a separate date after some discussion. With regards to the senior center and the membership fees, the information we provided here was what does the budget include for the revenues provided for the senior center, specifically basic and premium, $87,000. If there's a larger discussion around the information for different types of scenarios for the fees, I would suggest that we would have to bring that back, working with our Parks and Recreation Department. Typically, those fees are adopted as part of our fee schedule process, so I think it would warrant a broader discussion around services, hours, cost recovery, and then if there's action to amend the fees, a separate action from the budget itself and the dollars included.
I'd like to see that discussion, a future discussion on the senior center and the big picture of the senior center. Thank you. So is there a motion, anyone? Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
I'll make a motion for 8A and 8B, the recommendation, staff recommendations.
Okay. We have a motion for staff recommendation for 8A and 8B. Is that appropriate, City Attorney? We can just say that? Take them together. Motion by Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Chahal. 8A, 8B. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note because we do have a situation where some of the items in 8A require a different amount of votes from some of the other items in 8A. And I think it's absolutely appropriate to take everything in one motion, and if it fails, to perhaps separate them after the failure. I mean, if we think it's going to fail, two separate motions afterwards. I mean, this is something that we did not do in the past, but again, if a motion fails, we are perfectly capable and able and hopefully willing to make separate motions. I just wanted to point that out because it seems to be a process step that we don't always think about when we're making decisions late at night.
I think we'd be able to figure that out. So,
but we
City Clerk,
haven't
when
in
you're
the
ready.
past.
Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, budget staff. Yes.
Had my hand up. There was a few minutes ago a brief discussion, and I think comments from you of information you would like brought back around the senior center.
Well, I was just going to bring it up when you brought the next meeting.
Totally fair.
And so that's why I was just saying it ahead of time, so you know I'm going to bring it up.
Totally fair. Just wanted to make sure that there was not a.
Is there an objection to that, talking about the senior center?
No,
from
not
anybody?
talking. Just wanted to make sure staff may not have the analysis that I think you were looking for.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm just warning you that I was going to
You're going to talk about it. Perfect.
Right.
We're good.
I think many of us would like to talk about it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, staff, finance staff, for this. Yeah, enjoy going home. Thanks. All right. Oh, okay, next item is item number 9, public hearing, action on a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment.
Mayor, can we take item 10 because I think you have a conflict with 9?
I know I do.
sorry.
That's okay. We're just going to take it, and then I'm going to come back and do 10. Public hearing, action on a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. I have a conflict on this. My office is in the Franklin Square, so I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Gonzalez to come and take over the meeting for this item. Thank you.
All right, the next item is item 9, consideration of a resolution approving the levy of a benefit assessment upon Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing to be open. Is there a staff presentation? Craig?
Director Mobeck.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor, Council, Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yeah, the next item is to consider a resolution related to next fiscal year's assessment of the Franklin Square Parking Maintenance District 122 and approval of the Director's Report. This is an annual item that comes before Council to assess the property owners their annual contribution towards capital repairs. Council previously adopted the resolution of attention that established the public hearing for tonight. And the maintenance district's been set up for Franklin Square property owners to contribute an amount based on their property building square footage. The intent of these funds is to cover the costs associated with capital repairs of the parking lots and walkways. The annual combined assessments are comprised of a flat rate of $14,200 minus any account interest. Based on the calculation for the upcoming fiscal year, the total amount being assessed for the entire maintenance district is $7,329, which will be shared amongst the property owners based on their square footage. The city is responsible for the general maintenance and operations throughout the year associated with the common areas and parking lots. The amount budgeted for these obligations is approximately $143,000. There's an LED lighting project proposed that will upgrade the lighting in the parking areas, which has been budgeted at approximately $87,000. This will be funded from the account holding the property owner contributions. And so tonight, staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution approving the levy of the fiscal year 26-27 assessment and approve, confirm, and adopt the Director's Report. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. And are there any staff, any questions for staff, for members of the council? Councilmember Jane?
Thank you, Director Mobeck. As you know, I bring this up every year. The operations and maintenance costs to the city's general fund is $143,000. The owners of the buildings, they pay in $14,200 minus the interest on the balance that's been accumulating. So this year, this was not in this item, but it should have included the $17,000 for the fountain. That's not in this item. And I'm curious as to why. And then I would like to know what is the increased maintenance for the fountains, because you have to have somebody clean leaves out of it, and there's electricity for running the fountains, and there's such. But, you know, I complain about this every year because in the past, the property owners paid 75% of this, and then in 2003, they decided they weren't going to pay anything, and we don't have any control over that. So, as usual, I'm planning to make a recommendation that we reserve the right to dissolve this maintenance district. But my question is really about the fountains. And then I have another question, is there any possibility we could add a public restroom there, like a throne, because there used to be a porta there that kept getting tipped over, and then for the farmer's market, we don't really have a good solution to restrooms. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Oh, I had one more question, I'm sorry. Item 3F considered EV charging, but there was no mention of EV charging at the Franklin Mall. I know that had been discussed earlier. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other, actually, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I was going to ask about the EV charging. I know that when we've talked about this in the past, I think I've heard the comments that we were pursuing this. We had some things in talks, but we didn't go through with them. But the question was, how were we looking at getting monies back? I believe the last time this came up last year, City Manager, you said that one of the things that we're looking at is a deal with an EV charging company so that we could charge for at least the charging parking spaces. I also have concerns. Like, I know that it's kind of funny. I know that the City Council approved the change to the fees that the owners pay, way back in 2000 whatever. And it's like at some point, I don't know that we can retroactively nullify a council decision, but how do we look at something like this? I mean, it's kind of funny that you seem to have what I complain about in this city, which is collusion between, several different property owners, several people, several families in this city, and City Council. I mean, it's kind of well known that when the mayor, Lisa Gilmore, was appointed to council, we had 3 people on council at that time who were listed as agents on Gilmore & Associates. And you can scrub them from the websites, but if you know who the people were, if you look at the council members at that time, you can look up their real estate IDs and you can check their brokers, the broker
Councilmember
IDs
Parker,
that people
there's a
wouldn't go there.
question. We're trying to.
And the question that I have is, how do we look into, like, how do these deals get made? At some point, if we want to make another deal, if a council member can bring up, or the council can bring up changing fees, how does the council bring up changing fees again? And again, we're looking at all the things that we could do in a modern Franklin Square Mall, the LED lighting, the fountains that Councilmember Jane suggested, all of these things. How are we maintaining them, and how do we change what options do we have to change that? Because the council has done that in the past. How do we do that going forward? Is there just no way? I mean, that's the answer we've been given. I just want to know. We have a very creative and very smart executive staff. I'd like to know if you can think of a way. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are all the questions. Sure.
Okay, thank you. So the first one, Councilmember Jane talked about the fountains. So yeah, the fountains originally turned off during some of the budget issues we were experiencing during COVID. That was council's direction to cut that funding. So we stopped maintaining the fountains. Just recently, there was direction to turn them back on prior to the FIFA events. So staff has been working towards that. That happened after we had set up the notice of intent with this maintenance district. However, there is monies in that budget that's part of the parking maintenance district that the city does have control over, that we can work with finance on the potential funding of that. In terms of adding a public restroom, I mean, that would be outside, the terms of this maintenance district. I think that's an item that council could discuss about, pros and cons and costs of doing something like that, but it's not tied to the maintenance district. In terms of EV charging, currently there's no plans to do EV charging. The EV charging that you referenced in 3F, that was predominantly for citywide fleet. There was some public ones in there, but nothing for EV charging at Franklin.
Director Mobeck, there was previously a private entity that had reached out to the city. I think that's what the council members were referring to. And so there was a proposal, but I believe that fell through over the last year, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't involved in the proposal, but now that you mentioned that, I do recall hearing something about that.
Yeah, we were approached by a company interested in putting in EV chargers, but it did not work out.
In terms of changing the maintenance district, so the maintenance district, there's votes that are required. So as was done previously, any attempt to change the way the maintenance district is set up or the way that the fees are calculated, it requires not only a vote from the majority of the property owners, but then it also comes to council for a vote. And so the last time this was done in the early 2000s, as you recall from the history of it, was that the property owners had voted to change it. It came before council. I don't believe staff was supporting that, but ultimately council did approve that change. So it does require both groups to approve it. Several years ago, the council had directed staff to go work with the maintenance district property owners about the potential of changing the way the formulas are calculated and get them to pay more. As you recall, we went through that process, and ultimately the property owners came back and said they weren't interested in changing it, and there's no way to unilaterally change it, right? The city can't just impose new regulations on that maintenance district. But as we've talked in the past, the city council has the ability to disassemble the maintenance district. However, we also know that the city is, the property owner for the parking lot and the common areas, so we would still have the ownership of maintaining it. So from a legal perspective, so we would still need to fund those types of costs.
So with that, we're going to proceed with the rest of the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that want to address or speak on the benefit assessment upon maintenance district number 123, Franklin Square? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Did you get that? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. If we can go to the roll call.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane? Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes. Thank you. Because the action does not include an increase in the assessment increase, no special protest or vote is required under Prop 218. We can now proceed with deliberations and action on the proposed levy of assessment for maintenance district number 122, Franklin Square. I do see a hand up. Is that Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution as staff has recommended with the provision that the council reserves the right to dissolve the maintenance district at any time.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I see a hand. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I mean, it's been brought to my attention. I mean, we have the responsibility to maintain the parking lot and the open areas because we own them. What if we sold them? What could we do? I mean, what if we changed them? What if we, decided to make decrease the parking lots and make part of it open space or a lot. What could we do to change the open space, and what could we do to change the ownership to kind of alleviate the city's need to fund their maintenance?
Through the chair, why don't I take that at a high level and make a couple comments. One, as you know, the Downtown Precise Plan calls for restoring the historic street grid. A number of components of the city property there actually follows the historic street grid. So the fact that we own that land and the city's vision is to restore the historic street grid can be looked at as a benefit as we proceed down that path. With regard to the parking lots, there are certain commitments that go with those parking lots to the owners, and so that is a complicated question that you asked that I'm not able to respond to here. But I would say overall, included in your budget was $400,000 for the city to look at hiring a project manager that would look comprehensively at implementing the Downtown Precise Plan. With that effort, it is not just where we've been focusing our attention is blocks A and B, but also the overall plan, which would include the land that the city owns in Franklin Mall. And so I think all of those questions in this effort to better utilize or adjust the usement of those city parcels really fits with that larger effort for the Downtown Precise Plan.
But, I mean, whether we own that land or not, if we have a precise plan, anyone else who builds there, wouldn't they have to follow that plan, regardless of who owns the property?
That's a development question that can be yes or no, but there is also rules around a public easement that if it's vacated, it goes to the adjoining property owners. There's a significant analysis that would need to be done to answer your question. Don't want to try and do that off the cuff, but just want to note that understand the concerns and the questions being raised around what is the long-term plan here. And frankly, the long-term plan is envisioned by the city's precise plan that will also, mind you, require a significant effort working with, I think, the over 25 or 30 individual owners in the Franklin Mall to coalesce them into a development plan that is a very long-term effort. And so some thoughts have already occurred around that, but it is a long-term vision, and actually having ownership of property in a development may actually help the city help to catalyze that development, or at least have a real stake in the conversation when that time comes.
Okay, but the way it seems now, I mean, we always talk about how we don't want to give private entities gift of public funds, but this absolutely looks like a gift of public funds to specific people. I mean, we don't want to give gifts to public funds unless the people that are receiving the funds can put themselves in a position where they can unilaterally require that the city do this. I mean, at some point, I think it does make sense to have a discussion of what we could do there, because this situation is not tenable. Like if we had another situation where we were paying 90% of the costs for another private entity, I think we'd have other people complaining. But because the people who receive the benefit for this cost, for these, the monies that we are providing for maintenance for, that benefit largely their properties. I mean, they're not here to talk about these things, and therefore, kind of walk away scot-free from this discussion. But I think at some point, this discussion is exactly the type of thing they'd complain about if they were able to talk on it, sit in this discussion and rule and take a vote. I think it would be, at some point, a good idea to do a study and see what the city can do to get out of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second. If we can have roll call.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Jane was
The maker. Yeah.
Hardy. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you.
You seconded it.
I did.
Give it to her.
I'm tired. You're right.
Missed it, sorry.
I remember now.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay. Next item. Item number 10, public hearing action on a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon Maintenance District Number 183, Santa Clara Convention Center Complex. City Manager.
Again, Director Moback will provide the
Still here,
presentation.
Director Moback?
Still here.
Madam Mayor, just noting for the record that this is a public hearing and that the public
Wait.
hearing's open.
I thought I said, oh, I should have said it's
I
open.
don't think you did.
You didn't give me a script, so.
I did. You've got a script, Mayor. Last page.
Did? Okay.
Yeah, hopefully it's got
I'm
the
sorry,
right words in it.
No, we shouldn't even be making decisions.
It was
at this
stolen.
hour of the
It was
night.
stolen. Albert.
Oh, he stole it, no
Albert.
wonder. Oh. I think I need a new vice mayor. All right. Let's see. Next item is a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon Maintenance District 183, Santa Clara Convention Center Complex. At this time, I will declare the public hearing to be open. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Director Craig Moback,
Thank
Director
you.
of Public Works.
Director Moback.
Yep, thank you, Mayor, Council. So previously, Council adopted a resolution that established the public hearing for tonight, and the assessment funds the shared maintenance associated with the Convention Center complex grounds, including items such as parking lot cleaning, signage, striping, fountains, landscaping, lighting, sidewalk, utilities, and asphalt maintenance. The total assessment for fiscal year 26-27 is approximately $2.54 million, which is more than the prior year, primarily due to the inclusion of the first phase of a project to reseal the top deck of the parking structure. The three parties in the district, which include the Santa Clara Convention Center, the Hyatt Hotel, and the Tech Mart, has discussed this year's assessment, and all were in favor of it. The city's share of the cost for the upcoming fiscal year is approximately $1.16 million. The Tech Mart is approximately $846,000, and the Hyatt about $534,000. Staff's recommending that council confirm the votes in favor of the assessment and that they've been received, adopt a resolution approving the levy of fiscal year 26-27 assessment on the Convention Center Maintenance District 183, and approve, confirm, and adopt the director's report. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much. Do we have council questions? Yes, we do. Councilmember Jane. Hello?
Yes. The garage coating maintenance project, that is, there's no reserve. My first question is, are there no capital reserve funds for this maintenance district to maintain that parking structure? And then, so last year, the city's portion of it was $940,000 for this maintenance district. This year, it's $1.163 million, so it's gone up by $200,000. That is coming from the general fund, is that correct? That's not coming from OVG or the convention center budget or anything. Can you confirm that? And then I believe that we have been considering trying to create some sort of funding source to maintain this maintenance district. through paid parking at the convention center. Can you give us an update as to where we are with the paid parking project? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Very quickly, as I read through this, it was not real clear. It was clear that the ballots had been sent out, but it said in there that you would tell us what the outcome, because one of the things we're being asked to do is declare the ballots were sent to property owners and that we declare the results of the election. So I just wondered, from a process point of view, did you not know what it was when we got when the agenda went out? That was confusing. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? All right, Craig?
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of, there was a question, is there no reserve, no capital reserve funds in the Convention Center Maintenance District? And yes, that's correct. The parties, as they've gone through the years, they've set the assessments, worked through those projects and all the maintenance. Some years, if there was leftover funds, they were able to vote and return the funds. On other years, they were carried over for paving projects or things like that. But in terms of any large accumulation of capital funds for projects like this, no, there have not been any. In terms of where does the city portion come from, yes, you're correct, that comes from the general fund. There was a request about the paid parking update. And so, correct, council asked us to move forward with paid parking out at the convention center. And so staff created an RFP that was put out. I believe back in March timeframe, we received some of the proposals. And so there's an evaluation committee that has gone through and ranked all those. We're also working with scheduling the top-ranked firms to come in and do presentations on what options they think might be viable out there and what their company proposes. We will do those initially, and then ultimately identify one final top-ranked firm, and then we would negotiate an agreement with them and then bring that forward for council approval. So those are the next steps associated with that. And then next, there was a question about ballots. Yeah, so we work closely with all the parties, and so I know that they have submitted their approved ballots, and I believe that the assistant clerk will confirm that as well as we move on after the public hearing.
I see that we have this RFP. Is that just for our information?
There was a question, and I believe Councilmember Jane asked for it. I think we provided it a couple times, one back in January, and then included it with the material based on that request just this week.
So this is just the RFP, it's not the results of anything?
Correct, yeah, there is a request for the RFP.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I'm a little confused about the garage coating project because that's more than 200,000. That's a pretty big project, so I think I read or heard that it's going to be paid over 3 years. If the work is done now, are we floating that money? How is that money financed for a large project that we're only assessing a little portion of it? And then I had also heard that in Fremont, the parking provider takes a huge cut of the parking fees, and I just wanted to know, understand what our thinking is relative to that. Thank you.
Go ahead, and then I'm going to go to the public.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, so the garage coating, so the partners had talked about that. It is a significant project, probably in total could be upwards $2.5 to $3 million. Obviously, trying to get all that money together at once wasn't a desirable outcome that the partners were looking at. And so the discussion of phasing it came in, and that was ultimately what the agreement was to phase it in. And so over this first phase, we'd look at it, and trying to get it in chunks of about $500,000 and do portions of it over the next several years, probably the next 5 years or so. So that's the current plan right now.
But the city would float that? I mean, you do the work now and then you'd pay for it over time? How are you gonna, it's better to just do the coding all at once, right, than do coding over 5 years?
Yeah, there's obviously different ways you can do it, but under this scenario that the partners talked about and ultimately agreed to, it's phased. So the money that's in this year, that's up for consideration, that would be July 1, that's going to pull together about $550,000 from the partners to cover that initial phase. Correct.
All right, thank you. I think that's it for the council questions. Did you have
There's just one more about Fremont and the parking provider taking a cut of the revenues. There's different scenarios and different options on how these systems are run, and I think that's part of what we'll find out through the interviews and the proposals, and then ultimately we can come forward with some recommendations on that.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you for answering the questions. At this time, we will proceed with the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak about the benefit assessment upon Maintenance District Number 183, Santa Clara Convention Center Complex? Anyone here? Anyone online? Seeing none. May I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Jane, motion to close the public hearing. Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox? Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. So thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Proposition 218 voter approval requirements, which require the increase to be approved by a majority vote of the affected property owners. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any information about the number of votes that were received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 3 votes in favor of the proposed rate assessment increase. The number of votes does amount to a majority vote of the identified parcel owners subject to the assessment. Consequently, there are enough votes under Proposition 218 for the City Council to proceed with considering the resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
A motion to approve recommendations 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, a second by Councilmember Hardy to approve the assessment staff recommendation.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much for that. All right, it's 10 minutes to 1. I don't want to start another item. We have item 12, because I have a lot of questions on that. Item 12 and the trying to get it out. The consent calendar, item 3F. Do we need a motion to continue those, or will we just put them on our next agenda?
Mayor, I'm not sure what agendas we're going to put those on.
Whatever you feel appropriate.
June 23rd.
Okay, yeah,
I felt we did pretty good tonight, considering.
a motion to trail those items to that meeting would be helpful,
A
Madam
motion
Mayor.
to trail. May I have a motion, Councilmember Jane?
Motion to move those 2 items to
We have a motion to move item 12 and item 3F to June 23rd. Motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. We'll also continue any of our reports till next meeting. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.